Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna mota, hakuna kogabu.
Hello, hopefully you can hear me, but certainly, maybe gladly, you cannot see me. But you can hear me, but you cannot see me. But you will see me in a moment. But this next clip that you're about to hear now, it was sent in by one of the subscribers to play as a Peter Obi theme song. So the next clip that you're about to hear and see was sent in by one of the subscribers to play as the Peter Obi theme song. So this is the Peter Obi theme songs as recommended by one of the subscribers. Watch and enjoy.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
And there it is right there. You can only see, but you can never debe. So you can only see, but you can never debe. But hopefully, just as soon as I remove this from the screen, now you can see. So now you can see, and here I am. So here I am, there you are, and here we are. So here we go again. Another day, another half penny, as they say, wherever it is that they do say things like that. So another day, another half penny. So here we go again. Here we go again, the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come join, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. That remains ever present, so avail yourself of that. So avail yourself of that. You can only see, but you can never debe. So you can only see, but you can never debe. So there it is right there. What more appropriate music to bring up the first headline? So you can only see, but you can never debe. It is high time you pull in this clown. Lauretta Onochie calls on DSS to invite Peter Obi for questioning as she reacts to a purported video of him speaking in a church. So, and there it is right there, the language of fed up. You know, it's going to be very swift and sudden when the tide turns against this Obi narrative, and I hope he manages himself out of that before he becomes a hate figure. You see, when the Supreme Court comes in with its judgment, the sentimentality will switch 100 degrees, and then it will be a core ethnic base that will still stay within that space. So he now has to be managing the language to land at that Supreme Court space in order to still maintain his luster as it comes out on the other side. But the language of fed up, it is high time you pull in this clown. So this is not the language of reference. It is now time you pull in this clown. Lauretta Onochie calls on DSS to invite P to B for questioning as she reacts to a purported video of him speaking in a church. So there it is right there. I didn't know he was still straddling the churches, doing the kumbayaism. Let's just quickly get Lauretta out of the way. Former presidential aide Lauretta Onochie has called on the Department of State Services to invite the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, P2B, for questioning. Lauretta made the call whilst reacting to a purported video of Obi speaking at a religious gathering and asking the church to act instead of praying. So hopefully if anybody has that video, please send it in so we can add that to the narrative. I'm not talking about the Yes Daddy tape. We've all seen the Yes Daddy tape, but clearly Lauretta is referencing a now new video of Peter Obi still straddling that religious strap line and trying to create a religious chasm within the country. So if he has gone out to still continue that campaign tonality in churches, if you have a clip of it, send it to my Instagram. You all know where my Instagram, what my Instagram handle is. Actually, let me repost it. Let me repost it just for the benefit of. Is it to hand though? Thomas, if you have it to hand, please post it. So if you have a clip of him still straddling the church spaces, please send it via Instagram. Former presidential aide Lauretta Onochie has called on the Department of State Services to invite the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, for questioning. Lauretta made the call whilst reacting to a purported video of Obi speaking at a religious gathering, asking the church to act instead of praying. Obi, who was declared third in the election, had his petition challenging the victory of President Tinubu dismissed by the Presidential Election Petition Court last Wednesday, September the 6th. The court ruled that his petition lacked merit. In the purported video, Obi could be heard saying, and please, any and everybody, go search for that video and send it in to me via Instagram. We need to see that video. So this is not the Yes Daddy tape we're talking about. This is a recent video of Peter Obi still trying to rally the church against the state. In the purported video, Obi could be heard saying, these are not people you remove by prayers. It is time to act, not to pray. The youth, unfortunately, and that tells us off, that peters off. Do you know how Marcos left office in the Philippines? It was on a Sunday. Cardinal Sim finished church service. Instead of saying the mass is ended, let's go, he told everybody. Follow me and block the presidential lodge. We need this tape. Somebody should go and find this tape for us. After 3 days, Marcos and his, and we're talking about President Ferdinand Marcos, of course, of the Philippines. After 3 days, Marcos and his wife left. It is time for us to close the church and deal with these people. Reacting to the video, Lauretta, who is an APC chieftain, asked the Department of State Services to invite Obi, who she described as a clown. Taking to her X handle, Onochie wrote, at ATTN, so ATTN, I'm sure you know its attention, at official DSSNG, at police NG. I think it is high time you pulled in this clown. He did the right thing by seeking power through the ballot. That is legal. He managed to win some and lost the most. Fair enough. Then his running mate and other unpatriotic, angry birds began to instigate our youth to violence. But our noble and patriotic youth completely ignored them because sensible youth in Nigeria are more in number than his headless mob. Knowing he had no leg to stand on, he allowed himself to be foolishly led to the tribunal by cashivists, so activists wanting cash, so hashtag cashivist, to pursue issues already decided by the Supreme Court years ago. Then they tried using the labor movement to call for a strike around the PEPT Judgment Day. It failed woefully. Kudos to our youth population. This man at Peter Obi continues to instigate his headless and consequently brainless followers to a violent change of government. I have never seen a more desperate individual. There is something sinister and ominous about a man who came third in a race and wants to be declared a winner at all cost. I think it is high time he was pulled in to answer a few questions. Nigerians want to know why Peter Obi is this desperate. Pull him in. Heavens will not fall. God bless Nigeria. So that's Lauretta Onochie signaling essentially that she wants back into governance. So that's Lauretta Onochie signaling essentially that she wants back into governance. But really, I would do the search myself, but I'm live streaming. If anybody can find that tape, we need to have it here. So find that tape and bring it to us. That's Lauretta Onochie. And if you concur with Lauretta Onochie that Peter Obi should be dragged in for questioning and possibly maybe you can vacation next to Nnamdi Kanu DSS Hotel 5-star. If you're of that thought, let us know in the comment section. If you think Peter Obi should be a government guest for the foreseeable, let us know in the comment section. So from that to this, Justin, Fashola breaks silence following exclusion from Tinubu's cabinet. So yes, that was one of the more notable figures. Names are missing from that list. But why? Former Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola SAN has said he does not need a title to serve in the President Bola Tinubu-led administration. Correspondents report that Fashola, a close aide of Tinubu, said in an interview with News Agency of Nigeria at the Lagos State University, Ojo, on Tuesday that he was happy to serve the country in any capacity. I do not need a title to serve. The president can only appoint at least one minister, for example, from each state, which he has done, Fashola said. There are just enough places in parastatals. They are doing that. We are estimated to be 200 million. So there are not enough offices to take everyone. All of us must play our roles as citizens, and a citizen does not need a title to serve. He said he was confident that the current administration was birthing the next generation of leaders. We are also talking about the next generation, he said. If some do not move on, where is the place for the next batch? There is the need to bring more outstanding public-spirited people to occupy spaces as they evolve. I look forward to a lot more youthful people being part of the administration. I wonder if somebody has done an age quotient of the Tinubu administration to see if it's actually the youngest in Nigeria's history, probably almost certainly younger than Tinubu's administration, just the aggregate age of the people composing the cabinet. If some do not move on, where is the place for the next batch? There is the need to bring more outstanding public-spirited people to occupy spaces as they evolve. I look forward to a lot more youthful people being part of the administration. Fashola was not appointed to a ministerial position in Tinubu's cabinet, which was sworn in last month. So there it is right there. There it is right there. If there is anything, if there's one thing that is that is striking, one of the things to note, Tinubu's administration, and correct me if I'm wrong in saying this, but Tinubu's administration does not include any of the carryovers from Buhari's administration. I cannot think of anybody that was an active participant, and I know you go to Ajuri Ngalela, whatever his name is, Ajuri, but he's just a spokesperson. But I don't know of anybody that was a substantial part of the Buhari administration at the cabinet level that has crossed over into the Tinubu administration. So a total wipeout and a new administration, essentially, and Fashola a key component of that space. And he's also saying that you can only pick one from each state. And I think we have what's that minister of mineral resources or whatever it's name, solid minerals. So we already have him from Lagos, Alake. So I think that's sort of where he is going with that sort of argument. So there's that. We go on to this one. These are still the remnants, the carryovers, and the debris from the presidential petition election, whatever it is, the tribunal, and the fallouts from the tonality that we're hearing. S.A.N. Nok Agbakoba over comments on judiciary. So now, having lost now at the judiciary, they are now looking to rubbish the whole of the Nigerian judicial legal system. But one of the more functional ones within Africa, by the way, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Dr. Akin Onigbinde, has berated a former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Dr. Olisa Agbakoba, SAN, over his recent comments that highly condemned the judiciary in Nigeria. Agbakoba has stated that he was not only, let's take that again, let's take that from the top again. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Dr. Akin Onigbinde, has berated a former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Dr. Olisa Agbakoba, SAN, over his recent comments that highly condemned the judiciary in Nigeria. Agbakoba has stated that he has not only lost confidence in the nation's judiciary, but suggested that the Supreme Court's decision should be subjected to legislative review. So it's unbelievable, actually. What we're hearing in this cycle is unbelievable. And please, any and everybody that find that Peter Obi's tape, we urgently need to hear it. In a statement made available to journalists in Ibadan, Onigbide, who is a one-time, that should be who was a one-time speaker of the Oyo State House of Assembly, submitted that Agbakoba's outright condemnation of the judiciary was unbecoming of a person of his status, as his views is a serious indictment of an institution that is respected and held in awe anywhere in the world. According to Onigbide, although the judiciary has its challenges, Agbakoba's assertion that the court now gives silly decisions was unexpected of someone who was once the president of the country's foremost lawyer association, the Nigerian Bar Association. Dr. Agbakoba's approach and publication marks of a reckless, ill-considered, and empty activism that cannot positively improve the judiciary as an institution. So, what was the end game and long-term objective of Dr. Agbakoba's video address? Did he expect the disbandment of the judiciary the morning after, or did he intend to put the consciences of the justices on hook, or just bring the institution to complete disrepute? So it's unbelievable. There'll be a total rebalancing in Nigeria within the next few months, and that's almost a certainty. There'll be a total rebalancing in Nigeria, and a lot of dead woods will be cleared out. A lot of dead woods will be cleared out. So a lot of pardon me. So a lot of dead woods will be cleared out. Multi-billion so this is a story we've been tracking all the way through. So let's go on to it. Multi-billion-dollar FX fraud. Alum Nigeria pays 1 billion bail bond to secure release of director. So Alum Nigeria, an Indian entity, Alum Nigeria Limited, has paid a huge bail bond of 1 billion naira to secure the release of one of its director, Prakash Kant. The payment was made into a special recovery account operated by the State Security Service (SSS). Other top executives of the company have reportedly fled the country in the wake of the arrest of the governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, and his accomplices. Insiders told correspondents that the DSS requested the humongous bail bond because of the gravity of the allegations against the company and the amounts involved. A payment slip seen by this newspaper showed that the money was paid into a treasury single account domiciled at Access Bank on Monday. Another document also showed that one of Alum's many subsidiaries, Microfeed Nigeria Limited Lagos, paid the money in connection with the ongoing investigation of money laundering involving Prakash Kant. Mr. Kant, who spent days in SSS detention facility in Abuja, is Alum's Director of Corporate Affairs and Legal in Nigeria. Our correspondents had previously reported that the SSS opened probe into Alum's multi-billion-dollar FX deals from 2015 till date. So it's just unfortunate, really. Anytime you go to the underbelly of the lootings in Nigeria, it is always a foreigner. Usually it's a Kora, a Lebanese, but now it's the Indians. It's always a foreign person. First the Koras, the Lebanese, now the Indians. When are we don't even have it within us to loot our own money. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable, but it looks as though now the era of Simon Ekpa comes to an end. Sit at home has ended in the southeast, says Army Chief. So let's find out. And the guy looks like a no-nonsense guy, you know. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taurid Lagbaja, on Tuesday said the sit-at-home order in the Southeast has ended. He stated this in Abuja during the Chief of Army Staff Combined Second and Third Quarter Conference. According to him, the menace ended due to the heightened efforts of troops in collaboration with relevant stakeholders. We have equally heightened our efforts in containing criminalities perpetrated in the Southeast region by the indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network. Through Operation Udoka, our troops have, in collaboration with other relevant stakeholders, put an end to the infamous sit-at-home order that has almost crippled socio-economic activities in the region. Lagbaja said, law-abiding citizens of the region now go about their businesses and everyday life. Similarly, our joint efforts with various government agencies have quelled attempts by criminals to disrupt economic activities in the Southeast region. So I cannot recall the last time a sit-at-home was called in that space. I think even Simon Ikpa has read the smoke signals that the tolerance is no longer there. He also said the Nigerian Army has established special forces units to tackle insecurity across the country. Lagbaja also pledged that under his watch, the welfare of troops and their families will be given priority. To this end, troops' welfare and that of their families will remain predominant in all our efforts. I intend to consolidate all existing welfare arrangements to enhance the well-being of our troops and their families, as this will keep them focused on their tasks. In addition to providing befitting living quarters for our personnel, we shall ensure the newly introduced affordable home ownership option for all our soldier scheme designed to provide affordable and high-quality post-service homes for our soldiers, he said. The sit-at-home order was initially to demand the release of pro-Biafra leader Nnamdi Kanu from prison, but the move, which in recent times assumed deadly dimensions, has gravely affected the region's economy and resulted in the loss of lives and properties. So there it is right there. An end to the sit-at-home. An end to the sit-at-home. Let me give you this one. Let's go on to this one. It looks as though we're going to complete all the readouts. There's a human interest story to come at the tail end, and a few videos to play as well, but stay steady, hold tight. Let's go on to this one. They've arrested Alum Nigeria Limited, the Indians, but really it's not complete until they arrest Dangote. Dangote refinery fails to meet August production deadline of 650,000 barrels per day. Whilst delivering his speech at the official commissioning of the refinery by former President Muhammadu Buhari in May, let's see, did I take that from the middle? Right, whilst delivering his speech at the official commissioning of the refinery by former President Muhammadu Buhari in May, he said, "Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our first product will be in the market before the end of July or beginning of August this year. The 600,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery is yet to begin production after the August commencement date, earlier announced by the president at Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote." Whilst delivering his speech at the official commissioning of the refinery by the former President Muhammadu Buhari in May, he said, "Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our first product will be in the market before the end of July or the beginning of August. However, no drop of refined petroleum product from the refinery has hit the market weeks after the promised production deadline, according to findings by correspondents." Spokesperson for the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Garba Dean, in June, said that the company would cut down its fuel import program in August, once the Dangote refinery began to push out refined petroleum products latest August. A top source amongst the major oil marketers association of Nigeria also confirms that the NNPCL has cut down importation. Corroborating Dean, while speaking to journalists after a meeting with oil marketers in Abuja, also in June, the chief executive. So let's go. Let's go to Dangote. Officials of the communications department of Dangote refinery could not speak on the matter as of press time. However, a source at the refinery told correspondents that the management was unsure of when petrol refining would begin in the Ibeju-Lekki facility. This source, who was not authorized to speak, said, for now, the management has not come out with any official dates. The president, Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Festus Osifo, advised the federal government to focus on completing the Port Harcourt refinery rather than focus on this Dangote. I wonder why the cameras are not chasing him around. This is the thing. This supposed alleged facility, heavily subsidized by the Nigerian state, a lot of our money in that space. So where is the oil? Where's the petrol? So why are they not chasing Dangote all over the place, asking him where the petrol is? The President, Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Festus Osifo, advised the federal government. Sorry, let me. Right. The President, Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Festus Osifo, advised the federal government to focus on completing the Port Harcourt refinery rather than focusing on Dangote refinery. He said, we should rather focus on making other refineries work because it would cut down on freight rate for importation and would reduce prices. Dangote is a private businessman and can decide tomorrow that he would not refine again. Although the government has a 20% stake in the refinery, we should rather push for our own refineries and ask the government the questions such as, when is the Port Harcourt refinery going to start refining? They've already told us. Did they not say November? National Controller. Anyway, that's the Dangote storyline. The goalpost continues to shift. The goalpost continues to shift, of course. But more curiously, nobody is asking him questions. That's the real killer. Nobody is asking him questions. So nobody is asking him questions. Let's go on to this one. This is a human interest storyline. Even with my money and body, I still get dumped by suitors. This is a Maddie Keys, whoever Maddie Keys is. Maddie, something or the other, Oluwada or Oluwada, popularly known as Maddie Keys, a Nigerian skit maker and brand influencer, has lamented her inability to find genuine love. According to the controversial comedian, her suitors frequently break up with her after sleeping with her. Maddie Keys made the announcement whilst appearing as a guest on the most recent episode of the Honest Bond podcast, which actor Chinedu something or the other co-host. She said, "It has not been easy for me as regards finding true love. I have suffered a lot. I just want happiness. I just want someone who will love me. But with all my money and body, I am still getting dumped. They will come and I will think I have found true love. They will call me always. We will talk at night. But once they sleep with me, they leave." So it stuns me that somebody will go on a media space and say this, but there it is. That's the Generation X for you. The Generation X for you. So let's take the K-Guys music and then we launch into it. There's still one Madam Ngozi clip that we'll go through in the course of the session. But let's take the care guides and then we'll launch into it.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide sodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wailati keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iko Koneru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is right there. So we have somewhat of an assemble, but certainly more people needed. Thomas, of course, holding steady. Ajan Lekoko, as always tradition. Baba joins us to get the conversation steady. And we have the prime daughter as well. So let me send the link again for whoever wants to join. So hop on if you do want to join. And Alexander Gomez kicks it off with a tidy little super chat. So there it is right there. Sorry, the prime says something because we are logged in twice, so I can delete one. The prime dot say something, then I know which one is the prime. Unmute and say something. The prime dot. All right. Hold on. Yes, the prime. Okay.
Hello, good evening, all.
All right. Let me remove this one. Okay, let me remove this one. You're logged in twice, so I'll remove one of them. All right. Thank you. All right. Let me mute you back. So yes, gentlemen, there was this clip. Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I think this was during the G20 meeting. I saw it earlier, and it really struck me. It's only about 4 minutes long, so let's watch it and then we kick on the conversation from there. Let's watch Madam Ngozi and see what she has to say.
Let's talk about the World Trade Organization, which also today had a roundtable on the nexus between trade, the global economy, as well as climate. Let's take excerpts from that panel, which had the WTO Director General, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, as a contributor.
We've got the tensions that we see between the US and China, between Russia, Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. We have other tensions between different world power centers, even tensions between developing and developed countries, South and North, to some extent. But I think the biggest source of tensions is the tensions between US and China. And I do think that these geopolitical tensions have an impact on the shaping of trade. What has happened during the pandemic and the war in Ukraine that exposed vulnerabilities in global supply chains and the heightened tensions that we see have led people to question whether the patterns of trade we have today, whether globalization itself is the way to go. And the tensions are leading to a conscious effort to reshore, to friendshore, to change the way that supply chains are currently configured. As of now, the figures on trade do not yet show evidence of the geopolitical tensions having great impact. We still have a tremendous amount of trade between the US and China, over 690 billion. Figures released by the Commerce Department for last year. Between EU and China, over 800 billion. Total world trade at 31 trillion. So we don't yet see the impact. However, this trade is based on past investment patterns. And what may happen is that with these tensions, we may see a shift in investment patterns.
So I think what Madam Ngozi is saying here is quite striking. What she's saying is that the world is recalibrating along trade lines, and what was the traditional trade patterns is about to shift and almost permanently. And that is what Madam Ngozi is saying. She is saying that the trades are still holding their strength, but they are historical trades. And what she's speaking to is a fragmentation of traditional trade lines. And this is what we're saying with BRICS. When the West kicked that Russia out of that SWIFT system, that was an eye-opener for the world trade space, to say that these guys have this whip that I'm not just saying that I'm not saying that as a standalone event, but that was quite a seismic event in the course of world trade. And what we're seeing now is rebalancing, and then world trade now coalescing under smaller trade arrangements rather than a global trading space. And I think that is what Madam Ngozi is so much trying to explain to us.
Shifting investment in certain sectors like technology, high technology end products, semiconductors, and so on. And that may change the way that trade in certain sectors is configured. Rare earths and minerals, semiconductors, other types of products. So that's one thing we need to watch out for. We are seeing in recent trade data, few glimpses of this, but we need to watch out for that. We certainly do not want fragmentation arising from this, because that would be very costly to the world. So it's something we need to watch. That's the first. The second is digitalization. I think that digital trade is the future. Digitally delivered services trade is the fastest growing segment of trade now, growing at 8% per year, and faster than growth in goods trade or even services trade. I think we are going to see continued growth in this sector. It's worth about 4 trillion now out of 31 trillion in total trade. That's one thing shaping, and we should support and back that because it does help.
Let me just pause it there. Actually, let her land on a figure. I want to say something, but let her land on a figure. Then you really see where the world is moving to.
MSMEs and women. I think the third thing very, very quickly is climate change. Climate change, we think, is going to shift comparative and competitive advantages, and that will change the patterns of trade.
We're the fifth largest export hub in the world. And in terms of the quick numbers when it comes to
supply chains are currently configured. As of now, the figures on trade do not yet show evidence of.
All right. I think maybe I went past it and I wasn't paying attention. But what Madam Ngozi said was that the world trade stands at 30-something trillion. I think she said $33 trillion. So that's the total mass of world trade. But what she was saying subsequently was that digital trading, that was about, I think she said either 4 or 6 trillion. And certainly she said it was growing year on year, a baseline 8%. So that should tell you where you should be. So you have to find some sort of online hub. And the space I am looking to is a digital ownership. So the technologies around things like non-fungibility is really the potentials. If you look at my avatar, here, let me put it up for a moment. If you look at my avatar here, What you're looking at there is not just the picture of a frog wearing a cap. That what you're looking at there is a digital asset. That's a non-fungible token. So that's a non-fungible token. Non-fungibility is something that cannot repeat or replicate. So this image that you are looking at on your screen here now is a non-fungible token. So it may have something similar, but it cannot, because of the digital codings of it, it cannot be replicated. So this is just a fun little insertion into that space. But that non-fungibility is what people will be using to establish ownership. So now, if you own a piece of land, and by the way, that's how land will be owned in the future. It will be owned through non-fungibility. So the potentials are just endless. I just want to highlight that. So the potentials are endless. I want to highlight that. I thought we had Alexander Gomez, but I think he has dipped out. But let's kick off the conversation then and start it off immediately. Let's kick it off with Baba, if Baba is ready to go.
Yes, woman. Good evening.
Salam
How are
alaikum.
you today?
I'm well. Good to have you here. All the better for having you here. So yeah. So here we go again, Baba. Another day, another session.
Yeah, thank you, one man, for the opportunity. You're blessed. Good evening, folks. Those on the panel list and those on the comment section. Guys, in the comment section, you rock. You make this that space veritable. Please like, share, and subscribe. By all means, click the like button immediately if you are watching. And if you can share or subscribe, do that later, please. Thank you. Yeah, one man.
All right, brilliant. So before we kick into the talking point, what are you looking at in the news today? What's caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Yeah, you can see I came in early because maybe by my own 10 o'clock I will quit. But what caught my attention that made me actually come early is this Onochie thing. It's unbelievable what is going on in our country today. And for me, I've resolved actually whether abuse, threat, anything to my person or anything or your platform, I don't care anymore. We have to say the truth like it is. We have to, because the whole thing is unraveling. I'll try not to speak out of anger. I'll tame my temper a little much better this time around. But first, there's a pattern I am seeing in a political space right now. And I've come to the logical conclusion. Every other person may disagree with me, but it's a well thought out conclusion. The hatred I'm seeing right now on the internet, in the press, in our country, is directed at one man alone. These people are not speaking for democracy. They just hate Tinubu outrightly. Outrightly, because there is no sense a senior lawyers from a particular space in our country, all of them wearing the same garb, speaking the same language, disparaging the judiciary. It's like you are pissing and spitting into the well you are drinking from. This same judiciary, you have cases upon cases, you still have to go in front of them. And because of you are pretending democracy, that is why you are speaking for, you are not speaking for democracy. You are not speaking for judiciary. You are speaking because you hate the man who is in Aso Rock at the moment. And you are ready to self-immolate yourself by thumbing your nose at your own profession. You claim to be priest at the temple of justice. and you are feeding the oracle poison, vituperations. Why is it so? And they are not intelligent enough to make calculations about the consequences of what will happen. Because I watched this Onochie woman, what she said about Obi, and I stumbled onto why she said that. I saw a video.
Do you have that video? Do you have that video?
You know, I'm not savvy. Even though I'm a capitalist venture, I put money here and there on this ICT thing. I not savvy much. I will search for it. I think.
Yeah, we need that video if you can find it.
I think it was a legit Nigeria, or what they call it. I saw it. I will go look for it again. And somebody in the comment section was where I saw the video, where Obi is talking about Cardinal Sin in Philippines, that after service on a Sunday, Cardinal Sin ordered the congregants to go into the street and go to the presidential palace and confront Ferdinand Marcos.
So, sorry, when did you see that video?
About an hour ago. Okay, I will find it. Let me just finish. Let me finish.
I need that video. I need
Baba,
that video.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Just
GD,
1 second,
please.
Baba. 1 second,
Yeah.
Baba. One man, check the WhatsApp link that I sent to you. So I think one of them contained that video. Just check.
All right.
Can I continue?
Yeah, carry on, Baba.
Okay. He removed the historical fact away from that narrative, he said. The historical fact is this. Nino Aquino, I think in 87 or so, a senator in Philippines who was imprisoned by Ferdinand Marcos, but got sick in prison and left for Boston in New York, in America, to be cured. I think after 3 years in Boston or something, he was yearning to come back home to Philippines. America did not want him to go. He refused because Marcos was deadly. He hopped on a plane with retinue of press people, and when they got to the capital, what's the Philippines capital now? I've forgotten. He was the one who disembarked from the plane first.
Manila.
Yeah, Manila. He disembarked from the aircraft, and as soon as he bent down, kissed the floor of the tarmac, he was shot down. He was shot. That's the beginning of the fall of Marcos. It is in that light that Cardinal Sin instigated the congregants to go into the street and go to the presidential palace to confront Marcos. So when he's saying it, he did not say he didn't narrate the historical content of it. He was saying it as if Onoyekon could just one Sunday, Cardinal Onoyekon would go to Abuja church and say, Christians, follow me. Let's go to Aso Rock. It's not going to happen in our country. Our country is not a Catholic country. Philippines is a Catholic country, yes. But our countries, we have Muslims, we have Christians. Even Christians are different. He donated 50 million to Anglican the other day. When he was governor, what did he do to the Anglicans? He was backing on the back of the Catholic against the Anglicans. Didn't the Anglicans complain about him then? Today he's donating 15 million. He's instigating people. Ajaero came. Who doesn't know how to put meat in the mouth and it disappears? It's not magic. Ajaero came and talked about a strike action for 2 days, including a day where the presidential listing will be read. All their calculations has failed because they put it on that day so that people will be free and they think they can storm Aso Rock. It can't happen. They've been shamed twice through Ajaero. And they will have their just deserts at the appropriate time in that country. Because what they are doing, I don't know, what is 4 years in a man's lifetime? We are going 100 days and above. What is 4 years? Didn't we survive Buhari? We survived Buhari, didn't we? For 8 years. So if you are displeased with 4 years of Tinubu, wait, go and start arranging yourself. What is all of this about? It's not my president, the judiciary, they are corrupt, they are this, they are that. I don't understand. I don't, because what is said in that video, when you play it, you find out it is treasonable. It is treasonable, and it's high time Aso Rock started acting. Thank you.
Yeah, Baba, we have the video somewhat. I'm not sure that this is the fullness of it, but we have.
No, this is what I saw, I think.
All right, let's have a listen. Let's have a listen, and then after I listen, I want to ask you about what Lauretta said. But let's listen.
Not people you remove by prayers. So it is time to act, not to pray. The youth, unfortunately, you know how Marcos left office in Philippines? Marcos left office because on a Sunday, Cardinal Sin finished church service. Instead of saying, the mass is ended, let's go, he told everybody today, follow me and block the presidential lodge. After 3 days, Marcos and his wife left. It is time for us to close the church and deal with discipline. Not people you remove.
All right. If that is not a call to anarchy, then I don't know what is.
Exactly.
Baba, Lauretta Onochie is asking that the DSS, they should bring the clown in. Do you think the clown should be brought in, the clown?
Yeah, I support. That's what she's asking. And the DSS should not shirk their responsibility. You cannot instigate mob to take over the streets. They've been trying all tactics all along, but the Nigerian citizens, they are not supporting it. They've tried NLC, TUC last time did not support even the last 2 days warning strike. Let them bring it on. That's what I would say, because I trust too much the man in Aso Rock. I trust too much in him. I trust too much in him. I think if he's waiting for the Supreme Court to exonerate him totally, I think he's just waiting too long. He should start acting now.
No, but he has to act. He has to wait for the Supreme Court to come in with a judgment, because if they start to pick up Peter Obi now, then that would not look good for the optics. It's almost as though they are using the weight of the state to fight an opponent that is fighting them in court.
Let me call you back. So it's almost as though they're using the weight of the state to fight an opponent that is fighting them in court. But once the Supreme Court comes in with its judgment, I see no reason why they shouldn't start picking up these guys. Even if they don't make any comments subsequently, all the retrospective comments that they have made sufficient enough for them to be picked up. I've read I'm on I think 5-something going to 600 of that judgment. They even went basic, elementary, just so to satisfy everybody that understand why we got to this conclusion. And you all are coming out in droves. The law, that judgment is about common sense. They went above what is necessary in that judgment. Even this Obi, some of them are saying, oh, you'll be sworn in, even if they overthrow the government. This same Obi did not ask for that. He did not ask for that. All he wanted is cancel the election, rerun.
A lot of people that have been saying he doesn't call for violence. He doesn't call for violence. This is a call to violence.
What is this video now you just showed? And he did not put it in a historical context. He left that part of what actually instigated that action by Cardinal Sin. And the strength of the country is because it's purely Catholic country. Are we mono religious in our country?
This is an invitation to a religious war, isn't it? Really, what is saying?
That is what they are trying.
Launch against the Muslim in power.
Because they are I mean, why did he say that? I can't find, and they say he's a gentleman, he's a saint, he's this.
Because do you know why? Most of
Yes.
the trained Christians in Brazil era. Most of the
Say
trained
again?
Christians in Brazil era. That's a fact. You can't deny that. It
That
was
what?
people be the able to get mad. I'm saying that it was people be able to get mad at Nigeria. Enough's enough.
The Igbo should get mad.
Yes.
Is it about
Nigeria's
the Igbos or
like
Nigeria? So it's about the Igbos, not Nigeria. What are you saying?
Nigeria's are treating the Igbos like shit. And the Igbos are enough's enough. Igbos are enough's enough. Igbos are fired up today. Nigeria's treating Igbos like shit.
I'm not even hearing you. I don't understand what you say.
Nigeria's treating Igbos
that's a speech
like babies. The Igbos are tired. It's supposed to be Igbo president, but they deny our president.
So it's supposed to be Igbo president. Okay, so now we know.
See, Igbos are tired. Enough's enough. Igbos are tired. How we treat in this country? Enough's enough.
So they are tired. So he's now telling it's now telling the church to run at Aso Rock. That's what he's saying. That the church should run at Aso Rock.
I predict this is gonna happen. I predict this is gonna happen. This is the last one.
will follow him.
Presidency. I predict it.
Anglican will follow. Methodist will follow. Baptist will follow.
All right, thank you.
Pentecostals will follow.
Thank you, Charles. Back to you, Baba.
Yeah, you can see this is where I come to the logical conclusion on my own.
It's unbelievable what we just heard, by the way. Baba, am I being a bit excessive? That was unbelievable that the Philippines ran against the state. It is time to stop praying and it's time to take action. Church run against the state.
And he did not, the way he proved that statistics, that's the same thing. He did not put it in historical this thing. He did not put it in the historical context. And his base, which don't know, they don't read, all they do is live on internet, they will not even know. They will just listen that one Cardinal Sin actually did this, so we can replicate it in Nigeria. They should try it.
Hello,
Go
Baba.
on the street. Yes, sir.
I wish Obi can just listen to Kenny Rogers, the gambler. That's just what is coming to my mind right now. He's playing with fire.
I think he has a death wish. I think he's daring the government. He felt that maybe if he's arrested, Nigeria will burn. Thousands
you know, Baba, that's the calculation, you know. If they arrest him, there'll be a southeastern reaction. And that's his final play now, to create anarchy. So if they arrest him, there'll be a southeastern reaction.
One man, let me tell you, again, that is what I read into it, but he will be shocked that nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. I can bet anybody thousands of dollars. Nothing will happen. When they say if Nnamdi is incarcerated, heaven will fall, as if fell. Nothing will happen. The country is not East alone. The country is not East alone. We have different zones in the country, different blocks in the country. Because you lost an election, number 3, you are not even number 2. Number 2 is there howling. You are jumping above number 2 to attack number 1. Do you have sense? I don't know. Because when they talk as if there is no number 2. It's Obi versus Tinubu. And there is number 2. There is number, because the whole thing is taking a different dimension. Obasanjo is talking about democracy in a different light. Fayemi is supporting him. Because I heard Fayemi saying, what did he say? He said in a country where we should restructure our democracy so that have a kind of hybrid that if you have 37%, that's what he said, 37% vote, you should have only 37% of the government. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yeah, proportional representation. Is that what
Exactly.
it is?
Fire me. Because he was not made a minister. He was taking yank before the EFCC. So he's angry. A lecturer in Ghana who was brought in because of the Abiola issue, who ran Kudirat radio. What is wrong with all of these people? Where are our senses? Has common sense taking flight in our country?
I think the Supreme Court should take as little time to, because they don't have to, because all of the body of all of the work, all of the law has been done at the appellate stage. So they shouldn't take any time at all to come to a decision so that this thing can end. So after the Supreme Court, then let's now hear any noise in the public space, and then we can knock on the door of the DSS that, look, what's going on?
And with all their bravura, with all their noise making, look at ordinary Asari Dokubo is there facing them in Abuja. They can't even do anything. With all this noise they are making, it's all sheer bravado. Nothing will happen. I'm happy. People, we think, because somebody called my attention, I think the last time you were here was when we discussed about the war. And somebody told me, I couldn't find it, that even Onochie, exactly what we discussed here, I think today's Tuesday, yeah, on Sunday, Onochie repeated it the same day as if he was listening to us.
I've invited him, but he's not responded, Reno.
Yeah. Oh, he said he word for word, except that he put timeline to what we discussed and everything. So people are listening. And we have the silent majority. There are people who didn't vote. There are people who are too old to get involved. They are watching. I call them the silent majority. And they are in their numbers. Because you got 6 million votes and you want to impose, it's not going to happen.
That little clip that we just watched, that crossed the line.
It crossed the line for me.
Yeah, that crossed the line.
It did. That did it for me. Now, how dare you? Because Onoyekon is talking. So that's give you this thing. Who told you to give Anglican 50 million 2 days ago? Have you given them money before? As governors, what did you do for Anglican Church in Anambra? Were they not complaining that you pander to the Catholic diocese more? Let them try it.
All right. I feel the need to play. Yeah, before you come in, Ekene, well, I want you to watch this.
I know people you remove by prayers. So it is time to act, not to pray. The youth, unfortunately, you know how Marcos left office in Philippines? Marcos left office because on a Sunday, Cardinal Sin finished church service. Instead of saying, the mass is ended, let's go, he told everybody today, follow me and block the presidential lodge. After 3 days, Marcos and his wife left. It is time for us to close the church and deal with discipline.
So there it is. That's Peter Obi calling for anarchy because he lost an election. Ekene?
Well, Peter Obi didn't call for anarchy because he lost an election. This video was made before the election.
Woman, excuse me, Ekene, woman. Was Ekene before every one of us on this show, or you just wanted
No, it's interjecting because he's a Peter Obi adherent. So I'll come to you after him. I know this is something everybody wants to speak on. Yeah.
So this video was made before the election. This video was not made after the election. So saying that he called for anarchy because he lost an election is not the right statement. So you should go check the date of that video and all that. That the woman talked it out and attacked it to this post. That he should be arrested. Dog an old video where they asked him a question. What the church is going to do and all that and all that. Then he responded in that manner. Doesn't mean that he made the statement because he lost in the court or because he lost an election. So let us put
Even
it right back.
if he made it before the election, it's still not an appropriate thing for somebody who aspires to rule a country to say go to
How is it
Aso.
not? How is it not? How is it not? Don't you know how the nation was before the election?
How was the nation?
This is a question asking in an organization.
Can they play this tape for you to listen again?
I listened to it even before I came in here.
Good.
So it's not. There is nothing. You just the way you put it that he made a statement because he lost an election.
All right. Let Dewale come in. So sorry, let me move the conversation to Dewale. So Dewale, you still have the floor, Baba, but I think everybody's keen to speak on this. Dewale, Ekena is questioning the timeline, and I'm not sure that I'm yielding to him on the timeline, but the content of that clip is unquestionable. That was a call to anarchy. Dewale.
Thank you, Woman. If we look at all the events that culminated before the general election, whether this particular speech was made before the election or after the election, for someone that I hold in high esteem, for someone who has benefited from a state called Nigeria, for someone who claimed to be in service for the nation, it shouldn't be a do or die. Yes, you have an ambition. You are burning to render service to your fatherland, but that shouldn't be a call. If you're calling them, I remember very well on this show when we say that he exploited the religious aspect of our division by continuously visiting religious houses and whipping up that sentiment. Now, look at this speech. I don't care whether this speech has a preface or a longer ending, but in this context, he was telling them, and he was setting an example of what people did by taking law into their hand and marching to the presidential palace. Now, one disgruntled followers somewhere in a remote village, wherever it is, will take this short video clip and decided they want to take law into their own hand. I wonder what would be his response or his excuse. You know, at the time when we attain certain status in the society, everything we do, everything we say has to be measured. Or else, what makes you attain that status, you could also lose that status as well. Now, we all remember Showore, with all due respect to Babajale Koko. The reason why he lost his position in the heart of the so-called Southern youth to this moment was because he was stepping out of boundary by calling for anarchy when he said revolution now. And if you remember till today, he's still in court for that alone. Now, whether that is justified or not, well, he will answer to the court and he's still answering to the court. Now, for someone that will be making this call, does not depict the kind of pedestal the Nigerians or people that admire him, placed him. It's not a must. Whether the speech was made before the election or after the election, that is not the issue. The issue is that he made a statement that does not depict the kind of person people think he is. If his vice president candidate had made this speech, we will all be here and say, look at this rascal, coming out against saying, doing what he likes doing. But someone like Obi, to me, that is uncalled for. That is wrong, completely wrong. regular customer like Atiku would never make such statement. Yes, he will be fighting his court, a case in the court. But for a newcomer like Obi, you don't burn bridges. You don't raise the roof or burn down the house simply because your wish wasn't, done. In life, there's always a second chance. And if you don't, there are a lot of people that gain prominence by not even, attain or achieve what they set to achieve. But they eventually become larger than life in life. Even they themselves marvel at the position or where life placed them. They refer them and they respect them. And I give you an example. At the time, Nelson Mandela was not beloved by the entire South Africa. Some South Africans sees him as a, what was this example in the Bible? They felt that, well, you talk too much, you antagonize these people too much. And some of them, believed him. Now, look at him. At the end of his life, towards the 12th of his life, he was even larger than the position that he occupied as a president. Now, that is the mystery of life. You never can tell. That is why when you attain certain status, whether we like it or not, Obi is now a leader in Nigeria, whether in politics or in any part of life. And he should comport himself in a way that for life, people will see him as not just somebody who came to contest for election, but somebody who came and contribute his own quota and trying to make life better for his kinsmen, not just somebody who believe that because I don't get what I said.
Do you think the authorities should bring him in for questioning at the very least off the back of?
It should be. It should be. Because that
toga of gentleman has now been removed, especially on the back of this. Not that anybody ever really considered him a gentleman.
It should be invited for questioning. I don't subscribe to him being arrested because we've had people saying the worst in the past. But it should be invited for questioning. And then in the course of their discussion during the question and answer, it should be made to understand, perhaps need to put the statement out there, to counter what he has put out there. Because someone like him in his status should be seen in a way that is more of, a bridge builder, not a divider. To me, that's what it should be called. But if you refuse to do that, then they can do whatever they want to do. But I doubt if someone, maybe he made this statement at the heat of the moment, because some people get carried away when they are, that cocoon, that bubble of.
Can I ask you something? I just want to ask a question.
No, let Ajande Koko come in first. Ajande Koko.
Yeah, I think we've been doing propaganda here and misinforming people here if we don't really watch that video from the beginning to the end. That is the only thing that we can do that can guide our opinion and our thought in response to whatever is said. So showing a video that is just like 5 seconds, and in what context did he say what he said, and what led to it, and we didn't even listen to we didn't even watch the video. So what are we trying to do? Are we trying to act like obedient that always carry out propaganda everywhere? I don't think we should be doing that. We should have conversation over this, because we don't know when this video came out, whether it was 5 years ago or just recently before the election or after the election. We don't even know. And we want to start.
Let's say what we do know, Ajande Koko. What we do know is that this video is within this electoral cycle. We know that because of the words that were said and Peter Obi's presentation as well, because it looks differently from 4 years ago. So we know that it's in this electoral cycle. we're not able to play the fullness of it because this is the clip that is in circulation at the moment. But if anybody can find a more expanded one, please just send it in and then we'll play the fullness of that. So that as well. But what we also know, because we're going back to Yes Daddy, aren't we? That what did they say before Yes Daddy and what did they say after Yes Daddy?
No, the Yes Daddy video, we know when that one came. Which one, we don't know when it came out.
I sent it to you on Instagram. The full.
Is it a fuller version?
I sent it to you on Instagram.
A fuller version.
And when did this video? When did he? When was this video?
About a year ago.
Okay, so why are we commenting? Why do you want to comment on his statement?
It is still relevant. Even a year ago, it is still relevant. It is within the election cycle.
Relevant to this situation we have.
Then why would you so much put it here to put an arrest? It's irrelevant
at all.
Why?
It has nothing to do with this election, with the recent election, presidential election.
If he said this 5 years ago against Buhari, was that still correct or appropriate at that time?
I'm appalled that Babajale Koko will be making this statement.
No, because now you are relating. Hold on. Don't be appalled. Hold on.
I am.
You are relating this video with the aftermath of the election, and that is wrong.
No.
And we are saying that
I think Babajale Koko, he planted a seed already of aggressiveness in the minds of people.
Are you guys
should also consider that.
You guys
should also consider that, Baba.
Then you say
obedient now. What we are accusing them of doing is what you guys want to start to do now.
No, it's not about that, Babajale Koko. Let's put this
and listen. Maybe you didn't listen.
Hold on, gentlemen. Ajale Koko, we have a fuller version of the clip, so we can watch what he said. We can watch and hear what he said. It's just loading up now. We can watch and hear what he said preceding it and then succeeding it. So I've not heard it myself, but let's hear it together.
In terms of reaching the youth and reaching people, what are your thoughts about how the church can mobilize young people?
Well, it's a very simple thing. That's what we're doing here. The church has to know that we've passed the time of praying. It's not going to be solved by praying alone. It has to be solved by acting. If you pray with discipline for the rest of your life, they'll never go away. You must chase them away. So they are not people you remove by prayers. So it is time to act, not to pray. The youth, unfortunately, for we the leaders, what you're seeing today, the banditry you're seeing today was created by us. Because it is the people we didn't educate yesterday that is now chasing us out of our houses. Today you have a demography you're talking because they're not productive. That is why your country is collapsing. A huge country like Nigeria, with 926,000 square kilometers of land, 200 million people, our total export last year was under $30 billion. Including the oil we are sharing every day. And because you are not investing in your engine of growth, which is the youth. Another country, Vietnam, with 331,000 square kilometers, a third of your size, half of your population, 100 million, exported 313 billion exports. You couldn't make 10% of that. And what did they export? It's not oil. It was manufactured goods. Electronics, 60 billion. Clothing, 32 billion. Shoes, footwear, 23 billion. They exported more footwear than we got from oil. And we're sharing oil. Put money in this. We have youths that have talent, energy, willing that can change the world. All they need is leadership to invest in them. It is time for them to take back their country and chase all of us out. If they do that, so what Pastor is doing today is what the churches need to do. You know how Marcos left office in Philippines? Marcos left office because on a Sunday, Cardinal Sin finished church service. Instead of saying, the mass is ended, let's go, he told everybody today, follow me and block the presidential lodge. After 3 days, Marcos and his wife left. It is time for us to close the church and deal with these people.
It's even worse than I thought. They should have picked him up there and then. It's even
what has this man done
worse than I thought.
What have he said wrong?
What has he said wrong?
Absolute truth. He didn't say anything wrong.
They should have
What
picked him up
he
there
said-
and then. Why didn't they arrest him on the spot?
Look, they can't arrest him. He has not said anything wrong. Everything is said right there.
Instigating the masses.
Wrong at all.
What he said is similar to the what you're...
Once upon a time, we have church leaders in Nigeria, and I can remember vividly well, Olubunmi Okonge in the 70s, in the 80s, was a religious leader
the military government.
Spoke very tough and
against the military government.
Against the military government.
Hold on. Against the military government. It doesn't matter whether government is government. You guys don't change this
government
thing.
is not government.
Government is government. We have bad government in Nigeria. And that is what Obi was speaking about, that Nigerians must leave all this prayer. Prayer
It's
cannot
containers
take
that come in.
out.
Did they put
Let's
anything
take
inside
action.
to export it out?
Hold on. You people should not exercise this anti-Obi.
Would you let us have
This kind of statement, even if he made it in the election cycle, it is what is fueling the present
It didn't fuel anything.
situation.
It didn't
I'm
fuel
not
anything.
surprised.
It
I'm
was
not going to
advising
pander to anybody.
Nigerians to stand up and fight for their country.
I'm not
He said that
surprised.
he was advising Nigeria, drop these church services and stand up and fight for
Adale Koko, what he said was that the church leaders should lead a protest movement to go and storm Aso Rock Villa.
He didn't say so. He didn't say so. He didn't say so. He was making reference. He was making
mobilizing the youth.
He was not how people
He was mobilizing the
for their
church, even
country.
in the
He
whole
wasn't
context of the
mobilizing the
message.
youth to go and vote. He was mobilizing people
He said
into
they need to
anarchy.
chase them out, including
To chase them
that's what
out.
he
Why
said.
are we
He
having
didn't say
issues
go and
with
vote
saying the
and
truth?
come.
All right, let's get back to Dewale
You know,
and take it from.
gentlemen, I'm not surprised.
I don't get it.
This is
This
not
guy
personal.
was advising church leader. It is time to
He was
stand
not
up for the
advising.
country. He wasn't asking them, hello. He wasn't asking them to go violent. He said they should stand up. He said they should stand up and fight for their country.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
what he was telling them.
Hold on. What did he mean when he said stop praying and take action? That's what they did in the Philippines, that they stormed the state house.
Exactly. He didn't say go and
He
vote.
didn't tell them to go and do such thing. He was just making.
It was
not telling them the story. He was just telling them, hold on, people, don't turn this thing around. Don't twist it. Don't spin
You are the one twisting it here, Aja.
no, you guys are twisting it. You guys
You are the one twisting it.
He was
Because
telling
he
them,
spoke in
look,
English,
this
very
is
plain
what
English.
he was telling them what the church did in Philippines. The
Yeah,
role
they
they
stormed
played.
the state house.
The role they played.
So what
And
is
we
he inviting
know-
them to do?
And we know that in Philippines, the church is very, very strong there, particularly in the political struggle of that country. We know that. And he was telling them this is what the church did to send away bad leader in their country. He didn't tell them, oh, let's go and do, but he's telling them, stand up for your country.
Stop praying, take action. Stop praying, take
Mobilize
action.
all your-
Even include himself.
Let's take people out. What are you guys talking about?
You are spinning. I think we're even doing a better job than
let us have an input as
rational
well.
mind.
Not everybody that will be able to hear like this.
All right,
Okay.
Dewale, you have the floor.
I will make my own brief. Not everybody will be yelling like this. Obanjale Koko, with all due respect, I understand your stand, but the thing is, I'm not surprised that you are also backing and supporting this statement made by this man. Your own beloved candidate also makes similar statement, and where he landed him today, we all understand that we have some are closer to the government than
All
others.
of you are not. All of you not suffering it today.
Mr. Dewale, I want to ask two questions before you continue.
Hold on, before you ask me question. Hold on. If Showore has been close and have a godfather like Obi did, he probably will not be arrested or be in Nigeria by now. So Obi is enjoying that closeness to the power up to this moment. If we look at this statement in the context in which he responded by trying to incite the Christendom, he said, and he make reference to what happened in Philippines. What led to this? He wasn't saying the Christians should come out and vote them out. He said they should be chased out, including himself, because whether he liked it or not, he was part of that, and he's not denying it. He said to be chased away and blocking the presidential palace and chase them away. That is an incitement.
He did not say that expressly, that go and block the presidential level. He didn't
have to bring
charge them. He
megaphone
didn't charge
out.
them to go and do that.
He did not have to
Why are
bring
you people trying
megaphone
to
and
twist
tell
all
them
you,
point
all
blank.
you
He said,
Tinubuis, all of you that are Tinubuis?
Why did you say go and vote them out?
We are
I don't know.
speaking the fact. If he had said, look, you guys need to stop praying, come out en masse and vote like your life depends on this.
Exactly.
I will say, I'll doff my hat. As a matter of fact, that's what I expect him as a statement now to do.
Adewale, I
But
want
when
to
you
ask you a
have
question. You don't want me to ask
when you
you a
have
question before
someone who is taking a different route,
Sorry, let's have one voice. We don't want voices cascading over each other. Dewale has the floor. Carry on. Yeah.
who is taking a different route, a different approach, an approach that is meant to boomerang that is enough to burn down the entire country. Like I said earlier, we are all rational minded here. What about those who doesn't have that thinking, rational thinking skill that can easily say, you know what, this man is calling. If you go online and see the response people are giving to this speech alone, they are saying he should bring his own son, his own children to lead the pack to go and face these people and see how it's going to end. Those are the responses I was seeing online. And all these ones we are talking about here is even a child play. They were saying that he should bring his own children to lead the pack. That did they remember what happens in Lekki and all that? They were making reference to that who would do that? Considering what is happening in Nigeria today, and we're defending that, oh, this man made this statement. It wasn't meant to incite people. Give me a break. As a matter of fact, he needs to be questioned whether it happens in the past or in the present, and it's going to happen in the future. He needs to be questioned on that because that is wrong. If you and I make this statement,
Dewale,
we'll
no
be trained by
Nigerian.
the secret service.
No Nigerian is more Nigerian than any other Nigerian. Who said that?
Aisha Yusuf.
So clearly, some Nigerians are more Nigerians than other Nigerians. Here is a guy asking people to run at the State House and seize governance. He's walking the streets free. There is Showore asking the people to revolt against bad governance. He's in prison custody. So some Nigerians are more Nigerians than other Nigerians.
Like I said, it's enjoying this proximity to the power. That's why it's still roaming about. Unlike Showore,
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Let me come in. See,
okay.
Hold on. Let Kenny ask the question first. With this.
Okay, Adewale, number one, did you the time that this present government made the statement occupy Nigeria, what was your reaction then? What was your reaction then? And another question, are you afraid of revolution against bad government in Nigeria? Are you afraid of that? And what was your particular reaction when this present APC government made a categorical statement that really happened against Goodluck Jonathan? Jonathan, occupy Nigeria, which they really did, including your
Occupy
present president. Yeah.
Occupy Nigeria
Yeah.
was a protest, not to chase people out, but a protest, a
It
peaceful
was not to
protest.
chase good luck. It was not to chase
No,
good luck away from office.
hold on. It was a protest because they were protesting. Remember what led to that protest then? It wasn't. It
And they
wasn't
did not ask people to go and attack State House
no, there
like
was
the
No,
nobody
Adewale,
chasing them.
Adewale, please just let me support you for 10 seconds. These same propagators of Occupy Nigeria, were they not the one that put Jonathan in office when the Senate was daily dying, or the National Assembly when Yaradua died? And no, we were not in the know of exactly what happened. And the Vice President Jonathan was not being sworn in. This same that's how Occupy Nigeria started, and it started organically. Adewale, carry on.
All right.
like I was,
Take it back to where Kenneth's question was. Take Desi's interjection, and then we bring somebody else on.
okay, I don't want to occupy the space too long, so I like now
Occupy
I'm short.
Nigeria. Occupy
Yeah,
Nigeria.
Occupy Nigeria was for a purpose. It wasn't meant to incite people to chase people in government out. It was for a purpose. Now, if anybody call now, I think the second question was what's my position if there's a call for me to protest or something like that. See, I
Oh, I
am
said, are you afraid? Are you afraid of revolution in Nigeria against bad government?
okay.
And this statement is not only occupy Nigeria. Both
Yeah.
bloodbath will fall on the street if this and this happened during the election. All that and other statement that happened during that both occupy Nigeria, the pre-election and all those things. Your reaction, and are you
Okay.
afraid for revolution against bad government in Nigeria? Why are you afraid
Okay.
of it?
I'm a student. I'm a student of history, and I think I'm old enough to know what peaceful revolution is all about, and some shenanigans that we have going on. A revolution like the one that happens in Arab Spring wasn't organic. Even the one that was the mushroom ones that was happening in Lekki wasn't organic. It was mainly some disgruntled or people that are short-sighted. They're trying to capitalize on the prevalent insecurity in the land and use that to their advantage because you think that will help them in the forthcoming election. But when you have to have a revolution in a land, a revolution grows organically because you can feel the perverseness in the land and the inequality and all that. And how do you measure that? When you have certain region of it in a country, for example, it seems southwest, south, and southeast are still doing well relatively compared to the people in the north. I know our northern brother in the other day trying to, put that on the side and trying to, say that is it's more derogatory and all that, but they are not doing well. But how do you see people, from that part of the country protesting or calling for a revolution? But when you don't see that, that means it's lopsided. Now, that means it's not organic. But when you have at least 90% of the entire country supporting that, even before you get to that point, you must have been named in the board and called the people in position to order. And our situation has not degenerated to that point. All we have here, all we still have going on in Nigeria is just man-made problems that can easily be solved. When talk of revolution is, to me, I don't believe in it anymore. I believe we can take our own destiny in our own hand. Number one, by getting involved, by voting, by knowing what's going on in your country, not just being a Twitter champion and all that. And at the end of the day, you'll be able to control. If you put people in power, you put that person in power. But to be calling for an harm against the government, number one, is treasonable, and I will not be part of that. But if you're calling for a democratic, peaceful protest, I will gladly drop whatever I'm doing and join that such cause because I know it will benefit. So that's my position on that.
All right, Dewale, take Desi's interjection and respond, and then we'll go on to Solid Des.
Yeah. First off, this video that one man is playing,
I know, and I've seen the whole video. I'm not sure whether people are still new to this video. To be honest, this video, if you watch the whole full video, try and get the context of everything. Basically, get the context of actually how the video ended. That's what you would see. One man is playing a particular section of the video that he was talking about, the churches taking over the country. But a part in that video, he actually mentioned vote them out in the part in that, if you watch the whole video. So you don't take the side that suits you because you want to basically push some kind of, I don't know, agenda or whatever narrative you want to push there. Just please, 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 I'm begging everybody, try and watch this video. Do your research before you start trying to crucify this man. I don't even understand why a lot of people are so bent in trying to crucify this man for no single. It's more like becoming a martyr at this point, and you guys are making him be some sort of a martyr. So please, let's stop doing this. Thank you, woman.
You want me to speak to that?
One man, I thought you said you're taking it round, please.
Yeah. Speak briefly,
Can I say something?
Let me yield the floor. At this time, let me yield the floor.
All right, Ajale Koko, say something, and then we're going to Solly.
Okay. Look, this video, as I said earlier, 1 year ago, he was urging the church to start preparing to stand up for their country. The fact that he make reference to Philippines, how Philippines were able to chase out bad leadership, Marcos, that ruled them for several years, that rigged the election. What Marcos did that make the people to stand up, that have the church leader to say, you know what, enough is enough. This guy have to kill all of us, because Marcos and his troop has been killing people. So they went to mass. They said he has to kill the whole country, and that was what made Marcos to run away, because the whole country stood up against his murderous act and governance. So Nigeria did the same thing too during the what do we call it? Annulment of Abiola election result. We, the Nadeko and the Yoruba people stood up, said, well, you want to kill all of us? We are not. We got to fight you to the end. So this is the way that responsible people in their country must stand up against bad government. Are you telling me that we have not been badly ruled in Nigeria for the past 23 years? Is it not the time for us to even get angry to say, you know what? We must take our country back. There's time for revolution. Is it not the time? Obi said it. He said it clearly well that Nigeria should stand up and change. It doesn't mean that he has to win the election, but urging Nigeria to stand up and do the right thing. He didn't even say in that video, come and vote for me. He was making reference to the way the country economy has been badly managed. Imagine a country with 200 billion population, with huge resources, abundant of resources, making under 30 billion as revenue, or let me just say 30 billion. What is not enough that Russia paid as subsidy for their people? It's not as much as what Russia paid as subsidy on petroleum in Russia. And that is what we make in a year, and we are jubilating, and they are stealing all our resources. So I don't think that is too. I don't think we should go after him and start destroying this guy because of this video. I think it's very, very unfair. We should look for something else. This is not the one that we should use to criticize him. That's my own take, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So Solly come in. A bit unfair, Ajanle Koko said that we should be critical somewhat of Peter Obi inviting the church and the clergy to run on the state house and change government through. Maybe they will use is it the cross or the Bible to beat Tinubu out of office? What do you make of that, Peter Obi and his church take your country back?
Hello, viewers, and the ones that will love calling me by gods because I speak the truth. Yeah, when I first saw the video initially, I was not surprised, because he has past antecedents of doing things like this. However, fake news has started becoming a thing in Nigeria. So I had to dive in much deeper and look for the main source and everything. The video was made by, from the name, I would assume it's a northerner, and then Laura, whatever, probably saw it and picked it up without any investigation, without any research, and the whole nation carried it. Now, let's ask ourselves, if this guy does not have antecedents of saying this kind of things, pushing this kind of narratives, nobody will carry it. Nobody will carry it on top their head without doing research. This guy, till today, has not cautioned his words. He has said some things that have not gone viral, but he still speaks this way. He still speaks with this narrative. And then some people are comparing it that, okay, it's an old video. What about what MC Oluomo said? What about what Tinubu said? These are people that don't have past antecedents of curtailing violence, pushing fake agenda, pushing fake news, and not correcting themselves. They don't have this past antecedents. So we're talking about somebody that has past antecedents of doing all these things, and he never corrects himself. He never comes out to curtail his people's movements. If his people are acting violent, he will keep mute. He will hide himself.
Sorry, Lauretta Onochie is calling for his arrest. Do you align yourself with that, or do you think that's too extreme?
If it was after the election, then I would have aligned myself with that. However, it is not. So, I wouldn't say that is extreme, because I'm sure she also doesn't know that it's an old video, right? If it wasn't an old video, then it's not extreme. It is actually exactly what he should get, And this kind of thing, most people will just look at it as, oh, he actually wants to get arrested so that he can cause chaos. Why would people think that? It's because he was doing all this kind of things during the election. That's why. But thank God he's smart enough and he didn't, say this kind of thing after election. So this narrative was just put out there to cause chaos. People should stop putting out fake narratives. Don't copy disobedience. They've not won any single thing in their life. Stop trying to play the game at their own level. If it was working for them, then you can play it at their own level. But these people usually set trap and fall for their own trap. Just let them keep on doing what they are on doing. You don't have to come down to, even me sometimes, it's very tempting. I want to come down to their level so that I will show them that, it's not only you that can be wicked. It's not only you that can take it to this level. And you're even doing it at an amateur level. But you have to look at it from a macro level, not a micro level. They always end up playing themselves. Come down to their level. Don't put fake narrative out there. Don't put out this kind of video again. Just leave them to do their own thing. They always end up setting up themselves every single time.
All right.
So I don't this fake video is not good. It's not good.
All right. I'll probably take maybe one or two more commentaries on that space, and then we move the conversation on. But
one man, please. I want to say something on that space.
Yes, I'll come to you. But Solly, you said they've never won anything in their lives. So, we have to do this then.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see. you can never give them. You can only see, but you can never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them. You can only see, but you can never give them. You can only see, but you can never give them. Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them.
Ṣé àwọn Nigerians yìí ṣé wọ́n serious pàápàá gan?
Was
That is Ellen Paul.
what you meant? Sorry.
That's Ellen Paul.
Yeah? Who was that?
That's Ellen Paul.
Oh, yeah, you can only see, but you can never do better. So,
Who is that directed at exactly?
yeah, but we all know now.
People are not serious people now. I want to be fighting here, be fighting here, be arguing. Look at them. They are jollificating and enjoying themselves over there.
Nigeria is a joyous place, but you know. All right, let's go to Jide, and then maybe we have the final comment from Faith on that space. Jide, come in.
Okay.
Well, are you not going to give us the right of reply?
All right, you can come in, but I thought maybe we've been there for too long. But if you want us to hang around, we'll still have. But let Jide go first.
Yeah, but when they finish, at least if you have them, they still give us like right of reply.
Oh, all right, okay, we'll continue with it.
Okay, woman. Thank you for the opportunity. I want us to view this video with a detective's mind and take his sentence word for word. If you rewind the video and you go over it, there was a place where he said the youth should come out and chase us all out, including me. Very good. At the end where you stopped, he said, let the church stand up. Let us go and chase these people out. So he's now part of the church that will go out and chase the people. This man knows how to play this slimy snake serpentine moves. And the dangerous part of it is you are coming to become a president in a country that has Muslims, Christians, and other religions. And you go to church and you say that kind of a thing to the church. You are not saying they should come out and vote. Your statements were not consistently saying vote, vote, vote. If you had said that in the church and you went to the mosque and you said the same thing, nobody will take it against you. But what he has said is completely out of space, out of place rather. And you know, one thing I find funny about our people is when Tinubu's there's a statement from that was credited to Tinubu that he said something anarchy. We all went out for him and said, no, this is a rubbish statement. When Buhari said, I am also a Fulani man, everybody almost cut off his head because they see it like he's aligning with the Fulanis. If this man has said something wrong, no matter how stylish or how he's trying to cover it or cover his track, we need to say it. What he has said is wrong. And I feel there is a lot of sinister motive and notion to this thing. The person that pushed this thing, Lauretta, that was pushing it, she was actually commenting to an Hausa man. So you can see where the problem started, commenting to an Hausa man that actually brought out the video. Lauretta herself was just sacked by Tinubu. So I know she does not like Tinubu. But this is something that would make the news. And maybe some gullible minds will look at what this man has said, not go and find where he's saying it from, when he said it, and jump on the street and riot starts. And the government comes out to say that, and then everything becomes a chaos. This is the goal of these people. You know, I said it when we're talking about the water markage. I said the last stroke of the this thing for them now is that they want to create chaos in the country, and that is the only thing that is remaining for them. And that is my own view of those. I don't see how we can exonerate this man from whatever he has stated, either pre, during, or after election. This statement is insightful and it is a bad statement. If we are going to condemn, let us condemn. It does not matter where we belong. Let us say the truth as it is. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Jide. So, always well put by Jide. Let's hear from Solomon, who's coming specifically for this space. So, Solomon, let's have you. And by the way, the super chat is open for whoever wants to use that $ at the bottom of the screen to chat with the. So, Solomon, you're up next.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. Yeah, about this Lauretta Onochie's call on DSS to invite P2B for questioning. I don't think is necessary because this video was before election, so this man did not do anything wrong in the comments he made. That is because it was during the election. Even though I won't say thank God he did not win the election, but he did not do anything wrong. He was just trying to solidify his base, his support base, telling them, as in encouraging them and making them feel that, letting them know that they are one and they have a mission to accomplish. But he did not, and that they have a mission to accomplish. But as long as he did not make these comments after the election, even after this election petition stuff that just took place last week, there is no need for anybody to talk to arrest this man. There is no need at all, because in this case he's very, very innocent in it. But if assuming he made this statement during this period, they should not just only question him. They would. It is a very good idea, or it should be very good for the government to arrest him. But as long as he did not make this statement now, and I don't think this guy has. I will even give it to him that, forget, maybe some people say he's corny and all that, but this man has not even made any statement concerning any statement, or incite any statement to try to incite statement that would make statement that will incite violence in this country since after the election and this petition stuff. He's just being calm, and that is why this is one of the reasons why I don't even see him as somebody that is really fit to lead such kind of a movement. I feel like he's too calm, even though some people say he's tough, but he's too calm to lead such movement. But I will still have to give it to him. It's a very positive one of him. But Lauretta, and when I saw this video yesterday, I thought maybe it was just something like yesterday. I was like, why is this man behaving like this? Then till when I got to see that some comments, and they said it's an old video that it was during the before election and all that. So we don't need to talk. We don't need to say.
But it's not looking good for him, though, is it, Solomon? Because whether it was, and they're saying it was July 2022 that this video came out, that those comments were made. But whether it was July 2022 or 2 hours ago, so those were still his sentiments there. And he, in the course of an election, was inviting the citizenry to take the laws into their hands and launch against the state, even inviting the church to launch against the state. It says prayers are over. It's time to take action. Do as they did to Marcos in Philippines.
That was that time was Buhari's administration. Then Buhari would have been the one to his administration. The DSS would have been the ones to invite him then, not now. This video is an old video. This woman, what I'm talking about is this current, this as a presently that Onochie is trying to make the DSS to draw the DSS attention in inviting him. They don't need, as in, I'm trying to just like debunk this statement and make it, because it's not something current, it's not reasonable.
Would
for
you
her
would, would you advise him to caution his utterances from here on in because he's skating on very, very thin ice?
I think
The tolerance level is starting to wane for Peter Obi, I would say.
I think he's I don't should I use the word a diplomatic person, but yeah, I think he is very reasonable to know that he can't there are some statements he can't make, there are some things he cannot say, and so far he really followed that part of this, of not saying certain things, of just watching his words and minding the kind of things he says when he comes on media and all that. He doesn't come out to just talk anyhow or just say things, especially after the election. So we have to give it to him. It's just his, like people normally say here, and I say too, that these obedient people are more than this man. You saw what they were even saying, even that a day after the court ruling, that this time, the day of the court ruling, that anything that the court, or even a day before, that anything the court says, if it goes against them, that P2B should just leave them alone. He should not even interfere. You see, that the people are his followers are the ones that want the violence, not him. Even though he might even want it though, but these people now, they are just like, I don't want to say brainless people, but they, because right now because there's this kind of zombie, I don't want to say zombie followership, but because he don't need to tell them go, they will go. Do you understand? But as it stands,
Solomon, may I
everybody.
interject, please?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Good evening. Have you heard the word subterfuge? That is one. You can check that word out, subterfuge. And then also, I know that a lot of people will mistake and class as humble people because of the way they carry themselves. It's pure arrogance and deceit. Because when you see someone, oh, he's a humble man, but most of them are not humble. That is number 2 point. Number 3, I want you to take your church back. That video we watch. I want you to also look at the tape, Yes Daddy tape, and marry together with this. I think you will get a better picture. Thank you, young man.
Yeah. Like I said here, if it was then that when he made this statement, the period he made this statement that this called for DSS to invite him, yeah, it would have been reasonable. That was the appropriate time to get him invited, but not now that this thing is about. This was last year, so it has already passed. So right now they don't need to. DSS should not do it. I know if they should do something like that, or maybe the Nigerian force just go against this guy now. It's going to spark up something that will not really be good for the country. So let's try and let the government try and be reasonable and be, should I say, vigilant. In anybody, if he comes out to make statement like this, they should pick him up immediately without wasting time. But he has not said anything since after election, anything like this. Please, let's just be good, and let's just be reasonable and say no. The government, the DSS should not go for this man, because this is an old video. Yeah.
Solomon.
Solomon, you don't they make sense now. I don't they like you small. Don't worry, they come back Nigeria December, I go bottle you.
Solomon.
Bottle him. You be buy him a beer. In the UK, if you say bottle somebody, that one a fight.
He won't buy Solomon over. Solomon, you the way.
All right, Ajale Koko, make it a brief because I want to wrap up this conversation very quickly. But have your interjection, then the prime, and then the final word to Ekene, and then we just move from there. Yeah, Ajale Koko.
I just want to advise all of us, Des, Ekene, and Solomon, that are not on the side of those Tinubu people that are calling for Obi to be arrested, not to worry our head. They are Tinubu. they will say anything they will call for Obi's head. Anytime, any day. Same
including
as
your head.
Obedient. Same as you obedient. We call for Tinubu's head. So it's for that.
when the Tinubu sees the opportunity, the Tinubu's see this, so watch this video. Oh, this is an opportunity. Let's call for Obi said. And the same thing you people are doing, the obedient. So you guys should relax. Let us relax. It's just the game. Tit for tat. That's the way I see it. So one man, we can move on.
All right, brilliant. So very, very brief commentaries from the Prime and a brief commentary from Ekene, and then we'll move on to Dangote, which you will kick off, Ajan Lekoko. But the Prime, a short commentary on Lauretta Onochie, and a short commentary from Ekene after that.
Okay. Actually, when I saw the video first, I was extremely furious. Like, what is Obi trying to do? However, the timeline of the event has doused my anger. However, also that has also reduced his talk to me. Like, okay, he is not really fighting for the interest of Nigerians, because we saw what the Arab Spring did. It never made the life of the people over there better. It was one dictator replacing another. And we saw how Ukraine issue degenerated, and hundreds of thousands of people are dead and displaced right now. So I think anybody that wants to be in power in Nigeria should be that person that consider the stability of that country first above his personal ambition. Anybody not considering that is not fit for power, irregardless of how brilliant his ideas might sound to some people. I think I would like to put a full stop on that issue for now.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Ekene, just a short submission on that space. We spent too much time there, and then we move on. Ekene.
Yeah, Mr. Maman, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank people like Ajali Cook on this platform who always come with the right sense of reason whenever issue like this arises. So I doff my cap for you. You are a great man. You are a courageous man. No matter what people say, I respect you so much. So I know, and I've listened to the video for a very long time. This is not the first time I've seen this video. Following his antecedent, because he's the one that I follow very closely. I'm not just supporting him just because I want him to be the president of Nigeria. I'm supporting him because he's somebody that I know very well, and I love his lifestyle, and he encouraged my lifestyle also so much. And I've never seen anything that I would say I didn't like about this man. His personality is attractive to me personally. It's not because I want him to be the president, because I copy him and I love him so much. So, coming to the video, I know it's an old video. I am not worried. I know the game Lauretta Onochie wanted to play. I'm not worried about that. She can continue to play that game she wants to play. No problem. Obi is who he is. No matter the condemnation, no matter what people say, this man is a man I'm going to love. I'm going to love him for a very long time, whether present or not present. That's personal to me. So it never moved me. Nothing moves me here. Whatever people say against him, it doesn't move me at all. Because I followed his antecedents even before he became a governor. And I know what he left for my state and what he did for my state. And I continue to love him so much. So one man, no problem. It's an old video. He made a comment and he referred his speech to what happened in other states, which he didn't lie. It's what the church did there. So if anybody is not comfortable with it, then that means we are happy with the situation of the country. We say that the country should continue the way it is. And no problem, we are keeping calm and we are watching how this country is going to grow. And we pray that it grow economically. But if that should happen, all of us will start to tell ourselves the truth. Liberation is not a bad thing, provided it's done in a very right manner. So I don't think if things continue to go the way it continues to go today, this country will not move forward. But I pray that the present government do the right thing.
That's my take, one man. Thank you, everyone.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So we move on from there to a completely different topic. We spent too much time on there. A brief 10-second musical intermission just to say goodbye to Obi.
You can only see, but you can never get there. Oh, you can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only
So there it is, right there. You can only see, but you can never debe. So
No,
Dewale.
there's only one word for that. Shoroye. Shoroye, that's the title. To give to Mr. Somebody.
What does that one mean? For us that are not as engineer as
You see it, you smell it, but you not eat it.
Oh God.
Shoroye, that's the title.
Ọlọ́run má ṣe wá ní Ṣòróyè.
Àmì o lórúkọ Jésù.
All right. Dewale, lead the space on this one. Dangote refinery fails to meet August production deadline of 600,000 barrels per day. So not only have they failed to meet that deadline, they have failed to meet even a single barrel. They are arresting all these Indians, and the Indians should be arrested, but really, the one person that should really be arrested in that country is Dangote. The 600,000 barrel per day Dangote refinery is yet to begin production after the August commencement date earlier announced by the president, Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote. So what are you then making then of this guy that every single administration, he continues to fleece the Nigerian state, but he gets to walk away free? Has this guy turned into a sacred cow within the Nigerian space? And if the question of Dangote, if it's not answered by that country, will we ever make progress? Dewale, are you there? After all that build up, Ajan Lekoko, pick it up.
Let me take his place.
Is it there?
It's not there.
Okay. Greetings to our listeners around the world.
I did actually even say Ajan Lekoko. Yeah, so I did. So yeah, you just pull me back.
Let me take Dewale's place.
Who is that?
It's Pansat.
You know who it is now.
I want to hear. Okay, Pansat. Okay, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'm driving.
Please, Pansat, don't dabaru the session, please. I beg you. Carry on.
Why are you always picking on me? Huh?
I'm not picking on you now. We know your antecedents, but carry on.
Anyway, you're having a show, and the last question you asked, actually, I wanted to, my position on it. I don't think we're going to get anywhere until Dangote is tackled. He's an extension of these military dictators right from the beginning. And he's not allowing innovation, competition. And that's just a fact. Now, but he's actually extended that beyond those two evils, right? To where he's taking billions of dollars of our money and not delivering. For example, in this refinery case. There's no need to keep preaching to Nigerians and trying to tell us what are we going to do about all these things. And is there an us? We listened to the last argument and debate you guys were having about arresting OB, and we have a citizen, a model citizen, a patriotic Nigerian who's done everything by the book. Now, nobody's a saint, especially if you want to find fault with somebody. So when you combine all these things together, is the iniquitous Nigerians, you have a lot of them on this show. Quite annoying. So let me not debarrel your session, but it's a debarrel country. It's a debarrel country. It's weird. There are a bunch of Nigerians in exile and diaspora assemble here to talk about arresting somebody like Peter Obi. Then what do you want? You want somebody like me who would have solved this problem? Because the solution, like I said the first day I came here, is war.
It's not peace. It's not marching. It's not protest. The model is the Iraqi model. We have to take justice back home, like the Shias of Iraq did, and put all the people on trial. And I believe it's gonna get there. So one man, I'm driving. I don't want to be abrupt. I want to be able to treat these subjects with reason. But it's war that you actually want. When you're insulting our people, somebody like Peter Obi, you want to arrest Peter Obi. What do you think you're gonna get? Now
Nothing.
you arrest and capture Nnamdi Kanu. Very, very. Oh man, it looks like there's an accident here. Look, somebody's sitting on the floor actually.
Hold on. Let me put you on so we can see. Stay.
Okay. I just
hold
passed
on.
the accident, but you could put.
Oh, you passed it. Have you passed it?
I just passed it. But anyway, one man.
I wanted to document that. Can you pan the camera to
man,
it?
if you want to see accident, then you should be calling me every time. I see that all the time.
No, anytime you turn up. Where is it?
All right, so
you gone past it. Okay.
By saying to everybody, look, especially Peter Obi supporters, Southeasterners, Christians.
Get your guns, Abi. Are you going to get your guns?
If you're not going to get your guns, at least start training, because you're going to need it. At some point, we're dealing with the problem in Nigeria is an Islamic problem. That's all it is. It's an Islamic, northern Nigerians and other people don't get along. Everywhere the thing has been solved, you're going to have to take your country back. Iraqis did a share in this case. So it's not an Islamic thing per se, but a sect of Islam, right? So in the case of Iraq, it was between the Sunni Muslims of Iraq and the Shia. Saddam Hussein used to get 100% when the votes are cast. 100%. Where he comes from a minority. And he's lobbing missiles at Israel. He's gassing the Kurds. And he's talking about nonsense like they're doing in the North right now, like they're smarter than everybody else, and they're not. So we can't defeat these people. Don't let that Nigerian Biafra civil war fool you. We can defeat these people. They manufacture nothing. They have no patents. So when they're using Dangote, like you to put it on point here, and you're just here assuming that we're defeated and we're conquered, and we're not. We're going through the process, right? These northern Muslims do not believe in democracy. Don't fool yourself. They don't like democracy. They don't like technology. So those two things are anathema to their culture. But we're gonna have to move on here, and it's gonna be by taking it back by force. Tinubu is not one of them. He's a fake. He's a fake. They're using him. So the problem is not Tinubu. So let me leave you.
Is he a clone? Is Tinubu a clone, Pansat? Is he a clone?
He could be. He could be. Before the election, he stopped going to France to stay away for a month or more. He was peeing on himself. His hands were shaking. His legs were shaking. Right? And we know that. You know the song. I like that song. His hands were shaking. His legs were shaking. But you know, since the election, this man is running all over the place. He's running around.
Pansat, maybe the real Tinubu is in France, and then the clone is the president in Nigeria.
Yeah, but you know, even if we got a clone, it's better than the real Tinubu, right? Tinubu is an unknown phenomenon. We don't know who the hell he is. You don't know.
We don't know the school he went to. We don't know who his parents are. We don't even know if he's a Nigerian.
We don't
know if he's a Nigerian.
No, we don't. He's more Guinean than Nigerian.
Are we sure he's a human being? Maybe it's from Mars.
We don't know.
Have we explored that?
One man. What are you doing? Why are you subjecting us to this?
No, it's comic relief now. Comic relief.
You're being sarcastic, but you know what? It's not funny. You may be right. He is none of the things that you. Aren't you? I mean, don't you have a shame by now? We have to have a president that we don't know any of these things, even half of the things you're talking about. You don't know.
You know, the speculation is his real name is not actually Tinubu.
He might actually be a girl. Up to that, he may be a Damas.
No, it could be a girl because he documented himself as a girl at Chicago State University. So it could well be a girl. Maybe it's a cross-dresser, dressing like a man. Yeah?
He could be anything. A girl, he's not.
Pansat.
Tinubu can never be a girl. No girl look that ugly, right? You know that. We know that. Let's not get carried away here. Right?
There's an information that said that even Tinubu is not a Yoruba man; he's an Easterner.
Well, I can
imagine that. Imagine if we could prove that. If Pansat will suddenly be his #1 champion. Suddenly he will be his #1 champion.
Pansat, if you discover tomorrow that Tinubu is actually an Easterner, would you continue to speak like this? Would you still continue to speak like this in this manner you are speaking against Tinubu?
Okay, listen to me now carefully, John Lekoko. You know how much respect I have for you, right? Now, every day here, other Easterners, not even me, first of all, who doesn't promote politicians based on their region or religion. Every Igbo person here tell you they are not supporting Peter Obi because of his tribe. They cite so many examples, right? Every single person you accuse them of doing that. Now, they give you an example. They say, what about Orji Zakalo? He's running against Akpabio, for example, for Senate. And they say, no, make you not take this guy, yo. We no like him, yo. Now, why your man way be you, right? This Orji Zakalo. Then another person will come and say, hey, these Igbos, they don't support their own. That's why they're not politically savvy. We don't support any. Peter Obi, somebody earlier described him aptly as a Nigerian. He says, look, go ahead and arrest him. You know that he's on. Oh, it's another show. Peter Obi is not an Igbo man like that. It's, if Peter Obi is an Igbo man, I would support him even more. The problem we have is that Peter Obi wants to go the Nigerian route and be a Nigerian. It's impossible. Peter Obi cannot succeed in what he's trying to do because Nigeria is dominated by, we have an Islamic problem. That's a Christian-Muslim dichotomy. And they know that the Igbo man is not going to put up with their nonsense. They hate us more than anything else. So they'll settle for Tinubu. Anybody else with an Igbo man should emerge as president. They know that. You put Peter Obi in there, Africa will rise. People will have income. People will have jobs. There'll be technology. There'll be solutions to our problems. Those
based on what antecedents?
The people who come to take our resources, do you think...
No, they are God's gift to the black race.
Do you think if you put Macron and people to talk about stuff, that Macron will have the audacity to say, go and invade Niger? He will never even open his dirty mouth to say that. It should be almost like talking to me. Right? Do you think if I'm in a room with Macron, he's going to go say, let's invade Niger? First of all, he should get on his knees and apologize for what he's done in that continent. Or we're going to do business by the telephone. I'm going to get them all out of there. Now,
how are you going to do that?
Peter Obi's not going to be as good as me.
You will summon the Hidio Habi.
What is that?
Now, how are you going to get them out? Are you going to summon a Hidioha or you will outgun them? Are you going to outgun them?
Amadioha will be prominent in bringing about Ofono Ogu. I'll have Ofono Ogu when I'm dealing with these people. But anyway, Peter Obi is the best Africa has produced this century, if not ever. Right? If we get him in there, at least it's not going to be a panacea. He's not going to solve all our problems. But he's going to begin the process of getting things in order, prioritizing things, a good manager, right? So, please, I appeal all the time when I come here, make one do the right things now, have the right discussion now. What are you going to gain from arresting Peter Obi or causing chaos in the country? Let's try to pursue This then obviously Tinubu is going to be removed from office in a few weeks or less. The United States will release a bunch of documents that would even convince you yourselves.
Pansat, can we
What
bet money
is
on
holding
that?
United States back all this while?
You know, say
Pansat?
America.
Pansat,
Yeah, hold on.
I want to bet $1,000 on your claim. Let's bet.
Okay. All right,
Since
no
you are
problem.
so sure.
Okay,
But Passat never backs this or something with that. Yeah.
No, but Ajahn Lekoko asked a very good question, right? How come? See, America is not a bastion of virtue, right? You have administrations. What they have is a great constitution. There's no doubt about that. Their constitution was thrown down from heaven. Luckily for them, else this place would have been hell. They have a great constitution, but then you have administrations that come in and it depends on their whims and caprice, how the rest of the world does. Make no mistake about it.
Sorry, Pansat, is this the United States you are talking about? Strong leadership. Biden commends Tinubu for ECOWAS intervention in Niger Republic. So this was just as early as New Delhi when they met at the G20 meeting.
One man, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Biden is not an American. In the calculation.
The picture, right? When he met with the UAE guy and they're lying about release what is it? Lifting the ban on visa to Dubai, United Arab Emirates. You can see the picture there. Show us a picture of
No, Pansat,
Yeah.
make comment on that picture. Make comment on that picture that Tinubu and Biden is shaking hand, and Biden is telling the world that this is a strong leader, this is a man that is doing a good job.
Okay. And it's also possible because
It's lulling him. Let me help you.
It's
It's lulling him into a false sense of security. That's what he's doing. You know what they are? Yes.
Yeah. What you have to know is that this particular Secretary of State and the State Department of the United States, and the one before, that Kerry headed, right? I can't vouch for him at all. I came here and I said to you that Kerry was being accused of being a Frenchman when he ran against George Bush. Go and dig it up. The article is there. But you're never gonna do things like that. Dig it up and see why somebody like John Kerry is considered to be a Frenchman to Americans. The American people are very savvy. They chose George Bush over John Kerry.
All right. Round it up, yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much, Solly. I will save you from that bet. A youngster like you, I don't want to take your money. So go and bet with your mates. I'm not your mate. You hear me? So thank you very much, everybody.
Pansat, this is Kulata. Your haircut makes you look younger than you always talk. Your haircut makes you look like 45.
I'm wearing a hat. And it says Second Amendment, right? You see?
Which Second Amendment? I'm talking about your haircut.
Where is my hair? Where did you see my haircut?
Let's look at your video.
God.
He's wearing a hat. I think you were talking about.
They had the haircut now, Pansat, clean shaving Pansat.
And the hair was suspiciously black, blacker than normal.
Yeah, Morgan's pomade and all those things.
From the bottle, sort of black. Look at this guy.
Peace out, guys.
All right, see you later, Pansat. All right, take care. So that was Pansat, inimitable Pansat. So that's Pansat. But back to normalcy. So that was Pansat with the comic relief interjection. But back to then where we were. If they don't solve the Dangote problem, the country would never move forward. Ajahn Lekoko, he promised us 600,000 barrels as early as July. July came and went. He said by first part of August. August has come and gone, and not a single drop from this $13 billion supposed entity. Nigeria owns 20% of this refinery. So how come this guy is not even being chased around the country, being asked questions after all of the promises and lack of delivery?
Yeah, once again, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so.
Dangote refinery is a private-owned refinery. Nigeria is a stakeholder. It's not a majority shareholder. So I believe Nigerian state knows why it's yet to open. And because they're not a majority shareholder, so there's nothing they can do. Dangote, as a private-owned company, can open and close anytime. If you say that, look, I want to start production at so date and move it forward, there's nothing anybody can do about that. So you have to blame Nigerian state that is dubious, that invested there, that failed, that invested there with borrowed funds, that failed to rebuild their own refinery to function for the economic well-being of that country. So you have to blame Nigerian state.
You know, Ajanle Koko, I'm not sure that the Dangote refinery is as private an entity as people continue just to say all the time that it is. Firstly, we know that the government who owns 20% of it, so certainly there's a government stake there. And then we also know that for reasons of national importance, the project, a lot of concession made to him, both in terms of smoothing the ease of the facilitation of that space and giving him access to foreign exchange at preferential rates. So all of those, surely there's a tie into the government and an obligation that is legally binding. So this guy now playing Norse abracadabra all of the time. I keep saying pick people up, but really, and the way he's able to just glide through it, nobody is pressing the space, nobody is asking questions, nobody is chasing him around with cameras and a mic. Why is this guy just able to glide through the background of the Nigerian space, filling his bags full of dollars from one administration to the other? Dangote is a problem that Nigeria needs to solve. Ajanle Koko.
Well, I want to agree with you that why are we not chasing him around to ask questions from him why he has not opened it after he has promised us several times in the past that, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, he said he's going to open it, then he shifted it forward and continued to shift the goalpost to where we are today. The last time he said it's going to be July, he couldn't do it. But we have to, he might be going through some technical problem in that refinery, or maybe some issue why they have not maybe they have not perfected their some technical issue well, and they are working on it. So I don't think that he doesn't want to open it, but I believe they're going through some kind of problem, and maybe one day, very soon before the end of the year, he might open it. But I want to blame Nigerian state most for commissioning a refinery that was not yet ready for
but he gave
production.
them the assurances that he was. He told them that by July he will start pumping. In fact, I think he said full capacity even.
Well, but I don't know why the state should deploy so much resources and the president and security and everything to come and open what is not yet ready. They knew back then that it was not ready to start production. Why should they go and it should have, the government was trying to sell us some kind of they're trying to misinform us or some kind of way that look at what we are trying to do. It's going to get ready very soon. We have done everything to get Dangote refinery for you, and it's going to start production so that we can start. Our hope can they can raise up our hope so high, and we can, vote for their party. I think that is what they did back then, But I don't want to blame Dangote. It's a private owned. Is our government just have a stake there, but you can open it anytime. It doesn't to me. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me at all. I don't see anything that is doing wrong. Whatever is owned by him or by some group of people, including Nigerian state. So Nigerian state cannot do anything. But our press, if we have a functioning press, I think they should start speaking about it. They should start speaking about this thing. They should start making noise, and they should chase this man to his office to know why, sir, so that Nigeria can know what is causing the delay. We need to know, because he has promised us so much. But people should be held accountable by their word. So when this man said, "Oh yes, we are going to do this," and the whole nation is looking forward to it, it's just stupidity, sir, for the whole nation to look up to it, because we have our own refinery that will make it to work. So why should we look forward to just one refinery? It's just what we have described several times, that we have people in government that doesn't know how to run the state well and run it for the interest of the state. They say we shouldn't be looking up to Dangote when our refinery. Buhari promised us that within 4 years he will get all the government refinery back working. He will get them back to functioning, and he's going to build more refinery. What did he do for 8 years? What did he do? Was he able to do it? So when we cannot hold even our government accountable, you say we should go and hold Dangote accountable, when they are paying so much billions of dollars for turnaround maintenance for refinery that does not work. We don't hold them accountable, and we want to hold Dangote, who is spending his own money for his own to run his own business. We want to go and hold it aside. It doesn't cohere.
No, it's not all his own money. 20% of it is our money. In fact, I was going to play you this speech where he was but it's about 30 minutes long. So I just built that. I was looking for where he landed on that it will start pumping in July.
Well, I think one man, he himself will be regretting that statement, actually, because naturally Dangote stay clear of politics. What happened on that day was mere political theater. Those who are in the industry, because it's a specialized area, the oil thing, and not everybody understand exactly what goes on in that industry. That refinery was not ready. Even the week they were launching it, sheer political theater. I think the economists even carry a short take on it by saying, look, that refinery will not be ready till next year. It will not be ready till next year. And Dangote,
I'm not aware that they've even test run it. They didn't even show us
that refinery is not ready. Be honest, and it's it's not. I think it's the he has more shares than everybody there, but it's not the stakeholder. A lot of banks, both local and international, have stakes in that thing. But I, for one, generally, I have soft spot for businessmen, big businessmen, who put their billions down and waiting for maybe 5 years before they even start seeing trickle of profits. It's not an easy thing at all. That's why I commend his type. Nigeria is blessed with many of them like that.
I don't know if Dangote knows what this refinery actually means. because it could mark the beginning of a downward turn in his reputation.
He knows. He knows.
He could lose his
such things.
reputation. He could lose his reputation on this.
No, that they have insurance. Nothing can happen. I mean, definitely you can't put that kind of thing.
I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about his reputation. If he loses his reputation on this, then he'll lose everything.
One man. It's not up to that. My only problem here is the Port Harcourt refinery, which they are giving us assurance on. Even Baba OBJ said it's not going to happen because that refinery in Port Harcourt, I think has installed capacity for about 210 barrels a day. That's the installed capacity of that refinery. And the output of PMS, that is the petrol, I think it's about 5 million barrels a day. Now it's old. It is old. And all they want to do is just patch it up. So maybe we'll just be getting 1 million PMS, 1 million tons of PMS from it every day. And Nigeria is recorded as of today, I think, according to NNPCL, we are using about 40 million tons of oil, liters every day. You understand? So it's just like a drop in the ocean, what it will turn out. So where are we going to get the rest to fill the gap? So I think importation will still continue somehow from the private marketers. And we just pray that the oil price will tumble internationally. Though there is no indication of that right now.
Is that to our advantage that the oil is that not the breadwinner of the economy? Yeah, the oil money.
Well, I think by the last statistics, those on the platform that knows better than me, I think they can actually tell us that I think as of the last this thing, it contributed only less than 50% of our GDP. That's what oil contributed actually. But I'm looking at all in all, if that Dangote refinery starts operation, I think we'll forget all this suffering. But it's not ready. It will bring out its first liter by next year, not this year.
All right.
You know what, man, real quick, if you don't mind. See, we shouldn't be too harsh on Dangote. Forget about the jamboree that followed the inauguration.
Too harsh on a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, because no. The reason why I said that is this: we should also put it in context. The environment that this man is operating from. Nigeria as or Africa generally is a very difficult terrain. You see, there are a lot of things to mitigate against. I mean, if you are planning a project, those who have been in the project management will understand that. See, sometimes you have your due date and all that. There are a lot of things that could go wrong, and in the course of planning all this, I think where you got it wrong is be political about it by allowing presidency to hijack the entire deliverables and all that. Maybe they shouldn't have put a timeline on it, but probably under pressure from the presidency. But we should not be too harsh on him because this is a very big monumental project that I don't think anybody was seeking billions of dollars on a project as massive as this and watch it go down the drain. But I think when you put everything together, I guess they're having technical difficulty, even moving equipment from the port to that site alone is very challenging. A lot of things could cause all this delay and all that. But I firmly believe with the fact that they have a political backing, it will come alive. It probably, maybe not this year, but it will come alive. And it's just a delay. One day it's gonna produce and but he was going to be up to that 650,000 barrel per day. Time will tell. But at least, for now, let's give him some credit. We shouldn't be too harsh on it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So, gentlemen, let's go to Ribadu, only because he's joining us from Maiduguri, and his system dips in and out. So, whilst he still has the reception, let's hear from him. Always a delight to have you, Ribadu. So now the conversation so far, Dangote fleecing the Nigerian state endless of billions of dollars, and Lauretta Onochie calling for the jailing of Peter Obi. So coming into the conversation, or if you have anything else that is paramount in your thoughts, Ribadu, good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, and everyone. Good evening, one. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, a lot better than normal. Yeah, good to have you.
Yeah, good evening, and my greetings to Ajanle Koko as always. I never thought I would come to this platform today because I have a big presentation to make tomorrow. Right now, in fact, I'm working a lot of paperwork, but it's too tempting for me not to talk about this Dangote refinery because it's something that I have not been happy with. And before I lay out my concerns, I want to give you some background. I think as a nation, we are not ready, or we are not willing to have energy sufficiency. That is because you see, first of all, this Dangote that you're seeing, even if he decided to shut this refinery for good, nothing is going to happen, because all the political thieves we have been having in this country from 1999, at least from 1999, they have all their investment, all the money they stole from this country is tied to Dangote one way or the other. Okay, and if you take the history of Dangote's family, yeah, they are rich and they are businessmen for donkey years. We knows that. But look at what his family is doing in Kano. Today they have 2/3 of all the industries in Kano. And what have they been doing with those industries? They have just been buying them and then closing it up, laying off the workers. This is the only thing they are best at doing. Dangote survived half because of his business acumen. Let's give him that, but half because of monopoly. That is what he is good at. Dangote is not a saint. He has never been a saint. Okay, and one of the painful thing is, I don't know how true it is, but I think somehow I read that he employed 11,000 Indians. And it's so shameful that as rich as he is, with all the international exposure he has, with all the international connection he has, he failed to do his homework, because all the Indian refineries are mainly built by the Russian technicians, because of the tight cooperation between Russia and India. Instead of him to even go and hire Russians to come and do it, he came and hired Indians, 11,000, for heaven's sake. What room is he creating for our own Nigerians? You know, and I have selfish reason to be mad at Dangote. I will give you example from my own family. Okay, one of my younger uncles studied petrochemical engineering in Russia. He had the opportunity. In fact, his wife is Russian as I speak now. They has 2 kids. But where is this man working? He ended up working in a Ministry of Health when he come back to Nigeria. Can you imagine that? I still has another uncle that metallurgy, you know, that it's a welding specialty of all different of alloys and metals. Why this elite, both the business class and the political class, they don't have faith in us? Why our people, Nigerians, has proved beyond reasonable doubt that they are capable of any other nationality in the world? Why is it if we go out abroad in UK, US, all, you know, even China, as rigid as China is, still our people do perform very, very well? Why does it take the elite of this country? Did they find it so hard to trust in our own capacity and capability?
Ribado, there's a way that your uncle can get a job with Dangote. he only has to change his name to Mandeep because Dangote only employs Indians. So let him take it, let him take it to change his name to Mandeep or Sandeep, and he will get a job immediately.
I don't think he's even interested in working with Dangote. What I'm I only I'm only giving example based on what I know. You understand? There is hundred of thousand of my uncles in Nigeria up spread across the country. You understand? And then second thing is this. These our elite, if they have the political will, if they had the political will to solve this energy issue that we have been having, they wouldn't have allowed the refineries we have to go moribund. And then secondly, the cheapest way to maintain a heavy duty industries like refineries is by having uh, uh, a machine tooling based industries that can produce spare parts, mold, iron ore, make a place like what they call this place in Kogi, Ajakuta steel mill. I mean, where is the basic setup to maintain all this heavy infrastructure? Little thing burst or little thing spoil, they have to go abroad. And not even Dangote, even Atiku Abubakar, when go and check his Faro water, almost all the upper echelon of the managements are Indians. When he said Adamawa Plastics, he brought an Indian manager that stole hundreds of millions of naira and ran away to Dubai. Now he's nowhere to be found. And that place was shut down for good. Adamawa Plastics is shut down because of that theft. So my anger is really, why do they fail to see our own capacity? Even if they are going to employ expatriates,
It's inferiority complex, isn't it? You know that is inferiority complex.
Is he a white man? Is Dangote a white man? Who the hell give him the head to accumulate all this wealth? If he's place, he should have it on his head. He's not a white man. He's a black man like all the rest of Nigerians. In fact, some of Nigerians are even more white than him. So, yeah, I agree with you. It's an inferiority complex. But what I'm trying to say is this. As a nation, as a whole, we are mono economy. Without this foil, Nigeria is not going anywhere. We have been enjoying the grace of God on this crude oil since early 70s. But what are we doing? What are we doing? Yes.
Sorry, can I interject for 1 minute, please?
Yes.
See, if you understand the way Dangote operates, it's not new to somebody like me. You understand? This is the way the guy operates. When Dangote started his cement plant, he brought in Sinoma Chinese and he brought in Indians. And after they completed the job, he kept only, though it was the black Nigerians that were doing the floor job and some other jobs, but not the high level technical jobs. He kept those ones that he needed. He flushed out a lot of Indians and Chinese. Do you know what he did? He started pointing at places like Lafarge and he was hijacking them. Then it was just a matter of, he calls you and he tells you how much are you taking where you are, and he will say, I will double it. And that's how he started hijacking those top guys, and most of them moved there. Then he removed a lot of those Indians and only kept a few. Don't be surprised if he finishes this refinery, he's going to go the same strategy, start looking for Nigerians in Chevron, Shell, like that. He will just hijack them and flush out some of these white people. That is his strategy. He said it once that he doesn't need to train people because some people are already training them for him. That is his strategy. So I'm not surprised at all because I'm used to that space with Dangote. You understand?
But you think that will be possible when those people are his technical partners and all those sophisticated technical part that we don't produce in Nigeria? How will he be able to get it if he send all the Indians away that are his technical partner in this?
Baba Danle Koko, let me tell you something. Dangote built, I think, three or four of his this thing with Indians. He built one with FLS. That's FLS Smith, and he called those people down, gave them the contract. They had to employ the staff. They had to do everything. Those people had already employed a lot of my colleagues. I didn't want to go there because I was afraid that it's one-man business. The guy can have political issue tomorrow, and the whole thing folds up. But along the line, he just cancelled the whole thing and sent FLS away. He forgot all the contract and whatever. He just took those people in. Majority of them, he took them in and he stabilized the whole place. He will put an Indian at the top of every department, and he will allow those that will do the technical job be Nigerians, because the guy even doesn't want to really pay. He doesn't want to really pay the experts their exorbitant fees. So he will look for cheap labor in Nigeria in terms of the knowledge. But for the Nigerians, so it pays them, because the guy does. In fact, that time there was no interview. It was a matter of, he calls you, tells you, I need you in my plant. I'm told you are good with this in this section. You are good on the kiln. Come over and become my kiln coach. And he gives them, I will double your salary. I will do this and do that. So that's the way he operates. And I know Dangote very well on that, because I've seen victims of his employment scheme. A lot of them in cement.
But the issue is this: 11,000 Indian expatriates. It's unbearable. Okay, why not 500 or not even 1,000, not even 5,000? How many managerial positions are there in that refinery? I know the complex is huge, but 11,000 men is the number is insane. And not even just Dangote. I'm talking of the entire nation, the energy security of Nigeria as a whole. Right now, at this very current situation that we are in, we are not ready. We have not even started sweeping the ground, talk less of putting structures. Because the energy sector of Nigeria is beyond just hydrocarbon. You understand? When you put electricity, and it's a broad spectrum of an industry. So the issue is, what do we even have the political will to tackle that aspect? Are we even planning to do that? Because the indices that will enable a foundation for that to make it a workable, viable sector is not even there. That is my concern. And Dangote, believe me, today, I don't know the guy much, but from the mere looking of things, all the who and who of Nigeria, they have their stake in Dangote Group. I'm from Adamawa. His major sugar plantation is in Savannah. I don't know how he managed to take over Savannah. It happens. It was a government property before, but he took over. And go and see how many Indians are there with flashy cars taking hundreds of millions as salary. Our people are reduced to cutting sugarcane and manual work and labor work.
Calm down, Ribadu. Calm down.
No, but Ribadu is right, though. If you look at the 11,000 that he employed in the refinery, so you can say there's high-level technical expertise that is needed. But not 11,000.
One man. These are foundation staff.
Yeah, but 11,000 would suggest that it's not high-level technical expertise.
Against how many Nigerians?
Against 200 million Nigerians. Yeah.
About 25,000 Nigerians. Eventually it will go. You know the problem we have in Nigeria in this energy sector.
For 11,000
the energy sector particularly. We cannot pay international price unit for electric energy. The power stations are there presently, but most of them are not piped to gas. That is the problem. Getting the gas pipe to these plants are really the problem. Even apart from that, if we are going to pay the real current international price per unit in individual home, there are badges standing by all over the world, underutilized.
Oh, you are taking us to a different conversational space. So I
No,
think
he mentioned energy. He mentioned energy. That is why I'm talking about that. The thing is, for Dangote Refinery, those Indians, I listened to the general manager of Dangote when this issue came up initially. We have immigration laws in this country, and blackmailers and people who enjoy.
we do. When did we start having immigration laws in Nigeria?
Oh, we do. Even the staff of factories, they inform the immigration people because they want their posts. Immigration is active, though most of the money goes into the private pocket. But eventually, you pay bribe today, you pay bribe tomorrow. Eventually, you get tired, you send the expatriate away. That's how that section operates.
One man, please, can I say something to Ribado before he goes?
Can I interject real quickly?
All right. Let's have the prime, and then you, Prince, and then of course Prince Daddy, and then Ribado can round that space off. The prime, Prince Daddy, and then Ribado rounds it off.
Okay, Ribado. Most times I agree with you on issues, but in this case of Dangote, I have my reservations for your opinion. I think the issue is this: refinery is mainly a pipe situation. There are hundreds and thousands of pipes, and when it comes to piping, it goes beyond just running the lead over the pipe. If you don't do it well, you're going to redo it. Now, it's a very distinct skills that you need to do that thing well. Presently, the few people that skilled in that field, they are tied to other parts. So I think sucking up the very skilled labor force in piping to do his own job is part of the consideration he is having. So I think he has brought in those people to do the major job, and I think when it's done, they will go. Sorry for my sentiment, but I think I like the way Dangote does his thing. At least he's still keeping the money within the system. So that's just the way I feel about the whole thing.
All right, Prince, then Ribado, Prince.
Yeah, thanks, Mormon. Hello, everyone. I was going to say there's always an intentionality between governance or government and private sector or businesses, right? So it is $20 billion refinery, and I don't blame Dangote for what he did or what he's doing actually, because that's when we talk about government being involved in the affairs of the country in totality. We're talking about policy, not necessarily controlling what the businesses do, but there has to be policy. Even the so-called Western countries we talk about, they have policies that control to a certain degree what businesses do. $20 billion investment in Nigeria is huge. I'm not even sure if the government in it by itself has done such a huge project like that before. If you guys know, tell me. But something also tells me that this project of this huge refinery is it the biggest in Africa or the world? It takes planning and time. I don't think it just woke up in 6 months or 1 year to do this. It's been going on for quite a while. And that's when we needed the intersectionality between government and private businesses. See, I don't buy this the argument that they need 11,000 Indian workers because they're technical. BS. Something tells me that over 3 years or 5 years, less than that actually, maybe 2 years, we are able to train Nigerians organically, even fly them to Russia or India to learn the technical skills necessary to build this refinery. It's I'm not sure the word to use with 11,000 Indian technicians. It's a shame. What are you guys talking about? What are we talking about? A country of just like you mentioned, 200 million people about. We can't garner or no select what 5-10,000 people to help build a refinery.
Prince Daddy, before you sermonize, if this was your $20 billion loan, are you going to treat this like an altruistic venture? Wait, let me just finish. Let me finish my statement. Are you going to treat this as an altruistic venture, or you're going to make sure that you cover all your tracks to remove as much risk as possible? That's my interjection.
Of course, we always want to minimize risk in everything we do. But again, this is when we use this textbook template to do things. That's where we remain where we are. Say, you think the people that invest in the United States or in China, the Americans that take their billions to China, you think they don't have interest in protecting their IP or the investment? Of course they do. But they go by the tunes of the Chinese government, the CCP and the PPC. They work together and get things done. It's an excuse. You can't tell me, of course, I'm going to protect my investment, but it doesn't matter what the government says. The government policy is that if we always think about jobs and jobs and jobs all the time, we're not going to have this problem. That's why Dangote is running wild, okay? Because, I mean, I'm not saying that I don't like business and government, like, always in the affairs of private businesses, but we have to think bigger than that in the sense that $20 billion is a lot of money, and we can create a lot of jobs.
Who assumes the risk?
We can't use the excuse. But
who assumes the risk? Government or Dangote?
Well, say Dangote does not own Nigeria. It's a luxury.
Just answer the question. No.
But government is insulating the risk for Dangote. We all know that now. They are insulating
so
the risk.
If the plant goes up in flame, who bears the risk? He has to use the best hand he can get in the shortest time for him to recoup his investment. And this idea of saying other people's opinion is BS. I think we are in a more international society. We should.
Okay, I revert to what I said earlier about always going by the textbook. That's why the Indians and the Chinese and the Americans.
You don't have to reverse anything. You are right in your opinion. Continue to make your submission. Let nobody let you go down on your opinion. Make your opinion very strong.
It's not about that. It's about being civil. All of us can go dirty. We should keep it civil.
All right, keep it civil. But even Kulata didn't object to it. I think that's Kulata's language anyway. But I carry on, Prince.
So what do you mean?
Well,
he was calling BS on you, but you didn't object. But
I call BS on people too. So
so that's what I meant. Yeah, carry on.
Was that mean I used BS?
No, it wasn't even. Just carry on. I think it was just a little moment.
Well, yeah, in the introduction, Daddy, please just give me 10 seconds. I think one thing here is we overrate ourselves, Nigerians, in terms of skills. There are machines every day that are upgraded. Even in America here, people are being trained and retrained almost by a 3 months basis. I'll give you an example. Last 2 years, the Chinese, because of the Freeport zone in Lekki, they wanted to utilize one of the warehouse to start sewing children clothes. You understand? They thought we had these skilled tailors here. So if you ask me, I'll say, those tailors with those embroidery, everything. By the time they brought their own machines, if you see machines like human being, you will not believe it. None of the tailors can sew one straight line, can stitch a straight line on a fabric. And these people are not ready to train anybody. So they have to pack their bag and baggage and go back. So when we are talking of skill is something that is dynamic these days. We don't have it in Nigeria. Thank you.
I understand your submission, and that's why I open my
Can I come in a bit?
Go ahead.
You see, this is the reason why I don't like most of our submission. You are making a strong submission, and I back you by that. You see, we always find the reason why we cannot succeed. I'm even surprised with Kulata's submission in this occasion, because I remember his argument here. I always remember his argument here in terms of this what is happening in our space and all that. See, we always find a reason. We always find languages to cover the reasons why we cannot succeed, but we never find any language to support the reason why we can succeed. And we are talking about growth as a nation, but the only language we understand is the language to support our to support inferiority complex and all that. There is no positive language to support the Nigerian citizens. And I'm baffled whenever I'm hearing such a submission. See, it is not the skillful that always succeed in this society. It is the bold. It doesn't matter how skillful you are. If you are not bold enough to take up your challenge, you cannot go anywhere. We have Nigerians scattered all over Nigerians doing great things, over the other countries doing great things. But when it comes to our own space, we feel that these Nigerians, youth, educated ones, they are nothing. We find languages to support them, to say that they cannot do it, this and that, but we spend thousands, millions of naira to train them in the universities in that field. For us to come and say they are not capable. It baffles me. It baffles me. And this is the reason why our governments are doing what they are doing without looking at anybody.
Can I? Sorry, based on my own discipline, because I am an engineer and I'm into instrumentation and automation. I want to say you are right, but you are not totally right. Okay. Now, if I'm to give a very good example, like for instance, Lafarge Africa, Lafarge Nigeria, Lafarge has like five locations where they have 5 plants in 3 different locations in Nigeria that make cement. Okay. Now, when they started, they brought in experts from FLS, from everywhere, and they started the plant. Nigerians, fresh graduates, everybody were absorbed and they were placed under them. Now, if you come into our system now, you won't find expatriates. In fact, I can tell you that you won't find expatriates.
Then let's begin the process. There is nothing like we won't find them.
Wait, you would not find them again in the system. Even presently now, our CEO, Lafarge Africa now, is a Nigerian. Okay? He just got it maybe 2 months ago. This is the process. When the people now show that they have learned, this is what we call technology transfer. These people have learned the system. They now know it. They understand it. Now,
you bring 11,000 of them without giving space.
No, brother.
Where your people can learn,
brother,
and align with them.
Brother, when it is refinery, to build that refinery, if it's to source for ordinary welders,
it's not only refinery, it happens in all our sectors. If you can check it very well, it's not only in this refinery. It happens in all our sectors.
Ricardo still has the floor, so let's make our way.
Let me just land, Roman. Say, when it comes to that refinery, I'm telling you, if Dangote is to source for the welders that will do that pipe welding job in Nigeria, he would not find all of them, because they are specially trained welders for gas line.
Is that Baba, right?
Especially, specially trained welders for these jobs. In the oil and gas, they are there. Even in cement, we use them, but they are specially trained. So if he brings them in, these people in, some Nigerian welders will work under them. They will learn the process. These people will face out this expert. It is natural because the businessman wants to make money, and at the time when the overhead of the expatriate is killing him, he will automatically phase them out, and the Nigerians in the system will have shown capability. Then this thing is natural. I don't see anything big deal in this. It is what he does all the time. That's the system.
There is a big deal in it. The issue I'm having now, the problem I'm having now with all this submission now.
Mr. Nigeria, calm down.
No, there is nothing like Mr. Nigeria. I mean, I love my country. Let me finish. I'm speaking as a Nigerian and living in Nigeria. You guys are abroad. I'm telling you for a fact. I know what we are doing here.
Okay, Ekene, you
so
know
don't. It's like what you people are doing. Let me finish. It's like what you people are doing is downplaying our intelligence.
No,
sitting abroad and downplaying our intelligence. That's what you're doing.
Stop being emotional now. Even
I'm being emotional. I have something against you this night because of the statement you just made.
Calm down. Even ordinary to lay cement, we go and carry people from Benin Republic. Why are you
because
not
doing the right thing? We are not doing these guys in the government. There's a venue when they put those white men. They ship out money out there.
It's lack of skilled labor, not government.
There's something like that.
If I can conclude real quick.
I know what we are doing here. You are just living. You are living abroad. I know what we are doing here. Even without going to school, I know what we are doing here.
Sorry, let me tell you something.
Hold on, hold on, Jide. Let Prince come in. But Ekene, you cannot be beating us over the head all the time that you are abroad, you don't know what's going on. We know what's going on, no. And Kulata made an excellent point. Even
hold
on. Even the POP when you are building a house, they go and get them from Benin Republic.
Togo.
But there's more to that. You can't say that. There's more to that story. Are you saying the Beninese are they're smarter than the Nigerians, or is it because they're well trained and that's their skill? They develop the skills over
let me tell you, one man. Let me tell you this thing. I've done POP before I venture into business. I'm a POP guy. There is no design I cannot give to you. Do you understand?
One man, that one is
I did a lot of work before I venture into business. When you're talking about POP, I did this plenty.
Gentlemen,
and I have many of them doing it today. If I give you designs that guys can do in Nigeria, Benin Republic are nothing. What are you telling me?
Let us
Benin Republic
from the top to the bottom.
Hold on, everyone. Let Prince go first, and then we do it one by one. Prince.
Okay, from the top to the bottom. Okay, and in between, somehow, some way, the Nigerians are not good enough. Okay, I started my argument with the preamble that hey, we can take this Nigerians to be Russia or India to go get a training for 2, 3, 5 years, however it takes. This is part of the planning. This is part of the program. So you can't say, what they are doing, the Indians are doing so technical that Nigerians can't do it. We're always going to make excuses all the time, the reason why we can't do stuff. But overseas, the Nigerians are well known in different fields to be able to do a lot of things. Okay, but the problem here, of course, is a lack of planning. So if you had a policy on the books, say, hey, any business, it doesn't matter. Okay, doing a project over $5 billion. These are the requirement for labor, employment, and partnership with the government in certain ways to get it done. So we can't use this excuse. I mean, it's shameful if you ask me. I mean, it's a great opportunity. This Dangote refinery, one of the biggest in the world, if not the biggest, it's a great opportunity for Nigerians to actually help build something to improve our workforce, technical skills. And we talk about risk here. All businesses take risk. It's an opportunity. It's luxury for Dangote to have his refinery in Nigeria because guess what? It benefits from the state, for the Nigerian state. We can't use a risk aversion as the only reason why a business person should not do business in Nigeria or try to minimize that risk to the barest minimum. That's not reality. That's not reality at all. We have to invest in ourselves. Again, it's all about planning, and it's poor planning both on the government. Again, I don't blame Dangote. It's a poor planning on the government to be able to have policy in the books to make sure that businesses are back to it. That's why China is running rampant. That's why they do so well. You can't go to China. The Chinese are requiring American companies or Western companies to drop their IP or share their IP knowledge with their local businesses. You think everything the Chinese produce the first time around is good? They spend billions of dollars producing garbage, but over time, through iteration, they become better. Just like car manufacturing we were talking about the other day.
It's refinery we're talking about here.
What about it? Are we going to the moon? Are we going to the moon? No, that's
billion investment.
I want to be careful of my words. Stop that. Let's stop that. So what does it matter? 20 billion, 5 billion. You say, are we going to the moon? The technology behind refinery is not new. It's not novel. What are we talking about? What's the big deal about it?
Praise Daddy. Please, you are getting this thing all wrong. I am in the system, and I can tell you, we have Nigerians that can do these welding jobs, almost all the jobs on this refinery. Okay? But the bad news is most of these people are already tied down to a certain company.
No. Let's follow the plan. Let's follow chronologically. Hold on a second. I said there has to be a plan, okay, to train these people overseas or wherever you have to train them before the commencement of the refinery's construction. I give you a plan. I'm not saying go deplete the existing labor force in the technical field of this refinery construction. No, that's what we plan. If you know you don't have the labor force, you plan for it.
I'm not sure that coheres. Are you saying they should put? Are you saying they should put the plan on hold for 3 to 5 years and train the staff?
No, well, that's what I said. Before you build a plant, before they can build such a large plant, it takes time. I said Dangote did not wake up in 6 months or 1 year to build that refinery. It's probably a plan that's been in place for like 5-10 years. Who knows? During that point in time, there should have been some investment from the government, okay, to train these workers to be able to embark on the project. Why is it so complicated? The Chinese do it all the time. What I'm offering to you guys is nothing new, by the way. It's not novel. There's nothing new about it. That's how they do it around the world.
To carry workforce of 5,000 for about 5 years
you say,
and
Prince,
pay them.
You say, Prince, I say it in the opposite direction of how you've just described it. I see it as them building the refineries using already experienced expertise globally, but then in that process, starting a training program for Nigerians to, as quickly as possible, take over from those experts. But that's really, yeah. But I would also give one training.
That thing? No. What about 50-50? What about 50-50? You trade 50 Nigerian experts and 50 whatever an Indian or whatever a Russian expert. Why should they be the one building everything from scratch? Do you know how much tacit knowledge that will be lost in that process? The main point is not about having after the fact. The main point here is having Nigerians being part of the refinery. That's where the knowledge is transferred. Anyway, thanks one man.
Hold on. Let's hear from Ribadu. Ribadu, you've opened up quite a bit of a debate here, Ribadu.
One man, thank you. Once again, I appreciate all your submission because it's a very serious issue. That's why you see the debate is getting heated. I think before Prince Daddy, the previous speaker says that at least he is not against Dangote because if not anything, at least he's keeping the money in the country. And I agree with him. I appreciate that that submission. But see, my point of view is Dangote refinery is only some subsection, within the entire national energy structure. Okay, so we shouldn't just concentrate on only Dangote. Because after that, and the second thing is, it's not like Dangote employed those 11,000 bloody Indians since the beginning. I'm telling you, this happened just 30 days back, just a month back. So it was after the whole almost 95% of the refinery has been built. Then now he's employing 11,000. This is just, if you check the dailies, maybe Daily Trust or Punch or whatever, you will find it. If you guys can Google it, you can see it. It's just of this recent, just yesterday, just recent here, maybe that 1 month ago, okay, or less than that. And then secondly, what I'm still seeing is this: even today, if Dangote refinery is running 100% capacity, still there is lack, there is vacuum of that technicalities available in the country, that eventually we have to be spending our foreign exchange. I mean, he has to go out and get spare part and also get expatriates to come and do maintenance from time to time on that refinery. Even though technology transfer is a normal thing between two countries, but the volume, the number of that employment is observed, okay, is very, very is too huge. Then secondly, I think we have Federal University of Petroleum Resources in the Niger Delta. If I'm not mistaken, maybe during, is it Yaradua, or I don't know for sure when that university was established, but it has been operating for years. And when they said the whole university, the entire university is dedicated to petroleum sector, it means in the faculties you will find all those disciplines, from chemical engineering to metal, to liquid, to fluid techniques, you understand, and all array of specialty, welding, metallurgy, and elements, and all you find all these that are basically primarily related to energy and hydrocarbons. So all those all those graduates for years that the university has been dishing out year in, year out, what have they been doing? Because you cannot tell me they have been observed by Chevron or Total or what, any of these downstream factories. So I mean, if Dangote had it in mind, if he had it in mind all these years to build factory, if he is patriotic enough, not just he's after interest, though he's a businessman, I know he's after interest, but at least as a Nigerian, if he is patriotic enough, he should have at least a kind of create a liaison between him and such institution. And not just that university, we have a lot of technologies, polytechnics, sorry. We have a lot of polytechnics that are technical based institutions. We have a lot of human resources that we can harness. You understand? And in the process of building that refinery, definitely he will have put a lot, thousands of Nigerian youths, that has at least academic training on such aspect, that they will have become something else. See, let me give you one example, okay? Not this current governor of Adamawa, the previous one. We had the opportunity to start with him, and I was personally the person when we were talking with him. I said, sir, you don't need to go and bring Chinese to come and construct roads in Adamawa State. And I want to make this very clear, because it's I want you please to judge it with all sincerity of purpose. Is this: I said, we have the plan. What I spoke my mind then was, I said, we have polytechnics and we have Adamawa State University that is owned by the state government. Why can't you, in the process of constructing road and houses, why can't you create a platform? Maybe you can go to Germany or India itself to bring at least around 100 specialists, then you engage these students that are studying in engineering and technical knowledge-based courses. You bring them, let them spend 2 days at site, and at the same time on that site you can create temporary classroom for their lecturers to come and be giving them lectures. So when you are giving somebody a diploma in polytechnic for 2 years, he has been on that side for 2 years. 60% of his knowledge is practical, then 40 in classroom, and then you'll be giving them tokens, and then make the Ministry of Works to execute that project. So you have database of all those students. By the time they are graduating, they are marketable. They have their experience. So you don't need to bring any foreign company to come and get our money and go away. And at the same time, you are creating employment for the youth in Adamawa State. You know, he was so impressed, but at the end of the day, what happened? He only shook our hands and we left. And that's where the matter died. So that is
not what
Nigeria.
usually happens? That's what usually happens now. That is Nigeria for you, as you just said.
Woman.
You know.
That is the reason why I say we are not even ready. We don't have the political will. We don't have political will to correct this issue. And leave me one man and the gentleman of the platform. No any country has ever industrialized herself without technology base. You must have sufficient energy. You must have sufficient technical experts, from welding to forging new alloys. All this, you must have that abundant knowledge. And this is the price Nigeria is paying since when we in 80s, late 80s, 90s, that we start killing technical colleges from the secondary school level. We started killing technical colleges. Today we don't have technical colleges.
You guys, sorry, you guys are just being idealistic. You're not even thinking from a business owner perspective. I don't understand.
Hold on, let Kulata make that point. Yeah, Kulata.
You want to do a project. Don't you think your first aim is, first of all, I'm investing a lot of money that is not mine. I have to hire the best hands, and I have to mitigate risk, and I also have to calculate cost. It's not an altruistic venture. It's a business venture. In your project planning or your resource plan, there are some key roles you have to fill with expertise that putting the wrong people there may cost you more money than what it will take to bring a bunch of foreigners for an amount of time. And first thing is, it doesn't mean they're no, wait. The first thing is
11,000 Indians are not bunch of foreigners.
Wait.
You understand?
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Go on.
11,000 is not his full resource plan. There may be other resources that are not considered key enough, that are less risky enough, that he can staff with people that are going to learn on the job. You are not setting up a $20 billion worth project to be run by interns. They need to be run by experts, and you need to secure those experts on time. Those experts are in demand. We're not talking about an area where it's like you're selling bully, or you're building some basic stuff. So he's already factored that in his resource plan, and he needs there's background noise, and he needs the right people to come and execute the job in a certain amount of time. And we don't know if they're long-term hires or they're hires that are just coming in one phase of the project, because this is a long project. Maybe they're just coming to do in this phase, and it's not an all or nothing situation. It doesn't mean because he hired 11,000 doesn't mean he still didn't hire 45,000 Nigerians. So you guys, you need to take a chill pill. When you're running your own project, decide to staff it however you want. But this guy is sinking $20 billion. He's taking a risk. He has to protect his risk. That is how I run my project. That is how I expect a billionaire to run his project.
Yeah, but Kulata, usually when there are projects involving the government and Dangote's project involves the government, both in terms of direct investment and its national importance, they always insist that there must be somewhat local content at every level of that project.
Yeah, that's what I said.
11,000 Indians is not local, and that's not expertise. That's not expertise.
You don't know.
You don't need 11,000. Hold on.
One man. Yes. You don't know. Hold on. The fact, like I said, is not an all or nothing. It's not mutually exclusive. The fact that you have 11,000 Indians doesn't mean you don't have 45,000 Nigerians. Except someone can tell me that no Nigerians were hired. So if you say, okay, maybe because he used CBN funding, the government has some whatever inside, there may be internship roles there, learning on the job roles there, openings for brand new engineers and experienced engineers that are Nigerians. Nobody has been able to prove to me here that no Nigerians were hired. But you have to leave it to the man's prerogative how he wants to resource his project. It's his money.
Kulata, if we have 11,000 Indian expats, which is to say that those experts are not are expertise that cannot be locally sourced, then
okay, let me ask you one question.
Then we are not who we are saying we are. 11,000 experts that cannot be, because
let's be honest with ourselves.
That cannot be locally sourced though.
Can you raise 11,000 experts in Nigeria to build refineries? True or false? Yes or no? Can you?
No. Capital no.
So we can't. So why are we fooling ourselves?
No. You are getting it wrong, Kolata. Please let me make this. Let me repeat it again.
According to your opinion, but this is my own opinion. I think you guys should leave the guy alone.
Sorry,
it is not.
You guys are not. You guys are arguing and you are not.
Hold on, let Ribadu make that point, then coming after him, Ribadu.
One man. Thank you. It's like I'm going to summarize this and go off the platform, please. You see, why you see I'm becoming this emotional? It's just that these 11,000 they are of recent. Please, you can take it in all the Nigerian newspapers. It is there. Okay, it is as recent. It's just 3 weeks or at most 4 weeks. And then, secondly, what I'm trying to say, it's not just this. My point of worry is not just this very refinery. What I'm saying is, as a nation, please understand me. As a nation, we are not ready. We are not even making an attempt to address this energy sector of ours, because we are not laying down the basis for even the independency, to stand. That is one. And then secondly, if you think Dangote is trying to get the best of his investment, don't you think employing 11,000 Indians, are you going to tell me they are all experts? All those 11,000 are all experts? Forget the ratio between the Indians and the Nigerians. To me personally, I may be wrong, okay? But to me personally, it's quite unpatriotic. And believe me, the Indians I know, they would rather sabotage that plan than them allow the Nigerians to learn on time. And after all,
that's too simplistic.
That is just it. You understand? And after all, if he's looking for the best, he will have gone to maybe Russia, definitely, if not the United States. If he feels the Americans are expensive, definitely he would have gone to Russia. Because believe me, all the Indian knew, all what they knew and knows today, the basis of it comes from Russia, from defense to all telecommunication and what have you. That is one. Then, secondly, why is it our federal government cannot censor some sensitive part of it? Because if it's expatriates in it, specialists in it, believe me, just 2,000 will be enough. And what will they do that our people, with the guidance of this, at least 1,000 or 1,000 expatriates, definitely our people, we are not that dull,
Ribadu, let me ask Jide a question that will help you. Jide, are you the one who was the engineer of Lafarge?
Yes, I am.
Good. You graduated engineering. You got to Lafarge. Were you trained or not?
I was trained, obviously.
That's all. That's it.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to say, if we want to talk on this aspect, that's what I'm trying to explain. I'm in the system and I understand this thing works. There is a rule that says we have a rule of 70-20-10, and that's what most industrial factories, that's what they use. It is 70% on the job, 20% by materials available to you, library, you understand, manuals, and 10% is actually when they send you out for training abroad or wherever. You understand? Or they bring experts in to come and train you. But this is what I'm trying to say. I know some of my colleagues that already have Dangote refinery letters with them. Those are experts in boilers. Nigerian engineers are experts in boilers. You understand? What I'm trying to say is this: this man will recruit Nigerians that are also experts too. But the truth of the matter is this: I will tell you, I'm in that field. It's like you say you are looking for 1,000 automation engineers. They are very scarce to find. It is my field. They are very scarce to find, not because they are not available, but because companies, they are already hooked up somewhere. And they have a lot of downlines that are still learning from them. And most of their companies do not want to release them because they are still impacting knowledge. So when this guy is done with these 11,000 people, I'm telling you, most of them will be replaced by Nigerians because Dangote is good with that thing. That's the way he plays his game. He will pick up his phone. He will start looking for people that can do that job. And he will pick up his phone and call you straight. Guy, will you work for me? I will double your money. That is the way he operates. If you don't want to come, he will even tell you, he will give you car, he will give you. When the whole thing is too juicy, you will leave your job and come. This man don't hide it. He has said it. He said he is not into the business of training people per se, but other companies will train people for him. It will be better for him to now double an engineer that is earning maybe 1.2 million somewhere. He will double the salary than pay an Indian that will be earning in dollars. So at the end of the day, all these Indians will go. But while they are around, they will have even given or passed knowledge to those people that are the downlines that have worked with them. And when that has been done, we already have knowledge transfer. You understand? This is how the whole business works. This man is only trying to make sure that he starts his refinery on time. There's no hitch. He starts, and I'm telling you, he will not start gaining the money on that refinery back in the first 5 years because most of these people, you will still be paying a lot of money, huge money for these foreign experts until he starts removing them, and he will replace all of them with Nigerians. You can check that with cement. Almost all Indians in cement are gone, just their heads and heads. That's what they kept there. And the rest are all Nigerian engineers. I can tell you that I have colleagues there.
Let me comment, please. I don't know. I can't get a word in.
One statement, please, then I go away. If it's the Indians I know, yeah, please, sorry, I apologize. Just 5 seconds, then I'll go. Okay? If it's the Indians I know, believe me, gentlemen, out of this 11,000, you will hardly find maybe 3,000 or 5,000 of them that has the real certificate and the real experience. They will just bring all their relatives and give them fake credentials, and when they come to the work, then those ones that are highly skilled will cover it for them. And that is just this few, because now they have been given. Come on, check the poverty rate in India. See how those guys are living. So they will do all what they could to hold on to that opportunity and get something for themselves. And I'm so
in the moon. They landed a crab.
Hold on. You know, Ribado, what you just said there, it used to be a problem in the UK. When somebody will go and get a credential under the name Patel, and then that credential, about 10-50 Patels can use it. They don't know anything about the specialism, but they'll just present the certificate. So I
made a really good point.
I'm not downplaying their expertise. Okay, they are very intelligent people and very criminal minded. Because I personally was trained by Mr. J.S. Reddy. You understand? I have been trained. I was trained by Indian for almost 6 years, so I know them in and out. In fact, he was my mentor. I learned a lot from him. But what I'm saying is this: Out of that 11,000, you will hardly get 5,000 that has those expertise, and they will cover for their brothers for that financial gain. So, gentlemen, thank you for tolerating me, and I thank everyone, and I rest my case. Good morning, all of you.
Yeah. Ribadu, good luck with your submissions tomorrow. Hope it goes your way. Yeah.
Ribadu, thank you very much. I mean,
Thank you, Ribadu, for
Why,
spending some time with us today.
why
Thank
Ribadu
you.
can't dey go? Now, when I want to post
You
something,
guys allow this now. Allow this. This has been
I
trying.
know, you know, sir, I don't get strength. I don't get
Well,
strength to try.
ladies.
Well, Ribado have made a really good point. If you're alluding yourself that the 11,000, first of all, is a whole lot of people. I mean, how many people can even, work in that plant per se? I don't know how many it can employ, but I don't think it's going to be more than 20,000. So 11,000 is a whole lot from coming from one country. And I can guarantee you that, like Roberto said, a lot of them probably didn't go to school. They're just probably trained. I mean, what we have, the system we have is more like, let's use an example of when I used to work in Toyota, yeah, where they build cars. I get trained in some certain parts of the plant. And what happened? Toyota or whatever, the manager had to, when they were running low in Japan, they had to send us to Japan to work in Japan. I'm not a mechanical engineer. Neither am I. I never went to school for mechanical engineer, but I was trained. So I got there. I mean, for all they know, they probably hired a very professional guy. I was good at my job. So if you think that they're professional, you're kidding yourself. And also, I don't know what is this with refining. I don't know why Nigeria can't trust ourselves when it comes to, a minor. I feel like refining crude oil is a minor thing. This is a basic JS3 subject, organic chemistry, methane, propane, octane, what we learned a long time ago. So I don't see a really big deal in this. And when someone starts insulting, whether Nigeria has this, profession, I mean, you're basically saying to all the petrochemical engineers in Nigeria, you guys are dumb. That's basically what you're saying. So I don't think it's fair to those people that have spent so much money training so many years for that school. Yeah.
Many Nigerians operate what do they call it, modular refinery and all that. Is it India that are working there? Why can't you transform those talents? What are you asking? What are we discussing here?
It's basic training. I know a lot of people that, let's say, people that is doing millions, if not, thousands, if not millions of Nigerians doing IT now. They never went to computer science or whatever. They just basically, went to some school, went to some classes or a few months or read something in the internet and went and write the exam. And now they're IT specialists. This is how it is. I don't see why you guys are basically downplaying Nigerians. I mean, I see what is going on in Niger Delta. People doing are you telling me those people are not intelligent enough? Come on. If people can actually set up a mini refinery.
Can I interject you?
Can I interject, please? Sorry, let me just say this. I quickly checked something now. That refinery is to employ 57,000 personnel. Okay, 57,000, and at present,
okay.
Yes, at present they said they have employed 29,000 Nigerians and 11,000 foreigners. Okay, let's now look at it this way. See, this when you talk about people doing those illegal refineries in the creeks, it's not the same thing as a factory. Okay, for instance, if you do welding on a gas line, you need to pass that pipeline or gas line. You need to pass it through a radiation test. to find if there's a leak or a crack, because you're talking of gas moving in PSI under high pressure in through those lines, and you don't want a fire outbreak in a place that produces fuel. Okay, so see, there are a lot of technicality to what this thing is. It's not just putting pipes together and putting firewood under it like they do in the creeks to break down oil. No, it is not. When you talk about programming, for instance, you see, when these people are coming, they come with their own technology. If it is Indian technology, first, the owner of the technology, the OEM, the original manufacturer, comes in to commission the plant, and they stay there, make sure that it runs well. Maybe they have signed a memorandum of understanding that they are going to do that for the next 3 years or 4 years. Okay, then you hand over to me. But then I will retain some of you. That is how it is done. Because there are programming, maybe they did not even use they didn't use common PLCs. They didn't use Allen Bradley, they didn't use Schneider, they didn't use the Siemens of this world. They are not using Omron. Maybe they are using Indian PLCs now. It is not maybe they are even using Mitsubishi. You need engineers that know how to program Mitsubishi. Okay? So these guys will come in. What I'm trying to say is there are a lot of technicalities to these to running factories. Okay, so I don't have any issue with him having 11,000. If it is 57,000 and 11,000 are foreigners, meaning that we have like 46,000 Nigerians working under them, no problem. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is those 11,000 they will die natural death in terms of elimination when the Nigerians, because Nigerians will always catch up. Nigerians will always push them out. They will always go to board meetings where these guys will be there, and Nigerians will talk them down and shout them, don't tell me this, because obviously it is just knowledge. Once you have the knowledge, you'll be able to do it. So, and it's not like Nigerians don't have that knowledge. That's not what we are saying. We have it. But even a plant, if you are trained in a cement plant, like me now, if I'm taken to Ashaka to go and work on our own plant, it will still take me 6 months to adapt to their own system of how they do things there. You understand what I'm trying to say? Because it might not be the same architecture, might not be the same technology, it might not be the same routing. You understand? There are so many, it might not be the same process flow. These things, they are things that we need to understand. So when they are putting this, you just think that because they want to produce oil. No, it's not like that. It's deeper than that. And it is not just what a street guy can do. They can use them for the mania jobs. Yes, fine. But
No,
the
that's the
technical
problem. Now,
no,
you're coming to the problem. No,
All
wait.
right. Shall we move on from here, or are we still?
Okay, let me just round up. The technical jobs, Nigerians were, I said to you, I know 2 of my guys in cement that already hold refinery letters that they already accepted just to start, and they will join up. Okay, so they will have technical and skilled and unskilled. So I think it is not out of place, please.
I get you.
All right. So Kaizo, I see you've built out on 2 Niger. Who turns YouTube into an endurance test? You could Otisalo. Okay. So land that point. Des, and then we move on. Unless people still want to be here.
One man in a general or in a higher point, I feel like with what I know about Nigeria, most of the menial jobs, and he's talking about 11,000 is foreigners and whatever thousands is for Nigerians. I can guarantee you that most 80% of those jobs that give Nigerians are basically more likely sweeping the floor and all that stupid jobs that they're probably in there.
That's not true. I know someone personally. Not just like about 5 minutes away from me, that was employed by that Dangote refinery since 2017. So the thing we are making there is this: we just do the play. When we talk of this thing, we think. You see the way, my brother, see the way you are even comparing serious engineering project to software development. It made me laugh. Well, see, You can train someone from university, but you forgot that some of the products that we use for the build of the refinery, they are proprietary products. And when we are talking of proprietary products, you must have built years of experience. Because it's not a way of
No. You got me wrong there. Don't say I'm trying to compare the both. I wasn't trying. I'm just saying most of those jobs that you're thinking that a specialist or whoever, maybe someone went to school, a PhD guy, an Indian PhD guy, 11,000 of them are there trying to do the job. I'm saying it's not true. Most of them are trained, just like you get trained in the IT, or when I made the reference on when I was working in Toyota, I'm not a mechanical engineer. Do you get? But I got trained in it. You get? So I can do that job because I got trained in it, not because I got the certificate for being a mechanical engineer or whatever. That's what the reference I was talking about. So all this 11, like I said, 11,000 is a whole lot. It doesn't take a whole lot of people to train Nigerians in the job, the specific job they ought to do. I mean, you can actually get 1,000 people can do that job in training people. So, one man, I think I yield there. I don't have much to say. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Yes, Zita, did you come in for this space, or did you come in specifically for this topic, Zita?
Hey, one man.
Salam alaikum.
Good morning. What are you people discussing in the first place?
No, we were talking about how Dangote is fleecing the country, and then we got into the space that is employing 11,000 Indians at his refinery, and then we started to debate that is 11,000 Indians, are they necessary? And if the skills shortage is such that you need 11,000 Indians for areas of expertise that Nigerians cannot fill, then maybe we're not as great as we often imagine ourselves to be. So we'll be back and forth on that.
First of all, one man, please bring other people in. I have to go. Folks, good night. Wish all of you restful nights. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Baba. See you tomorrow. So thank you, Baba. Yeah.
Okay, one man. Hey, I like talking like Wiki. One man. What is wrong in employing 11,000 Indians, if I may ask?
Well, that tells you then that 11,000 Nigerians are not employed. So that is wrong.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How many one man, please don't get me wrong. When I say one man, is what they call actually not the subject. You are not the subject, but I'm using your name like you not being the subject. So don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm directing the question to you.
I know. Carry on.
Okay. How many Nigerians are outside of Nigeria? We don't know anyway. That working
let's use a working hypothesis of 10 million.
Okay, and they're in another man's country working, right? And those, me, when I want to discuss this kind of a thing, I come from a different angle, and most people don't like me because of it. The place I am now, the place I am working, we are 23,000 foreigners. And the job we are doing, the indigenous, of course, if they look around, they can get some indigenous who can even do it better. But they want diversity.
Or cost efficiency. Are you not cheap? Is that not what it is?
Hold on. Let me say this. What is wrong in Dangote refinery employing 11,000 Indians?
Because it's not employing 11,000 Nigerians. So that is what makes it wrong.
And what is wrong in that?
Because
most Nigerians are outside of Nigeria working. They are taking
How many of them are in high-level employment?
How would you know when you don't keep record?
Well, you know the anecdotal evidence of it. Within whatever
let me tell you
the average
something.
Nigerian works a cleaning job, mid secretarial job thereabout.
That's a
Not everyone
lie.
is a lawyer and a doctor.
That's not true, one man. Please, let me
Really?
not use the word that's a lie. That's not true, one man. Listen, let me tell you. If a programmer that is
That's only in London, one man. It's only in London. Come America, yeah.
They are factory workers in America, the average Nigerian.
If one man,
they are serious guys.
No, I know there are serious guys, but the average person is just doing a pedestrian job. Not everybody is a high flyer. We are not all like Lauretta.
What is the capacity of Dangote refinery? The level Dangote refinery is, will you call it a multinational company or a local company?
It's a local company. It's a wholly, maybe not wholly, maybe not solely, but wholly a Nigerian entity.
You don't seem to understand me. After all, Shell was a British entity. I asked the question, the capacity. I used the capacity. I didn't say where it is and how it was formed. The capacity, is it a local
It's a Nigerian company with international reach.
So what is wrong in employing foreigners?
If it is at the expense of Nigerians, then there's everything wrong.
We go to other countries and work out so much money being paid for doing a job. We know that if they look inwardly, they can get somebody in their country to even do it cheaper. We call ourselves programmers, we call ourselves developers, crackers and hackers and all those stuffs. And we get paid heavily. We go to South Africa, we talk about xenophobia. We go to some places, we call ourselves, they're racializing us. And we're in one-man platform this morning talking about 11,000 Indians in our country working in a company that is seemingly going to be a multinational company, well managed. One man, is that right?
Well, if Nigerians are not in that job, then it is
wrong. The only people employed in Dangote refinery are all Indians, and the only staff they have is 11,000.
There is an overabundance of Indians there, which is a cause of worry for Nigerians.
And in the UK, there is what? Abundance of
there's no abundance of Nigerians in the UK.
Only Mbise people did a meeting in Texas and the whole hell was let loose.
Madam Zita, let me make something known. See, the problem is not how many. The problem is that one Dangote refinery is just one refinery. If there are Indians spread all over the country working so many jobs in different places, but the 11,000 concentrated in one place is a big problem. Like I said,
how many Nigerians are working in Google?
I don't know.
You should find out.
I haven't done that research.
No, you should find out.
But I'm pretty sure they're not going to be.
That's a false equivalency anyway.
How is it false?
Even if the Google, I'm pretty sure they're not up to 11,000. Really? I can guarantee you that. Yes, really.
Anyway, one man, let me continue. I don't want to be going to unfold this argument, but all I want to say is that if we feel
one, Mama Sita, please let me support your
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, Mama Sita. Yeah, because I support you, ma. Because this is a private company, right? And nobody will tell me if I borrow money, I invest a lot of money in that kind of project, I will never want to gamble. All my target is how am I going to make this company success. First, I will know how many Nigerians work in refinery. Which refinery do we have in Nigeria? They have experience. But now we are complaining about they want to bring some people that got the experience. How do people know that those people that come in, they don't have the experience?
I'm not even talking whether they have the experience. Maybe I'm not making my point very clear. Whether they have the experience and they don't have the experience. Number one, the man has a child. If they decide to diversify their employment, and so what?
This is not government company. This is a private company. I can do whatever I want. Even if it's government company, most Nigerians are heads in government parastatals all over the world. Especially in America, what is? I mean, I don't get this. You go just want to complain about everything. You shout racism. Other people come to your country, say, what are they doing there? What is going on?
No, you are giving a totally different inflection on. You are not comparing like for like.
What I'm saying is, there is nothing. Please let me make this clear. No matter any angle I want to look at it, there is nothing wrong in him employing those people. We have how many oil and gas companies in Nigeria? At least if I can count, let me count 4. Shell, Mobil, Total, Ajib. This has almost how many thousands of Nigerians whom their contractors, whom the contractors, and how many foreigners are working there? So why would Dangote company be different? Nigerians are littered in those oil companies all over the world, including more. So what is this? Why this? Is it because they're Indians, or is it because they're not supposed to work for Dangote? I'm not getting the why. Honestly.
The why is that they are doing Nigerians out of jobs is the why. Listen, we've already said.
I'm in a foreign land. And I know how many Africans are in my company. And that company is not actually like that. Maybe one day I can send you the name of the company. You go and make research. I know how
Madam Zita, let me ask you a question, Madam Zita.
Let me finish.
Just one question. Just one question.
They sit down, if the indigenes of that country or citizens of that country sit down one corner to begin to profile us the way you guys are doing now, how do you think I will feel? I mean, I don't get this.
Okay, Madam Zita, let me ask you this question. Is there companies in America that if you're not a citizen, you won't be able to get?
I don't know.
Yes,
I don't know.
I can tell you categorically yes. There is a lot of them.
I don't know. I
can tell you yes.
I don't know.
If you are not a citizen or permanent resident, you can't work.
Even if you're a permanent resident, there are some.
Hold on. Des, is it for security reasons? Because if it's for security reasons, then it's different. It's a different.
No. Some are not security reasons.
No, it's
for security reasons. No, some are not security reasons. I know, because I know what I'm saying.
Do you know why? Do you know why security reason? Because you are going to do e-verify. So there are some kind of background check we go through. So there's no way a foreigner will pass that. Because I have a client now that they didn't only do background check for being in Canada. They went as far as Edge in the US. So that my client is CN Rail. So because it's a cross-border thing. So if you are not a citizen, you cannot work there.
Okay. Yeah, but that's a different space now.
We have a lot of Nigerians that become citizens, right?
Yeah, once you become a citizen.
Yes. Okay, so there's not any law in Nigeria that foreigner too can become a citizen.
No. The thing is this: do you know why this of Miss Zita angle is different from me? Is this? You see, one thing, we have because of unemployment in Nigeria. That is why this noise is coming from somewhere. I get that for sure. bringing foreigner to country like this, they will do some kind of the labor assessment. They will look at, okay, can you fulfill this type of labor within Canada? Now, sometimes it's not as if Canada cannot fulfill it, but the Indians, they've mastered all the loopholes to even bring a fresh graduate to come and be doing desktop. You know, when I say desktop, just to put laptop on someone's desk in Canada, yes, they bring their people in like that this way. That I understand too, because of loopholes. But you see this particular thing we are talking about, Nigeria, we are talking of it as if like Baba Sulia want to start his farm and he looks someone to bring the ridges. It's not like that. Because we are talking of serious engineering works that need long-term warranty and sustainability. Attending university to get degree in civil engineering, in chemical engineering, petroleum engineering is different from you having that experience over years. We are talking of Indians, and when we are talking of those people that have expertise in refinery business, they are about fourth or third in the world.
Ola, the main point is this technology they're using to build this refinery is from India.
Exactly, it's proprietary like technology, and these people, they build expertise. Meanwhile, look at it this way. Are we not talking of Nigeria that we build when we start building more than two-story building, that the building will get to a particular place and we crash?
No, you're using an extreme example to make
it's not an extreme example.
It is an extreme. Do buildings not crash in India?
No, I know, but it's engineering. But we know that one aid, for example, now, if a builder, okay,
not all of the 11,000 cannot be engineers. I'm pretty certain of that.
I know, but how do you prove it? I've just given you loopholes of how they bring in people in Canada too.
Why
Canada is
can
supposed
I
to be an
continue?
advanced
Why
country.
is everybody concerned at the job, talking about the job they're doing? It doesn't really matter. The important thing is that the place
madam.
the important thing is that the place is diversified. People should come into Nigeria to work. Nigerians should go outside to work. Let's mix it up. Everybody.
But not the work Nigerians can do.
Oh, God. America is what it is. These are people. I don't know how to put this thing. Look at me.
No,
America is what it
I
is
can work
today
in America
because of diversification.
I can work in America, but that should be work that Americans cannot do. We have jobs quota for Canadians that if I get job in America today, it's just for me to go to the border and present my employment letter. From there, they give me work permit straight away. No story. But that
my point is this, Ola. My point is this, Ola. How do we train experts in that areas? Like Madam Zita is saying now. If we do it like that, how do we train experts? How do we get experts that are going to manage?
Let me answer your question.
All right, yeah, Zita, carry on, yeah.
Ekene, there's something I will tell you. It concerns me. That's why most times I don't get very angry with Obasanjo. I have shipped it in here before, but maybe I was not elaborate about it. I will answer your question because I've said it before. So let me say it now to answer your question. You are very right, Ekene. How would we train experts? It's not only experts. How would you train people to be able to manage human capital if they are not diversified? You remember some time ago, I always make reference to 2023 election because that's why I came into this place in the first place. I said that if you keep somebody who ruled Lagos, a governor from Lagos, and a governor from another state in Nigeria, and tell Zita, who do you want to rule Nigeria? I will tell you the governor of Lagos. Because if you have not studied diversity, you will not know what diversification can do. Inclusiveness, it brings a lot, both economically and socially. It updates, it upgrades. Now, let me answer your question, Ekene. Let me not go through. In the year 2004, Obasanjo has a MOU or whatever he do with oil companies in Nigeria. That's why I said he did a lot. But because we don't have institutions, he cannot keep them. And can't, and nobody can't. You can't keep something you don't have institutions that store it and update and upgrade those things. Now, he said, this thing Ekene said now, there must, that's NCD, Nigerian Content Development. He said, they will only employ not more than 2 years of working experience. Somebody who is a fresh graduate, but not more than 2 years of working experience. Somebody who came out from university and somebody who has worked for 2 years, obviously you and I know that person is not an expert, okay? Now, what did Obasanjo did? If you go to Nigeria today, we are the first engineers. I'm not an engineer, but I was one of them, to build the first indigenous front-end engineering for AFAM project. Nigerians are hearing my voice today. Designed in Nigeria and is working perfectly well. How was Obasanjo able to achieve that? He forced it down shell throat. What Ekene said, how do you get experts? Today, what I learned in field office is what I am flexing my muscles here. Now, he was bringing those experts from overseas, from Hague, from Oman. Share complained that if they teach us instead of doing it, that it will take a long time for them to conclude the project, that they're working on time. I remember Bishop reminded me of what Obasanjo did that day. As the Shell EPV was speaking, Obasanjo was busy playing drum with the table. What is he telling the man? I think I'm done with this discussion. You must train them. And they turned to us. Obasanjo made a comment. He might be listening. His head might be listening. He said, you said you can help me. Help me. You said you can teach me. Teach me. I've never seen an African say that to a white man before, but he said it. And they turned to us and told us, you must learn. They might not be happy to teach you. They might be angry at your work because you are a novice. But your job is to learn, because this project must be done indigenously. So they were moving them in batches. This said we come and stay 1 month. That said we go. Another said we come. That said we go. People who do not know what was happening in Shell, we say Nigerians are outside. Experts, look at how Shell is importing Oyibo into the country. No, we know how to talk. But they trained us. The day we launched AFAM phase 1, it was hell in Nigeria. I know most of you were not following. Did they do it? Did they do it? They did. If you see the way we were posing in the picture, we were 37. 15 of them are still in Shell as I speak to you. The rest are littered all over the world making waves. They trained us for free. For free. They were brought to work in Shell and their job is to train us. So, Ekene, you cannot have an expert if you do it that way. But that is not the where area I'm coming from. I'm coming from area of diversification. I wouldn't want to continue saying this, that a company in my country employed 11,000 Indians. I am angry and I am freaking out. Oh my God. I am somewhere in another place, working. And I am angry. And those people are giving me all the benefit and all the support I need. And I sit down to talk about some people, other color, other race, employed in my country. But no, I won't do that, one man. Again, did I answer your question?
You get some point, but I needed to understand more because you see the issue of the problem now is that we must start to engage the Nigerians, especially the youth. That Dangote refinery will do a lot. So if I'm not seeing a place of bringing out expertise in that refinery, then it has not benefited the society.
Let me answer your question.
All right. Answer that, and then after that answer, we have to move on. We've been on that topic for far too long.
Ekene, that company is not Nigerian company. Somebody owns it, just like some people own Shell. If they want to have a training department, it is of their own species to do that. If they don't want, you can't force them. That's the answer to your question. It's left for them to have a training department where they bring in young people and train them. And for your information, training is not Gary. It's a lot of money. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, we must move on. Let's move the conversation on, and let's move it. Let's move it in the direction of Kulata. See if it's ready. Kulata, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Look at that. We are not grilling today, eh? You know, too much protein is not good for you, eh?
Who told you too much protein is not good for me?
You know, was thinking I might even say the right thing, but you know, Babati was here, he was throwing something at the. Fashola breaks silence following exclusion from Tinubu's cabinet. So, yes, we've said it often enough. The Fashola's exclusion. Let me just speak through it. It says, former Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, has said he does not need a title to serve in President Bola Tinubu-led administration. Our correspondence reports that Fashola, a close aide of Tinubu, said in an interview with News Agency of Nigeria at the Lagos State University, Ojo, on Tuesday, that he was happy to serve the country in any capacity. I do not need a title to serve. The president can only appoint at least one minister, for example, from each state, which he has done, Fashola said. There is just enough places in parastatals. They are doing that. We are estimated to be 200 billion people. So there is not enough offices to take everybody. All of us must play our roles as citizens, and a citizen does not need a title to serve. He said he was confident that the current administration was birthing the next generation of leaders. Yes, we are also talking about the next generation, he said. If some do not move on, where is the place for the next batch? There is the need to bring more outstanding public-spirited people to occupy spaces as they evolve. I look forward to a lot more youthful people being part of the administration. So that is Fashola now speaking to that space, his absence somewhat from the Tinubu administration. So I was saying at the opening phase that that there was no real carryover from Buhari's cabinet into Tinubu's cabinet. So it was quite noted that that wasn't the case. But the one name, just from the longevity of their relationship, Fashola, you thought would still have some form of a title. So what are you making then? Has it been abandoned? Is that what it is?
I don't honestly, I don't even know what to make of it because it's almost like a non-story to me. I mean, it's just saying, look, I'm not in the administration, but I'm still aligned with Tinubu. That's what is saying. And I don't know what to make of it because, okay, you're still in contact, you're still working with him, but you're not in official capacity. Right. So what are we supposed to make out of that? It's more like, I mean, I'm trying to look for I
This
don't know.
collata,
Yeah, I'm trying to look for like the hook. Like, okay, personally would want Fashola to be in the administration in some capacity. If it's not ministerial, then it has to be like a heavy parastatal, some important stuff. Let's say we fire Mele Kyari now and we make Fashola the NNPC MD. That will make me happy. But is that going to happen?
It will make me happy as well, actually.
That will make me happy. Because what else are we supposed to give Fashola now? If we don't give him an NPC, we can't give him CBN. It's not qualified to do anything like that. Nothing. So it's just a loss. It's Tinubu's friend, big freaking deal. And I'm just scratching my head because is he some sort of advisor in some personal capacity? Because a lot of us will prefer he replace that Gbajabiamila. So, Wama, I'm seriously lost for words. I don't know what to make of it.
It's somewhat of a waste, isn't it? Because
it's a waste there.
Yeah, broadly, I agree that it shouldn't carry over from Buhari's administration. But there are certain actors, Fashola being a good example, that it still has something to offer the country. Or am I being?
It has a lot to offer. I mean, if you say there was no carryover, what's this guy as a carryover? Even though it was a junior minister under Buhari, Kayamo. Kayamo is a carryover, right? Even his secretary of the government is a carryover from Buhari. Is it Bade or what's his name? That's also a carryover from Buhari's government. So there are a few carryovers. So how the capacity is using Fashola, that Fashola is announcing that nobody knows, is kind of like some sort of phantom capacity. I do not know, nor do I understand. But my wish will be for someone like Fashola to be part of this cabinet because there are a lot of useless picks in this cabinet. Like, I mean, look at the defense, for example, the defense ministry, the junior one and the senior one is like a joke. So I don't know what to make of this. I just wish we could put Fashola to run something. My own preferred mind, it will be NNPC to run NNPC, but it's a loss. So Fashola should just, I mean, if we shouldn't see him, it doesn't need to be making this kind of comment so we get reminded that
I think
it's
it
not the
was
government.
pushed. I think it was pushed actually because I don't think it doesn't strike me as the sort that will be dropping hints in the newspapers. But
So is this like is he like, because he can't be begging for a job now. If he wants to work, he'll work. He's the one that said he's tired of working. So he shouldn't have done this interview. Maybe let me put it that way.
all right, let me take you to a space that probably interests you more. Tinubu's trip to India, the G20 summit, a resounding success, a qualified success, somewhat of a failure or a categorical failure. How have you assessed the president's trip to New Delhi?
Oh, okay. I would call that somewhat of a success. And the reason I'm going to call that somewhat of a success was he made the right moves, struck the right chord, got the right initial deals, draft deals. Let me call them draft deals, if there's any such thing as draft deals. I mean, a memorandum of understanding.
Please, If I could ask a question, please, brother. So are we now, is it now G21 now or G25? How do they add us to the G20? Thank you.
G20 plus 56, G76 plus Africa now. It's still G20. I don't know if Africa, did they make us a permanent member or just some?
Yeah, I thought they were discussing making the AU. So the
Eh,
entirety of the continent.
that's
Unbelievable.
why I was counting 56. Yeah, we have 56 countries in Africa. But is it a permanent membership or it's just one of those like like almost like guest member?
It will have to be permanent. Or if they're adding the AU, it has to be permanent.
It seems diluted. I would have loved that they gave Nigeria like okay, the way South Africa is on G20, if they gave Nigeria our own standing, I would have loved that. But they just gave us kind of like a group, like
Cameo appearance.
a community prize and come and take cameo appearance. So yeah, Tinubu come and take picture. And so in terms of, if I get back to your question, I think it was somewhat of a success. The reason I call it somewhat of a success because it's not past memorandum of understanding. The rubber needs to meet the road. We need to get those investors in the country and to now see things happening. I mean, all these are promises. Promises you can decide not to keep promises because he said, okay, he signed $14 billion worth of deals. They're supposed to be car manufacturing, Tata, and another, I believe, some other company that's supposed to make, is it buses or trucks? I don't even know. And some other deals, 1.6 billion, but it may be empty promises. It's the follow through because right now we're bleeding FDI. We don't have any FDI, even though it's trying to set up our economy it's trying to set up our economy to attract people, but it's still not attractive because we still don't have the liquidity in our economy. A lot of dollars are still stuck. They still want to deal with stock dollar in what's it called, in United Arab Emirates. How many millions of dollars do the Emirates airlines have stock in Nigeria? So if I'm an investor, you have to show me more than just platitudes and words about, oh, we've tried to make this, you have to make that. You have to give me a chunk. It's high time Nigeria starts selling Nigeria to attract investment. And when I say selling Nigeria, like considerable stuff. Like when we sold what's it called, frequency spectrum for those MTM and the likes, even though they've repatriated billions and billions of dollars, our economy is still good for it. Our economy is good for it. Look at telecom sector in our GDP. It's like the number one or maybe number two or something. Telecom is even bigger than oil. And we sold spectrum, frequency spectrum. We licensed it several times now. Can we look for something else to sell? Can we sell right away and say, oh, okay, I was looking at someone project some road networks that I think make sense in Nigeria. Like, okay, India now, if you build road from Lagos to Sokoto or from Lagos to Calabar, just coastal road line, and another line, I saw someone come up with that idea and I thought it was a fantastic idea. Or a road that goes to the north but takes all that, the west side of Oyo, Kwara, Niger, all the way to Sokoto. And then the person also gave another good idea to have a ring road in north central that transverses north central, southeast, south, southwest, just a ring road. If we have those kind of three roads and you just sell the right of way, that okay, I'm selling you the right of way, build this stuff, operate it, toll it. The infrastructure will be there for all of us to use. We'll benefit from it. And after a few years, transfer it to us. Why not? It's not going to cost us anything apart from those guys coming to build stuff that they can't take away. They can't take it away. So if they vex tire, they'll say they close it. Close it now. We didn't have it before. Big deal. So we need to do more than just those promises, because I don't think our economy is not that attractive. While we have a lot of population, they're poor. The amount of things they can buy, the purchasing power is still low. So we need real, meaningful, hard investment that can build the next set of middle class, the way Obasanjo built middle class during his time. And then when we build a middle class, we will attract more people, because then they have purchasing power. They'll be able to buy more stuff. That means companies will be able to bring more stuff. That means we'll be able to grow more middle class, and that ripple effect will happen. But at this point in time, I'm not seeing kind of like I'm not seeing, outside of going to talk and call, I'm not seeing a lot of concrete plans outside of the fantastic thing he has done in terms of trying to remove the dual forex, even though that is not working right now, and oil subsidy. There needs to be a lot of more bold steps beyond that. That is why I prefer some of Atiku's plans in terms of trying to sell some stuff in Nigeria.
Kolata. Kolata. Sorry, I just want to chip in on news. Today it was stated today that Nigerian foreign exchange gained $2 million as at the end of August, and that's
$2 million.
Yes, $2 million. As
$2 million last one.
And that is the only increment we have had since July 2022. So
what?
Yes.
$2 million. Is that a joke?
I'm telling you now. Just this evening, it was stated on the news.
Can you explain what that means? I'm not sure that for the benefit of
that the central bank declared that the forex reserve of Nigeria has just increased by 2 million.
Oh, right. Oh, God.
At the end of
Onochie, man, we have a long way, man.
Hello, at the end of August, and it was also stated that is the only increment that has happened to the foreign exchange since July 2022.
Foreign exchange reserves, you mean?
We've had a whole year. Yes.
The reserves. So what you're saying is, I know for a fact that NMPC is currently paying the gbese that they owe those guys doing crude swaps. I think from what I understood back when Tinubu just entered, I think they said they owe them all the way till October. So we're not yet in October. And that time they said we owe them $3 billion. So maybe they're still paying those $3 billion, because those guys are going to pay from the crude. So that means NNPC is not really remitting much. And we also have encumbered BC that they were using to back reserves. There was one time a friend of mine, an economist, said something a while ago when I was looking at Buhari reserve that $40 billion, that this is high, this is nice. He was there laughing at me. He said, do you know that all of that, a lot of that is borrowed money? I did not understand what he was saying then. But when we got the revelation of some of the money that those banks, American banks, is it JP Morgan loaned us and co. That is what was in our foreign, that is what's been showing as our reserves. So if you are now telling me we only grew our reserves by $2 million, that is outside of the loan we even owe there. It's just $2 million that came in. Can you see how terrible our situation is?
Yeah. Just this August only, meaning that for the past 1 year, there has been no activity in that aspect. The activity has been negative. And presently, the foreign reserves, before they declared this one, it stood at $3.9 billion. 3.9. They remove all the money they owe.
And you guys heard the shenanigans that Emefiele and Olam I mean, the Olam.
Yes. We're in that space. We spoke about it a couple of days ago. In fact, it was one of the things I was going to ask you to speak to. But I think AY wants to come in. Let AY come in and then pick it up from there.
Yeah. So the thing is, the truth is, there has to be some recoveries. While I acknowledge the fact, I would like to read the I would like you to share the link where you got the news for the $2 million, because I doubt it. $2 million is too small. Are you talking about $2 billion or $2 million?
No,
$2
$2
million.
billion will be too high now.
Not necessarily. We're talking about foreign reserves now. One man or foreign reserves. $2 million is too small. $2 million. Is that I want to go. We have to confirm whether it's 2 billion or 2 million. Really. So, and the thing is, if you look at the audit reports are already coming out from CBN, the truth is we've not known our financial position as at today. I can't believe whatever we are doing is speculations. The audited reports that was released, they already fought on it. People are already faulting it. The auditors are already faulting it. They already um you know investigating. Investigation is going on. So the truth is we're in a very precarious position. I believe that. But the thing is, we can also easily climb out of the hole we found ourselves.
We can't easily climb out of the hole. Please don't simplify
That's
it.
why I
No, I
want to ask
said
Kulate a question.
no. Let
Kulata
me
said
wrap up.
something now. I
Kulata,
want him to tell me how he's going to
you are
work.
not checking the expansive opportunities of the economy. Look at what Dele Alaki is doing.
That's his story now. That one is story.
Wait,
Like
look at
expansive opportunities.
Dele Alaki's ministry alone. That solid minerals ministry. If you can reform it in few months, we'll see the gains. Don't say
No, guy, let's not kid ourselves. You don't really make that serious. You don't make serious money like that with solid minerals, except you're refining it or you're doing something to it. You don't really make much in from solid minerals. That's what all these poor African countries are doing. Burkina Faso is solid mineral. Mali is solid mineral. Are they rich? They're dead poor. Niger is solid minerals. Let's not talk about solid minerals. It's a
do you know what
distraction.
Niger did recently on their
That's
value
a
of
lie.
money?
You say they increased it to 300. It's propaganda. It's not backed up by any credible media source.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. You can
Yeah, no,
research it.
that's been debunked.
It's bogus. It's a lie.
Okay.
Please don't talk solid minerals. Let's be serious. There's nothing in solid minerals.
All right, Zita, you wanted to ask Kulata a question.
Yeah, Kulata said selling off all those things will work. How?
Right now, for a precarious situation, we'll get quick liquidity. And what we need is that cash infusion to kind of like get the engine rolling, because any idea you have right now, if you don't have cash, it makes no sense. Like our exchange rate right now, it makes no sense because what can we back it up with? That's why we're looking for a loan. So there's some things that we just have to kind of like take the L, take the loss. I wish we could just sell those refineries off and just make some quick $10 billion.
But Kolata,
Kulata,
you know that
Kulata.
Tinubu wanted to sell it
The
off, but
way
it's the same NLC and co that started shouting. The
Forget
man
all
was
those
already
NLC.
those guys.
Kulata, you just said it as if you are doing the business from one side. You mean you call somebody to come and buy Nigerian refineries and the person will come and buy because you need liquidity, you need cash.
Well, I oversimplified it for the purpose of this kind of conversation.
Yeah, because I was just it's a one-man platform. This kind of discussion is something we need to discuss intensively.
Okay, let's talk
But
about it intensively then.
because of the people we are hitting at and what the result we want, and to the benefit of the listeners, because you cannot say you want to sell off the refineries and then people will just come and buy. And
No, it's not
even
that
when
simple. It's not that
it's
simple.
not that simple, that's what I was just trying
No,
to
it's
let
not
you
that
know.
simple.
It's not that simple.
If we're going to sell assets, that will be quick. Assuming NNPC can position themselves to go public, But that's if they can position themselves to go public, we can get some liquidity by that. Sell off a huge chunk of shares in NLPC.
Can I
But
ask you a
now
question,
then it's
Kulata?
public money. Yeah.
I know that for some time now, listening to you in one man platform, you and what's the Fatai, you've been struggling to cut out an economic proposal for Africa and for Nigeria. If I may ask you this honestly, what actually do you think is left for Africa to expand?
Based on Africa's capacity and capability, I will say processing raw materials. That's what we can do. That is perhaps what they will let us do.
Processing your raw materials, and you
To
will
like the
process it
next
in a way
the
that it
next
will be
level.
better than the one they processed.
Well, if
No, the
process,
same technologies are. What do you mean better than the one they processed? Is
it's
it not
not going to
machines
be.
they are using? It's going to
So
be the exact same thing.
so Zita, rather than exporting raw cashew nuts, we shell it. We shell it. Maybe, we shell it. If you want to roast it abroad or do whatever fancy stuff, fine. Rather than sending raw cocoa, we get, I can't remember the name of the powder before you do, just
Cacao.
some, you are cacao, and then you can further refine it. It will be close to 100%. I read about that a while ago. I can't remember the full details. But so then you can go and make the finer chocolates in Switzerland, in Belgium, and all that stuff. But not just sell the cocoa pods or sell the cocoa and then let people now go on. Just one additional things, because assuming we're able to make good stuff that is not funded by these Western or rich countries, let me just call it rich countries, they may decide not to buy it from you. But that may be fine if they don't buy it for you, then you sell it to yourself. If you sell it to yourself, then you're able to, that's import substitution. You save your forex exchange. The refinery now, that will be one thing. We have the crude. Well, then we do the refined petrol and we sell it to ourselves. We can export that one because that one is the same standard. They can't tell you. It's so important that nobody's going to tell you they're not going to buy from Dangote, for example.
Kulata, I don't know how much you want this conversation to go on.
It depends on one man.
Question.
It doesn't depend on me. Hold on. It doesn't depend on me. It actually depends on Tobon. So thank you for opening that window for me to bail. Kulata, Alexander Gomez, Prince Daddy, and I, of course, the sugar daddy of the platform. There they are doing as normal. So as normal. So carry on, and I'll ease myself quietly out as Thomas takes over. Carry on with our conversation.
Kulata.
Yes. No. This one man, this is partial. You have to bring me in appropriate way. No, I don't take this. No. I don't take this one man. You have to bring me in appropriate way. One man has left. Yeah, continue, guys. Yeah,
you're a dictator. Bring yourself in. You can do whatever you want.
Kulata.
Guys don't know how funny that is.
General.
That is it.
You don't know how funny.
I was in what they call it, with my fellow junta people yesterday. So you have to respect me, people, guys. You have to respect the general. Yeah,
feed
continue,
Masha.
guys.
You are no longer general. You are feed Masha now. Feed Masha.
Yeah.
Let's continue for a little while.
Mama Sita, please. I want to ask Kolata one question. Kolata, I feel we are looking far away from some very simple things we can make money from as a country. For instance, if you look at Bollywood, Bollywood contributes around $3 billion to the GDP of India on a yearly basis. Okay, so I'm thinking with this present Nigerian song, Afrobeat everywhere, our movies are doing well. Can't we leverage that too and see if we can up our earnings? I think we stand at around 600 and something $million presently. If we can up it up and look at what we are good at first, before we start looking for solid minerals that will take machineries, take years of whatever to do. Or what
Yes,
do you
yeah,
think?
you're right. We have opportunity in entertainment because whether we like it or not, the world has come to accept our entertainment industry. But I mean, a lot on the music side. The movie side, we still have a lot of work to do to produce quality stuff. But gradually, at least, diaspora, black diaspora, has accepted our movie side. They watch it in the Caribbeans, they watch it in Brazil. I mean, that Jagun Jagun, they were watching it in the Middle East, in everywhere. So you're right. You're right. We can make more money from entertainment, but if we're gonna like be realistic, if we're at like $600 million now, if you're saying Bollywood is making 3 billion, so we can as well peg ourselves to $1 billion. That's not enough.
Can I say continue?
Yeah.
Talking about movie industries, let me use this opportunity to thank Nigerian directors, more especially those that their movies were able to make it to Amazon Prime and Netflix. I just want to appreciate them for always flagging Nigerian skylines in their movies. They make me so proud down here. For all that has been said about Nigeria in the internet, whenever people see those skylines, they respect us. I appreciate them and I thank them very much. Now, talking about using the movie industries to generate fund, how? I
How?
don't want, yes, how?
The same way, like the funding of the movie industry, the Amazons, the Netflix, they buy content from us. Those content are funded in dollars, I want to believe. And the more we can do those, I mean, in terms of attracting platform, because right now is the tech sector that runs entertainment now, whether we like it or not. So
Can I?
assuming we expand to Disney, we
You
expand to
always
Hulu,
you
we
are
expand to all these places.
you are going far, but there is something I will say before I go. Uh, if if uh, if what's this one that I always like his song? What's his name? Something Daniel.
Ashake,
No,
Kiss Daniel.
thank you. If he goes to Uganda, or what do you call it, or to play in Britain, how much do you think he will generate for Britain?
A lot of money for Britain.
Now you are coming home. What
A
is
lot of money
wrong
for
in
Britain. No,
Nigeria having stadia like that so that those people can play in such places to generate such funds just easily like that for us? But that's not what I wanted to say. Kulata, you know that a nation, a people whose basic requirement is being replaced, how do you think those people can grow economically? We all attend a World Economic Forum. You know what I'm talking about.
yeah.
In Nigeria and in Africa, our basic requirements has been replaced. And it's requirements that drive economic growth, upgrade, social improvement. And those are our basic requirements in Africa. I would like to say Africa, they have been replaced. And not only that they were replaced, we embraced it so wide with our open arms and open leg. Now, let me ask a question. If you see a chocolate made in Nigeria, and you see a mass chocolate made in the United States, a typical Nigerian, which one will he prefer to buy?
United States.
Even if they are the same price, or even if that of Nigeria is lower in price and that of United States is higher, which one do you think he would prefer to buy?
United States all the time.
Even when they taste the same, which one would you believe he would buy? United States, right?
United States, yeah.
Thank you. So you see, when they say that we have issues in Africa, we have not really come down to understand our issues. I keep saying, because when all of us speak here, I know that we do, or I assume that every year we go for World Economic Forum. I don't know the sessions everybody attend, but I know that these are the fundamental problems in Africa. You said, even if they don't want to buy, we sell to ourselves. What is your consumer index? Very important. Are you going to manufacture something that nobody will buy and even your family will not buy? That is the problem. So, if I want to make an economic proposal for Africa, or more especially my country, Nigeria, I will tell them to go the China way. Let there be a long line between made in Nigeria and product of Nigeria, just like they do in China. Make the environment secured. It might be tight. I know Nigerians will go to the internet to run their mouth, because if you see what China is doing to their citizens to get the job done, you won't be there. Of course, you Kolata, you know. But bring in those companies, let them have subsidiaries in Nigeria. Employ your people, produce their people. When they produce, they mix it up with the ones they produce over there. It becomes made in Nigeria, not product of Nigeria. The labor, there might be little laws here and there to make the labor a little bit tight. It doesn't matter. When we grow, we can handle that. But in all these places you are looking at, and that's the areas Africans has been looking at, that's why we are the way we are. I remember the other guy from Liberia, if he's here today, I would have asked him 1 or 2 questions. I would have asked him questions about the China farm, because he will understand what I'm talking about. So it's not all about saying, let them sell this, let them sell that. They put Warri Refinery now to sell, and Nigerian will jump up and buy it for penny. Eventually, he might not operate it. Our basic requirements has been replaced long time ago, from the beginning. I didn't say change, I said replaced. There are 2 different things. They didn't change it. Just like they replaced our language, they didn't change our language. They replaced it. And we jump into it. When you speak good English, you are far, far more intelligent than somebody who can speak your local language very well. Ridiculous, right?
But Zita, we are trainable. The way we weaned ourselves off Western music, and we're winning ourselves off Western entertainment. If there's quality in what we do, we'll be forced to reckon with it.
Who buys the most?
From
They
where?
said
Who buys
they
the
buy
most
you.
where?
We are talking
They buy
about.
most. They
Mama
buy
Sita,
most.
Wait,
They
I
buy the
asked a
Mama,
most.
question.
Mama Sita,
Mm-hmm.
what you are driving at is exactly what I wanted to say. The rich buy the most, and these people who spend big on foreign products than Nigerian products. Can imagine that in Lekki, people still buy bottled water, imported bottled water.
Are they crazy?
I'm telling you,
You
people
don't know
buy
what is going on in
and
Africa,
drink
Colata.
imported bottled water. When you have Eva water, you have Aquafina, you have made by Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Nigeria, people will still not buy such premium Nigerian product. They will still go and buy foreign bottled water. Something is wrong with us. And I think it is majorly wrong with those people that think they have money. The economy of Nigeria is sustained majorly by the spending of the poor, because they are the ones that cannot really buy these things that go for Nigerian products. Mama Zita, you can go ahead, please.
I don't know, for you guys that live in the United States, I don't know if you people have observed what is going on in the United States. Now, Kulata, that music, that entertainment industry, you said we are doing great. I'm sure you know what happened. I'm very sure. You can't tell me you don't know what happened.
What happened when? Because there are many things that have happened over time.
What happened why this African music came up?
There are many things that happened. There was a chain. I think
Let
it's
me
a
give
chain
you
of
an
events.
instant. I will say something now. I will say it. Let me just say it. You see, before now, entertainment has always been with the blacks. I mean, good entertainment.
Yeah.
And we talk about blacks. Where are they? We talk about African Americans. Them being the one hitting the world with entertainment. And who sells them? Them. Sell them. All of a sudden, those guys said they want to sell themselves. That's how you people came up. I hope you understand. I will stop it so far.
If I'm going to trace it directly to one of the few influential moves that happened, it was when the Banj and John Jazzy had a chance encounter with Kanye West, and that it opened doors for them. It opened
Yeah,
doors.
it's still the same thing Mama Zita is talking, that the black people come up to say they want to sell the product, they want to sell the music that is, and that's
They
the
Yeah.
reason why
said they want to sell themselves. Listen, what
yes,
happened?
yeah, it's the
When
same
they
thing.
say they want to sell themselves, they could only sell themselves in America. They didn't go far. So that's how we came up. That's a long discussion, don't worry.
But I'm linking to a practical one
Madam,
with what's it called? Good music from Kanye West bringing on Nigerian talent, production
yeah,
company, and also artistry. Yeah.
Madam Zita. Good evening, everybody. Please, can I contribute to what you're saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Who is
Love.
speaking?
This is Rosie. Nice.
Hey, Rosie, my
My
sister. How
lovely
you doing?
sister, how are you? I miss you. You took off for a long time.
Yeah, not too much wahala. I'm
I'm
back.
glad that you are back. That's why I said you are courageous and bold like a lioness.
Oh.
Yeah. Please, in addition to what you're saying, I think what really promoted our music also in Nigeria is because many of the African Americans, the prominent ones, are trying to trace their roots back to Nigeria, especially to Ghana also. So, and I think some of them visited Nigeria and they saw that life in Nigeria is not bad at all if you have money. So I think that also kind of helped to bring up their interest in our music. and then with people like who is that guy that sang with that new one that one say lo 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 what's that? There was one of them.
Chris Daniel, right?
Yeah,
Now that's my best Nigerian artist.
yeah, that sang with the Spanish girl.
No, you're talking
Oh,
about
Rema.
Rema, Rema, right. So now they are now, coming to make music with these other people here. So I think it's kind of promoting them, and that music really, sold all over. I remember I went on the cruise, and they were playing it.
It's the
I mean
first
that.
Afrobeat. It's the first Afrobeat listing like 1 billion under the
Yes.
Sorry. I think everybody has postulated wrongly, majorly. I'm sorry. Well, I might be wrong too, but you can correct me. From our own point of view, I feel African or Nigerian Afrobeat has been majorly promoted by the advent of social media. Because now, from anywhere in the world, a new artist drops his music today. Yeah, they have promotional wherever. They've done their good, invested in doing good videos. They've chosen good locations in anywhere in Africa or in the world to do their video. Then they put it on the internet. And now the whole world sees their product. And it's a new taste, it's a new thing. Just like Olata said, the band opened the way with that collabo. And after that, those people started coming in to see what it's all about. Some of them saw Nigeria as where they could make money and invest by signing some Nigerian artists on their record label. But it's largely due to social media, because with social media now, you can see everywhere just in one touch. So a new artist coming up, you'll be surprised that they know him in America even before you know him in Nigeria.
Kulata, what I was saying before now is that I think that China will be the best for Africa.
We lock ourselves and develop and try and develop inward.
No. I'm talking about made in Nigeria and product of Nigeria.
But see, here's the thing: it's a global world, right? If made in Nigeria, look, if made in Nigeria is going to be more expensive than what people bring cheap import. People will not buy made in Nigeria.
No,
so
you don't understand what I mean. Like
you shut
now,
our borders and then promote made in Nigeria.
No, they have 90 in China.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say that
we attract
global
China
brands.
Is different from product of China.
I know. Bring the global. Okay, let me give a very basic example. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola made by Nigerian bottling under the license of Nigerian Bottling Company. Nobody's going to discriminate drinking a made in Nigeria Coca-Cola and the one in America. Actually, one in Nigeria tastes better. I just don't drink those nasty stuff anymore. Like Nigerian Coke, you will always drink Nigerian Coke compared to American Coke. American Coke is junk.
No, do you know what? Sorry if I'm interject. Do you know why the Nigerian Coke is better? Because the sugar.
They use cane sugar.
Too much, and look at the coloring. It's even poisonous. America, they control it.
Madam Rosie.
No, FDA controls it, but in Nigeria, the color is. Look at the Fanta; it's so orange. The sugar.
Yeah, but that's a good Fanta now. What do you mean?
That's not a good standard. That's why we see a lot of.
No, Nigerian I disagree. I don't want to get into all these food fights.
I'm telling you the truth. It's because there is no FDA. They don't control it as much as.
No, American products are toxic. Let's not even talk about that.
Nigerian
chemicals
they feed us.
Madam Rosie is right. She's right. Because let me tell you why I said she's right. Cardi B came to Nigeria and she said she wants to see the nightlife of Lagos. So she was taken out to Lagos. And then they got her a bottle of Guinness. And she took half of the bottle and she was already high.
And that's alcohol now, like a
No,
different
no,
from
wait.
coke.
And what I'm trying to
That's alcohol now.
point out. Let me land now. What I'm trying to point out is, and the next day when they were interviewing her, she was like, "Man, I take this stuff in the US. I don't get high like this. What is in your own brand that made me? I didn't even finish a bottle." She was saying it in that interview. So I
That's
believe
good
that
quality. That's good quality beer.
hey, it's not good quality,
It's
it's
not good
concentration.
quality, oh. It's more toxic.
Concentration.
It's more
No, no,
toxic.
no, no,
Please
no.
don't bring their
I
quota.
disagree. But my point is, look, in America right now, people import Mexican Coke because Mexican Coke is like Nigerian Coke. But let's not
Too
get
much
sidetracked by soft
sugar.
drink. It's not too much sugar. The one in America is made of what's it called, high fructose corn syrup. It's even worse on your body. It has more fructose content, which damages your liver. But any doctor can testify to what I'm saying. I think what Zita is saying, what I wanted to say is, if we can get those brands to come and operate out of Nigeria, then we maintain that branding, that international standard, and it's made in Nigeria, made for us primarily, and also could be made for export. But Madam Zita is, how do we, I mean, it works for certain goods, but for, let's say, chocolate, like for example, how do we get I mean, because we need to say, okay, Mars Corporation come and start factory in Agbara, Ogun State or something, and be making Mars bar and whatever nasty stuff is in I mean, the chocolate people eat. How do we get them to come?
How
We need
did
to get them to,
China? How did China get them?
well, China's own was really started with the Nixon policy, an American businessman wanting to make a quick buck because the
That is
labor in
what
China
I'm
is cheap.
saying now. That's why I talked about the level.
The labor,
If you
but the
can,
cost of manufacturing needs to be low in Nigeria, and
thank you.
power is but power is one of the hindrance that we have, and infrastructure, good roads and power.
So can we be talking about economic recovery without power and security? Is that
Security
possible?
is not possible because if we don't secure ourselves, we're joking. So security number, the highest priority right now is security. That's the topmost priority. Then you can talk about power. But if we don't get those two things right, what are we doing to secure the country? I don't want to sound like too Niger, but he's right in some instance, but not in terms of soldiers, internal security, not not trying to fight war against America or some ridiculous stuff too Niger thinks about. But internal security, how do we secure ourselves to make sure I'm free? If I want to move around, I can move around. I feel secure. I can bring my business. I don't think anybody's going to rob it. That's the number one thing Tinubu should be doing right now. I mean, of course, we can walk and chew gum, but it should be one of his topmost priority. And then the next thing will be power and additional infrastructure like roads. Because otherwise, we're just going to locate all our companies in the coastal areas. And but what about the agriculture value chain in the north? We can't miss out on that's the biggest potential in the country, in my own opinion. So we can't do it if we don't have like basic power, basic security, and basic infrastructure. And those three things, someone can take a
Ulata,
guess. When are we going to get those three things in Nigeria?
Ulata, I don't know. But what I'm telling you is that for them to come, the consumer index, more especially for all those little things, is supposed to be high. That's the difference between China and us. They can do that in China because the Chinese, their basic requirements were not replaced. So when you see something written made in China or product of China, Chinese will buy it. What about the Nigerian?
But
Kolata, I think a way to go about that is to place high task on foreign products, so that I don't know what they call it in this thing, if it's tax or VAT, I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is that if the consumer knows that he will pay more to buy a foreign product of the same quality to a Nigerian made in Nigerian product, it would to some extent discourage buying, and at the same time those importing it, if they pay more for importing for those kind of products.
And so tariff. You're asking for a tariff on imports.
Exactly, tariffs. Thank you. So I think it will encourage our own local or anything produced in Nigeria. Let me not use the word local.
But don't you punish consumers for buying more expensive goods,
Yeah.
even though it's made in Nigeria?
If I might even interject, you see, no matter how much expensive you make these foreign products, Nigerians will still buy it because people, Nigerians, they like what they call packaging, presentation, fake life. Some people
But
they want
those are the
to buy.
bourgeois, those are the middle class Nigerians you're talking about, and the
Okay, yeah, they
very
want to
rich
buy
ones.
Chanel. If a Chanel T-shirt it's 100,000 naira, and you have a good quality T-shirt made in Nigeria for 1,000, they will go for that 100,000. The Gucci, all these brand names, they want it. So no matter how expensive,
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton, they will get it. You get what I'm saying? So they like this life. Okay, imagine some Nigerians to come abroad, come to the US, and they will go to maybe some of these expensive furniture store, and then they would ship everything for their, like the kitchen. They would ship everything for their kitchen from the US, the beddings,
They buy it in Turkey
everything.
nowadays. It's in Turkey.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Before you used to be in the US, they will come in, they will ship everything and send thousands of dollars. Doesn't mean that you don't have some good furniture makers in Nigeria. No, they just want that foreign touch. So I
Yeah,
mean,
but but you're not talking about the average Nigerian. You're talking about a Nigerian with means. An average Nigerian has no means to indulge in such foreign taste.
Okay, what about the little sweet?
The
An
what?
average Nigeria can buy.
Lettuce.
I said the little sweet, that's candy. We just
Oh,
talked about
candy.
candy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So those ones, that's why I use Coca-Cola is Coca-Cola and beer or something. Those are kind of like the perfect example. Okay, look at Nigerian beer, Trophy. Yeah, that was made in my hometown, by the way. So I'm proud of Trophy. Trophy in taste test will beat Budweiser, will beat any of this other foreign nonsense. And Nigerians buy it because it tastes good. So
No.
What do you mean no?
That's not
they
the
will buy
reason.
Heineken.
No, let me
Instead
tell
of
you.
that,
Let me tell you what Obasanjo
they will
did.
buy foreign beer,
Let
Heineken.
me tell you what Obasanjo did. Any company or any product in Nigeria, Obasanjo sees that is handy. It's either he bans a similar one from coming in, or he put so much tariff on it that people don't want to bring it in. Even when they do, they bring it in a very small quantity. That's why Nigerians can drink their beer. If they saturate Nigerian market with those foreign beers we are talking about, I can assure you that an average Nigerian in the street will want to buy that foreign one instead of that trophy you are talking about.
Okay, but
There are several ways of controlling this thing.
On that trophy, sorry, trophy seems to have his own special market in Nigeria.
You are not understanding what I am saying. You are not understanding me. Let me say the thing I said before. When a nation, a group of people, or an ethnic group, their basic, first of all, is system that drives requirements. And it's those requirements that bring about development. It brings about update and upgrade economically, socially, and otherwise. Because as long as the society keep requiring some certain things, manufacturers, businessmen and women will keep creating it because there is business for it. Now, you are not understanding. In Africa, I keep saying Africa, I'm not saying Nigeria. Our basic requirements, some people will say, they confused us, they colonized us, they touched our brain. They made us believe that their own is better. But I wouldn't say that. I will use this word. Our basic requirements has been replaced. Whether you call it trophy or it tastes nice, I repeat myself again. If you saturate Nigerian market with foreign beers, that trophy will shut down. Even when those foreign ones test water, like ordinary water, cooked and written made in Germany, and Nigeria knows it's coming from Germany, that your trophy will shut down.
So Zita, what you are saying, I mean, I understand what you're saying to an extent. I mean, the problem exists, maybe not as magnified as that, but what we need is more like contract manufacturing, like the way we are NBC license. I keep going back to Coca-Cola. The way we have Nigerian bottling company making Coca-Cola, we could have Kulata company making what's American, maybe making Doritos or something.
Okay,
I'm just using some American snack or something that will be made in Nigeria, but Nigerians will eat it because it's an international brand.
Let me give you a typical example, because Coca-Cola is not made in Nigeria.
It's bottled in Nigeria.
Okay,
Thank
Madam
you.
Sister, Madam
Thank
Isa,
you. Now
Madam
you're
Sister, please,
speaking.
can I say this is how what I understand what you're saying is like this trophy that they're saying trophy is good, right? If they now flood
Trophy is good.
Nigerian
Don't this
market,
trophy. We go
if
fight.
they
That's
if
from
they
my
now
town.
flood Nigerian market with Henneken and even make Henneken more expensive than trophy, people will go for Henneken than trophy.
Thank you. Now let
People
me give
drink
you
more
an example.
trophy than Anakin, Madam Rosie.
Let me say
in
this,
Nigeria.
Kulata, to make it easier for you to
Yes,
understand. You
coffee
said
is a special
Coca-Cola.
drink in Nigeria.
You said Coca-Cola. Very good example. Coca-Cola is not made in Nigeria.
It's bottled in
in
Nigeria.
Nigeria. The raw material come from somewhere and land in Nigeria. They do yahoo. They bring the bottles. Now, we all know that the best cotton in the world is found in our area. Is that not true?
Isn't it Egyptian cotton?
No, it's River Nile and River Nile. That is our area. That's where you get the best cotton in the world. Now,
Urobo cotton is the best.
I've never heard that though. It's only Egyptian cotton that I heard.
Okay,
that is
now
expensive.
find out. I know, say me, I know they talk rubbish. Find out. Anyway, you talk about Louis Vuitton, you talk about Gucci, you talk about blah blah blah. All those companies, they make cotton clothes, cotton designs. The raw material comes from Africa. They take it to wherever they are, in Italy, in Germany, in United States. They bring it back to Nigeria, just as Coca-Cola is doing. What do you think will happen? They will sell, just as Coca-Cola is selling. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but Zita, that's the Western economic model. Take raw material, use Africa as a source of raw material, manufacture. No, well, let me land this point. Africa is the raw material for the world.
Coca-Cola is not from Africa.
No, Coca-Cola is different because it's just sugar water. So I mean,
you think so? Never mind.
what's the sugar water and the proprietary chemical? So they take raw material. Chocolate is a very good example. They take cocoa from West Africa and some parts of the Caribbean, take it to Switzerland, Belgium, United States, make it chocolate, and then now export the chocolate back to the countries that grew the cocoa beans. If the country that grew the cocoa beans makes chocolate by themselves, they will not allow you, they will not buy it from you. And then what you've been talking about, that they've changed our requirement, you too will not buy it from yourself. So they've gamed us and we've gamed ourselves.
No, Kulata, you gave a very good example, but the issue, the challenge now, as if we are trying to debate on it, is because I turned it the other way around. Okay, let me give you another example. Cocoa, you mentioned. Mars make what? Chocolate from cocoa. What if Mars takes that raw material? There is a big giant mass company in Nigeria.
In Ghana or Nigeria. Yeah, that's what
I'm talking about my
that's
country.
what you and I are talking about. That if you can do that, that would be good. But would
That is
they
what
want
I
to
am
do
saying.
it?
That's exactly what is happening in China.
But
They come
will
to
they?
Nigeria.
Zita, I get you. But will they do it in Africa?
Let me tell you, when they come into Nigeria with the mass, of course, you and I know that Coca-Cola is not manufactured in Nigeria. So they do the mass again, Yahoo, 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 Yahoo. You bring out mass. I know that most people will not go checking where mass is made in. The moment they see the marks, just like Nike, looking
it's the
like
brand that sells itself.
It brands itself. It sells itself. So that's the kind of, I think Africa should go for now. But all these ones you are saying, go do this, sell to ourselves.
Mama Zita.
Sell to ourselves, Kulata, forget them.
I think the bulk of the job too also lies with our own local manufacturer. Okay, they should also do more, because they need to compete on all grounds: packaging, branding, everything, even the quality of the product. Because we have some products in Nigeria that are competing favorably with external products that they even met in the market. There was a time this Nigerian drink, Biggie, came into the market. It's made Nigerian by Nigerian, Biggie Cola, and came into the market.
Biggie Cola, just like Coca-Cola. Yeah,
just like Coca-Cola, and came into the market and flooded in fact, Coca-Cola and Pepsi were doing promos upon promo.
My brother, how quality is the
Biggie Cola? Yeah, Biggie Cola
it's not about, it's not about flooding the market. What is the quality?
I'm talking about the quality
of Coca-Cola? Do you know the quality?
No.
Coca-Cola is worldwide now. We know this good quality.
We know the quality
The one
of
we are drinking is
Coca-Cola.
different from the rest of the world now. The one you are drinking in Australia is the same one you drank when you went
Both
to
of them are trash. Is sugar water.
What I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is this. Because then my wife was into that business in terms of getting trucks of this product and selling. At a point we could not even
so
get
you and your family, you are the one competing with Coca-Cola, isn't it?
No. We were selling
I'm
Coca-Cola.
just joking. I'm joking, yeah.
We were selling Coca-Cola, we were selling Pepsi before, by getting it in truck, and people come to buy. Then Biggie came in, and we found it difficult to sell Pepsi and Coca-Cola. We had to go get how we would get Biggie. We were even pushing for the
Please, if I may ask, did the taste of Biggie beat that of Pepsi and Coca-Cola?
No, they have different tastes, but it's the same cola stuff. You understand? They have
Is it cheaper? Is it cheaper?
It's not necessarily cheaper. They are the same range, price range, the same thing. But it came into the market that time and took over. You understand? After that, Big Cola also came in. Those things were competing. In fact, Biggie Cola, their apple flavor destroyed Lacasera till tomorrow.
Sugar and coloring, my brothers. That's sugar and coloring.
Lacasera as a company did not recover from the disruption that Biggie Apple created in the market. So I'm thinking that could it be that our people too are not doing enough? Because I've stayed among people drinking beer. If you put everything down in Nigeria, majorly they will go for trophy. A large percentage of them will go for trophy, and I don't know why. I've not asked why.
It's because it's made in my town. I told
Is
you.
it
You
the
understand?
same alcohol
It's the
percentage?
same alcohol drink. Alcohol,
Okay. Let me
I'm
serious.
gonna try it next time I go to Nigeria.
Trophy has always passed international taste tests. Let me be honest. Even since the mid 80s, it's been passing taste tests. So Trophy
Where is
actually
it
tastes
made?
good.
Where is trophy made?
Abomination. Elisha now.
is in Ogun State.
Okay.
No, it's
No,
Elisha. That's
Elisha,
where it
Osun
started.
State.
But
It's
owned
Osun
by
State.
Yes,
Obino.
yes, Osun State. Yes.
Made in your town, but owned by
It's
Peter
made in
Obi.
my town.
Yes.
It's
It's in
actually was
Elisha.
started by Dr. Lawrence Omoli.
But it's now owned
Yes.
by Peter Obi.
Which kind of Peter
No,
Obi? I
no,
mean,
no,
it's
no.
Dr. Omoli that started it in
It's now owned by
1979.
from production to consumption. Consumption to
No, it
production.
started in 1979. No, be any. Maybe they bought the company later on, but
Production to
oh,
production.
but it started in
Rosie, what are
1979.
you trying to do now? Are you trying to poke at Peter Obi?
I want them to come after me.
Let's not start this Peter Obi mess. Let the guy.
So I
So
think if the quality meets the quality of those foreign products, maybe our people too might. But that issue of water, somebody buying foreign water is what I don't get. I don't
yeah,
get
but
that.
those are the people that have money now. Are you going to go to Inyofororogi or you go to some village and they will
Yeah,
tell
for
you they want to
Orogi.
buy imported water? Nobody's going to buy imported water from those, I mean, small towns now. Don't use Lekki standards to judge Nigerian consumption patterns. But what
Kulata, what
government
I'm telling you is that if they reduce the quantity of the size, if they reduce the size of those foreign water and send it down to the village for sale, you'll be shocked at the amount of money they will make.
We know that, Madam Zita. See, there's a place for government to stop importation of. I mean, I won't even call it information. Let's just call it dumping of cheap, inferior foreign goods, mostly from China. There's a place for government to do that. But there's also a balance to be made. Like if there's substitutes in Nigeria, are those substitutes affordable? Because at the end of the day, I remember some MBA class I did like how many decades ago that we were talking about this. You don't want to punish your consumers with expensive price because you want to be patriotic too. But at the same time, you don't want your country to be a dumping ground of trash.
Well, excuse me, sir, if I might interrupt, Mr. Colata. When you say dumping ground, do you know,
Hmm.
like in China, it is our people that will go to China and tell them to produce low quality products because they want maximization of profit and bring it
Profit.
to Nigeria. It's our people that go there and tell them what to do.
Yeah, because it's what they see they will be able to sell when they get to Nigeria. Nigeria is a
It's
very
because they
poor
want to
country.
maximize profit, not because of what they will
Or
sell.
Kulata, I disagree with you. Nigeria is not a poor country.
It's
Please.
not. People, if you
We're
have good
poor.
quality
No, we
products,
are not.
people
We're
you
poor.
see, like
No, we are
spare
not.
parts now, like spare parts
Okay.
now. People
I
will
don't know
prefer
where
to
you
buy,
people get that statistic,
yeah,
but we are
like
not.
people like spare parts of cars now. People will prefer to buy America or Europe Tokumbo used one than buy this new one from China because it's substandard, and it's our people that will go there and tell them to produce these substandard goods so that they can make much profit.
Yeah, but they're cheap.
See, let
So
me
it's not as China is
Kulata,
coming
please.
to
Let
dump
me
on
tell you
us. We
yeah.
are the one asking them to come and dump on us.
Rosie, let me tell you what I know for fact. I'm in that industry before I left Nigeria. This phone, Android, whatever. I was opportunity to meet one of the big producer of phone in China. What did the guy told me? He said, it's not that we can't produce good phones. Only some people from one region from our country will come to China, tell them, produce phone that will even last for 2 months.
Thank
Just
Who
you.
are
produce it
those
cheap.
people?
Thank
Who
you
are
I
those
very
don't
much.
know.
people?
Ajali go
Who are
stop it.
those
Ajali go.
people?
No.
Eh?
I don't want to stereotype. No.
What
Is
what do
that
you mean by some people from your
Oh,
country? Who
okay,
are those
you
people from your
guys,
country?
let's be fair.
Eh?
So if people go to China and say manufacture to this quality standard, won't that come with
yeah?
a cost? Won't that be more expensive?
No,
Àwọn
no, no,
èèyàn
no.
wo?
It's not expensive. It's not expensive. No.
No,
They are
more,
going to
no,
use
not,
low.
no. I
They are
said
going to
more
use low
expensive. I didn't
quality
say
product.
expensive. I said
They will
more
use low
expensive
quality
than the
materials.
cheap
It will be
stuff.
cheaper.
The low quality one will be cheaper, right?
Yeah.
That means more
Yeah.
people can afford it. That means more people can afford it, right?
Yeah.
So if
Kulata.
you make the quality high, will more people be able to afford it?
No.
Kulata, you didn't
Can you
get my
hear
point.
me? Hold on.
Kulata, you didn't get the point.
Kulata,
They
why
make
don't
the
you
low quality and
why
come
don't
home
you
to
put
sell
it
it
in
at a
the
price of
technical
a
terms? It's the
high
market.
one or
The
a
market
little
We
bit
can't talk
determines.
lower.
over each other. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Bastard, let Madam Sita land. Then you come after her. Yeah, Madam Sita.
Kulata, what
Ma.
they are saying is that like practically what is happening is that they go there to get those low quality and they come and sell it at the price of the
In
original.
higher price. Yes,
If they are
that's what I'm
Because the
selling it
driving at.
market
at the
demands
price of a low quality, wouldn't have been an issue.
Yeah, because
Okay.
the market demands it.
Okay.
If the
Let me
market
come.
rejects low quality,
Yeah.
they will
Let me
not import low
make the
quality.
point, Kulata. The point is that
No, the
you
market
have
has
to
no choice.
please try to control those who just want to be chaotic here, right? So
No,
the
no, no,
point.
Bastard, settle down. Please. This is
like
no, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Just to know now, this is not one man section. This is my section. Please
I
don't
know
be
you're.
dictatorial. Hold on, please. Don't be dictatorial here. Just settle down.
I know your
Brother.
session. So just like I said, keep in your session there by being dictatorial. I'm not against somebody being dictatorial as far as you're fair. So now
I say you don't be dictatorial. Don't tell me what to do here.
Okay.
Please. I said, Madam Sita, hold on, please. Don't talk over me. I don't want to talk over you. Let me finish my sentence.
And we'll move on.
Calm down, please. Calm down.
Yes, have your say now, please.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is that you have to have respect for the markets. Okay, demand and supply. These are known. It's not a tribal banter. We should be moving away from things that are already settled. If somebody from the Southeast goes and get a spare parts made in China that are substandard and is selling them for 1,000 naira, believe me, if you go yourself, at that point, he's created a market for you. You could go and get the real stuff and sell it for that 1,000. And trust me, smart people are going to come to you and he's going to lose. The market picks the winner, it picks the loser. It's not about coming here. I've heard it a couple of times now, raised by the usual people who like to knock Southeasterners who are at least trying. They're doing a lot of things.
Is it good for business for people to go and specifically ask the manufacturer to make inferior product?
Not at all, because there are two things that hold on. There are two things that control that. Number one, the marketplace. It's very efficient. Let me land. Aside from that, the government
for inferior products.
hold on.
Dubious.
No, but listen to me. Aside from just talking, you have to. I just told you there are two things that control what their concern is. We don't like all these accidents we have in our country. But there are two things that are efficient at controlling somebody going, and especially life-threatening things like drugs or car parts and things like that. Number one is the marketplace. The second thing is the government. There are agencies that are supposed to set the standard of the minimum standard for you to have parts. They have to be at least certified somehow. The government controls those kind of things. But more efficiently, though, because at some point you do have to get away from government control and go into the market. You as a citizen should have some class. This is one thing that's lacking by virtually everybody, for example, on this platform. Have some class. If you come here and you're building up a section of the country, you lack class.
So Pansat, you don't want to even blame You don't want to apportion any blame for that dubious guy that went to China to ask manufacturers to make inferior product to take to Nigeria so that they can make huge of money. You don't want to even apportion blame for him.
And then you are talking about class.
I did not
And you are talking
address.
about class.
Hold
You
on.
can't come to the
He
platform and
asked
be
me a question.
insulting people. What do you mean people in this platform don't have class?
Yeah, because here's what I
That's
mean.
very
Right?
insultive. So you are the only one that
It
has
is.
class?
It is.
What
It
are
is.
you
Let me
talking
tell you.
about?
Let me tell you
Guys,
why.
let's stay on topic, please.
Let's stay on
Let's
topic.
forget all
First of
this
all,
class. Let's stay on topic.
that particular question,
Mhm.
how come I didn't condemn? I guess you have an anecdotal evidence of one individual who's not here to tell me his side of the story, right? You the Japanese, they say you're supposed to, you cannot listen to one and then judge two. But what I did was to take up that issue and brought it to a comprehensive solution. I gave you the solution to the problem. There are two things that punish or reward. Number one is the marketplace. It's very, very important, demand and supply. If there is no demand, it's going to affect supply. Do you understand? But if you go there and you're buying,
Mr. Pastor, can I ask you a question?
let me land, please.
No,
I
please,
don't
before
mind.
you
I don't
land, let
mind.
me
I
just ask
have
a
two
question.
pending
Please,
questions. Okay,
please.
hold on.
Rosie, let him land.
Let me
Then you
land.
ask the question, please.
So,
Yeah,
and
land
I
it,
am
please.
not speaking as a Southeasterner. You must understand that every time you see me, remember, I'm an African who's very, very upset about what's been done to our people from slavery up to today. And then, of course, this neocolonialism we have in the country, right? So I'm not a clannish guy. I am way, way above that. I'm not a clannish guy. I'm not a tribal guy. I'm not a religious guy. I'm not even a national guy, right? I am a Pan-Africanist. But unfortunately, the truth is modular. The tribal situation has to be rectified. And then you go larger. You have to go all the way down to the irreducible unit, family. And then you keep going up. But we have to have some class. Nigerians don't have class. Every time you have
Pansat, go back to the goods and
Guinean,
markets. Please don't go to all this. Don't take us to where we don't know.
I know, but like I said, Colata, trust me, that is what we want. We really want that, but
Please,
you
can you
can't.
round up so I can ask my question?
Seriously, did anybody mention a particular tribe when he was talking?
Somebody did. Let me answer that.
Nobody did.
No, let
I
me
don't
answer
know
that.
where Pansat is coming
Let me
from.
tell you where I got that from, right? So let's not play, right?
Don't
So
worry.
right
I know
here,
somebody did.
Thomas gave an example of a guy that goes now in Nigeria. It's known that Igbos they into spare part.
Come on,
Let me land. So
Let's
hold on.
not go tribal now.
Let's not go tribal,
For
but
God's sake, please,
hold on.
let's stay into economics.
It is because you see all the big points that I made here. Did anybody here ask a question on that? No. They don't have that kind of class. They want to talk tribal.
God.
That's it.
Pansat now, I beg.
I just told you that
Okay,
the
Pansat,
market.
let me help. So Pansat,
Sure. Yeah.
anti-dump a serious
When
government
can I
should.
ask Pansat my question now?
You will go after Kulata.
Let me just
Princess,
quickly
yeah.
inject something, Madam Rosie.
Yeah.
So it's a serious government should have anti-dumping laws so that substandard products that are going to harm the population you should not even let that enter your country. But now, when you talk about businessmen, let's just call them shrewd businessmen that go to China to make cheap stuff. Do you guys think that if I go to China, if they make cheap stuff, they can sell it at 1,000 naira, for example. I can bring better stuff and sell it at 1,000 naira. When we get to Nigeria, the consumers will buy my own stuff because it's better quality than that cheap stuff. So that person, next time he goes to China, he will have to step up his standard. That's the forces of supply and demand.
Exactly.
So it's not just that, but government just shouldn't let things go haywire. And that's why you should have governments regulate, like anti-dumping laws.
Rosie, no, the next voice I want to hear is Patrick. Hold on, please. Let's Rosie ask the question. Then you come after her. Yeah, Rosie, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Kolata, for educating Pansat, although he's talking about class here. My question for Mr. Pansat is this. Are you implying that Nigerians are the one that they are the one that demand substandard trashy stuff? They are the one that demand it because they are classless?
All right, very good question. But before that, the comment you made, as a matter of fact, Kulata was agreeing with me. Kulata
No,
was
he is educating you about
hold on.
bringing
He's here.
good
He's
standard
here.
stuff and selling it at a
Kulata,
good
you
price.
were
That is
Actually, Rosie,
standing.
I was aligning with Pastor, to be honest.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. But it's okay. You may not have heard it. Now, the question you asked me is the consumer. Yeah, but look, can you blame our people? Look at our country. Than England, we have everything, right? So there's no money, there's no jobs. The unemployment rate, if you know the actual unemployment in Nigeria, you can
So
believe
that means
under
that our people they deserve trash.
No, it's not what they deserve. What it is that in any human environment, you're gonna have to make do, right? Like, look, when I was in the village, and we're better off, we make our parents will make the best stew. But if you go further down into the village, there's a woman who's making what we used to call then fry with just crayfish, and I used to love it over the ones that have this stomach pep and this and that. You understand what I'm saying? So they are surviving. Who's going to afford a Bendix Brex, for example? If there's one that's going to last me a couple of years, the Bendix may last 5 years, and the cheaper one will last a couple of years or a year. They're going to buy that one because they don't have the money. There is no money.
Pansat, sorry, I want to add something. See, when Babajale Koko was talking the other time, say we don't need to give excuse for something that is not totally okay, not the best practice, because this thing does not only stop at parts or spare parts. We have substandard drugs, we have substandard everything.
My brother, don't even go there. That one is worse.
So let's not give
that one can take life.
Let's not give excuse for what is wrong. What is wrong is wrong. You can say you've said something that I like, that the government needs to step up, like NAFDAC and the rights to check all these things. But the fact that it even came to somebody's mind to do that just to make money, it is criminal. Let's not
right.
And evil too.
So hold on.
And evil.
It is.
Can I come in now?
It's not. Let me just land Patoski.
Oh yes,
I'll
yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, Passat, make it that. But Patoski has been waiting. Yeah,
that's right. Patoski, you wanna go before I
let me go.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Let me align with Pansat. You see, Kulata aligned.
Why all of you align with Pansat?
It's
come
my
on now.
It's my experience. Kulata aligned with him. Kulata aligned with him on.
Pansat, I'm joking. No, don't take it personal.
Kulata aligned with him on his second point. Let me align with him on the third point. I share my experience. You see, I went to China. You know that time when flash drive just came out, and you know those times, and those flash drive, they used to just crash anyhow. You plug it and they say if you don't eject it properly to crash and everything. So when I went to China, I wanted to bring flash drive to Nigeria. So I was talking to the manufacturer. So I gave him specifications and everything. After I gave him specifications, it was a lady. I gave her specifications and everything. She now asked me that, are you not going to sell in Nigeria? I said, yes. She said they won't buy it. It says it's going to be too expensive and they won't buy it. And I looked at it. Truly, I discovered that the Nigeria might not pay that much for the flash. You know when flash first came, people were selling flash drive for like 2K, 5K. People, it was even fashionable. People hang it on their neck like necklaces and things like that. So the guy told me, if you are taking to UK market, this is the standard. That the standard was for UK market, but that the Nigeria market will not buy. So most of the cases, even the market, just like Pansa said, they demand for the inferior one because they just want to use this for a short time. They don't mind replacing it because replacement cost is not very high. So why would they spend 10,000?
Patoski, I want to speak after you.
But that would mean that, did you know that would even mean that the foreigner knows your market better than you?
Patoski.
That's what it means.
That is still an excuse. Okay.
No, I'm not making an excuse for them.
Let me tell you why it's an excuse. If you go to
China and you import the best quality. And everything we have in Nigerian market is the best quality flash drive, even if it is sold for 5,000 naira. People that want to use flash drive will buy it.
I didn't buy I didn't buy flash anyway, but I just got the idea. I mean, I couldn't bring myself to bring that kind of inferior quality product to market, but I don't want to bring something they won't buy.
Patoski, do you know that some products cannot enter Australia? Even some cars, they are not allowing it in Australia because they have their specification.
Okay.
In any developed country, that is important stuff. In every developed country.
Yeah, Passant, you are very right, because like when we talk about things that are produced in China, they are like put into three categories: the one for the US, the one that goes to Europe, and the one that goes to Africa. The one that comes to the US is like the first, the highest grade. The next one is the one that goes to Europe. Then the trashy one is the one that goes to Africa.
But you know, what is that supposed to? What's supposed to happen when that's going on? That is a huge market for innovators to come in and make our own stuff, rugged stuff, right? It's not just sitting and pointing fingers and complaining about somebody. If you're going to be importing something, why import it? Why not make our own in the country? Why not?
You see,
we don't believe we can do it.
It's not good to defend criminality.
No, we're not defending them, Wadale. We are just explaining the situation. I just explained the situation. Because of that, I didn't bring the product. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it's an act of criminality.
No, but listen,
hold on, Passat, hold on. Let him land, please.
People that are engaging in bringing inferior product to Nigeria.
Who are those? Who? It's all Nigerians. It's not you have inferior Gary in Nigeria, right? You have inferior everything.
I don't know where they are selling inferior Gary.
Let me land. Okay.
I don't know where they are selling inferior Gary.
Okay,
Baba, they sell inferior Gary in the villages. Where are they selling inferior Gary?
I don't know. I've never eaten inferior Gary.
Baba, it's all these wicked businessmen all over Nigeria that will go to China and tell them to produce substandard goods because they want to make all the profit and dump it on us.
Tell me that,
and that is evil. That is wickedness.
I think the market covered it very well, right? But hold on 1 minute.
Hold on. Let me speak now. You can't talk over people now. He's speaking. Let him land.
When I'm speaking with somebody, it doesn't mean that I'm the one speaking over them. They may be the one speaking over me.
Hold on, please. Ajali Kuku, just screaming. Just let him land, please. Yeah.
People do not demand for inferior product.
God bless you.
It's people that are criminally minded businessmen.
Okay. How many times
that
are you
we
make that
go
point?
to China?
Can you let him land?
Thomas,
don't let me do this with you, please.
Thomas, relax. Okay.
I don't have this time. If I say something, you know me. Please just comply. Ajale Koko, land it.
So it's people that are criminally minded, businessmen that we go to China and specifically ask for the inferior product. And the reason is to,
maximize more money,
maximize their profit at the detriment of, what people paid for that product. You pay so much and you don't get the value of what you paid for. That is high-level criminality. Such people should be fished and punished severely because what they are doing is nothing but, how do I describe them, Papa? There is a particular
saboteur. They are sabotaging the country.
So
And Baba,
Look,
Passat is
not
saying
just
that
on the,
Nigeria
look, what they are
deserve
doing
it.
is very, very dangerous.
Do
So
we
not
deserve
only
it?
on regular product, even they do it on medicine.
Ajanle Koko say, let me ask you a
These
question.
people will go and do it on medicine. They kill a lot of people on this thing. They will go and get some inferior what do you call it, insulin, and sell it to people and kill people.
Do you know they package water as a drip? Normal water.
Look, people that are doing bad things, they should be fished out.
Ajanle
And
Koko,
they should be mentioned no matter what. Their names should be mentioned. If they are in one part of the country, they should mention them that, oh, these are the people that are doing
One
this.
part of the country.
Ajanle Koko.
It's the government we should be blaming for allowing all these.
Yeah,
things.
you don't blame government for everything.
You have to blame them.
Problem, but you yourself, what are you doing on your own side?
Look, even here abroad here, there's fake products that can get still get inside.
You get fake medicine. You get fake medicine. You get fake medicine in this place.
Let's not generalize, Ajanle
medicine,
Koko.
yes, of course.
Guys, hold on. Let's make a distinction. There should be ethical lines.
Set by the government.
So there should be ethical lines, meaning don't cause harm. Any product that's going to cause harm, a government that has sense should block importation of that product. There's nothing wrong with a cheap product as long as it doesn't cause harm. For example, if I buy,
can I come in? Wait, please.
Let me make the example. You understand what I'm trying to say? Hold on.
I know what you are saying. These phones cause harm. These phones are causing harm. Have you heard of people receiving phone and it just blew off in their ears?
Samsung that was expensive was blowing up back not that long ago. So that one could happen. But when you look at something like fabric, for example, I buy cheap polyester, it's not going to kill me. You buy cotton, the good quality. So the ethics, but if it comes to stuff like medicine, anything that is going to be harmful, then that's ethics. You have to draw the line. That's actually criminality. We agree with you. But you just
what
don't
about
generalize.
Electronics?
Electronics, there's some. If you buy, harmful. Not everyone. There's a distinction.
Parts. It could cause accidents.
Spare parts can cause accidents. Yes, brake pad. If you buy fake brake, we're not talking about fake stuff that it is not durable. We're talking about durable products that maybe is cheaper quality. When it works, it will work well according to the tolerance. Maybe a brake pad, a good quality one. I'm just going to give a useless example. Let's say a good quality brake pad will last 3 years and it will work within the tolerance tolerance limits. And then a cheaper one will work for 1 year, but you know that you're buying it that it's going to only last you for 1 year. Then we can't say that is wrong. But if it's in case of medicine that it can actually kill you immediately, then we know, okay, the ethical lines and government needs to step in. That's the distinction I'm trying to make.
Yeah, Kulata,
I don't know where you keep on saying spare parts. Most of those spare parts are original.
Let me say this because Kulata is having a responsible discussion, but that's not what Ajan Lekoko and those who talk about this all the time, right? By this session, Thomas's session, you're talking about those who are importing stuff from the southeast, like spare parts. They're known for that.
And the spare parts are original parts.
Hold on, please hold on.
No. I'm not going to take that. I have the power to kick you out. If I said hold on. 9 people on the screen now. Did anybody mention southeast here?
We're only mentioning one
people answer now. People answer, please.
Nobody mentioned southeast. Even
we know who's involved in the spare part business. That's not kid.
Why are you so sensitive, Passat?
Why are you so sensitive? Why are you just putting wrong narrative? I didn't mention southeast. Yoruba people go to China to order goods. Hausa people, everybody go and order goods from China. Nobody mentioned southeast.
I disagree there.
We say
because we all know where everyone is referring to.
I am not mentioning southeast. If you have southeast in your mind, that is your own problem.
So that's the only product. Because even the spare parts, a lot of them come from original cars. original. It comes from original cars that have just been
Because
damaged
they demolish
or imported.
original cars. Yes, before they get
So
spare parts,
so why
nobody
we keep on
produce.
saying spare parts as if it's the worst thing?
Come on now, Pansat, please don't bring tribal thing, please.
Kicking me out of your show, right? That's okay.
If
right?
Pansat, do you know what I like? If I said hold on,
you're
I
kicking
want
me
you
out
to
of your
hold on. I will
show
still give yes.
to make yourself look big, right? But let me conclude, then I'll
No,
leave.
no.
Here's what I'm telling
Hold
you.
on,
For
hold
us,
on, hold on. If I say hold on, I can still kick you out again. Hold on. I am not demoralizing you. I'm not trying to be dictatorial. No. If I say hold on, I want to put something in. That's why I said hold on. Please. You can have your floor now. Please. Yeah.
Anyway,
Go on.
you're making a fool out of yourself, Thomas. You kicking me out when I talk.
That's enough. That's enough. Yeah. People that have brain, let them talk. Simba, I will replace you with Simba. Yo, Kolata.
It's my turn to talk. Oh, it's my turn to talk.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Who is speaking?
Oga Cyrus, it's my turn.
Oh yeah, Oga. Yes, let's hear from Oga. Yeah.
All right. So essentially, I think everything that we've been talking here, we're trying to think about how Nigeria is going to be good, how Africa is going to be good, when it's going to be good. But for everything we have been seeing, no matter as it stands now, no matter what happens, this our place is not moving anywhere. Even if you put the best guy in charge, Peter Obi, now you put him in charge, the next person will still destroy everything. We saw it with Lumumba.
Peter Obi,
we saw it with
that's an oxymoron.
Sankara. It's this we're not serious in this world. Look how every other group of people, be it the Indians or the Asians, even the Arabs now,
they're moving. Saying Peter Obi is the best? From what criteria is that?
I say when people are saying he's the best, let's just assume he's gonna go there and do something.
That's your opinion.
Good. That's not my point. My point is whoever gets inside of there, even if he does good, the next person will still destroy everything. So until we admit our problems and our main faults, we're not going to move forward. You see people already defending what's the nothingness that this President Tinubu is doing. Look at how Boko Haram has destroyed half of the country, and he still hasn't declared state of emergency in one state in the northern Nigeria, not even one. Meaning
this
that
guy that is talking, sorry, are you in Nigeria?
Meaning that we cannot even. That means that we cannot even defend our space.
Is it worse in Tinubu's time compared to Buhari?
Whoever is in power there is not doing anything. It's not going to do anything.
This guy. Why can't you just if people just talk to the topic? Why do you like just fomenting problem? We are talking about the way to move our country forward. You are just taking us to politics and changing things.
I said how to move the place forward now. You have to admit that there are serious problems in the country. You have
to. But that's Captain Obvious now. We're talking about importation, how we can product substitution. You are talking about
Nigeria is Boko Haram now.
Even this importation issue now. Even this importation issue now. The only reason why we're getting inferior products is two reasons. One, because our currency is so weak. If we had the purchasing power right now, we won't be getting most of this trash we think is good in Nigeria, so-called original products, which are cheap in Nigeria.
I don't know your knowledge. I don't know. What is your knowledge of economics? I'm very sorry to say. Currency is not a yardstick to measure the economy of a country. We have so many countries in the world that have very bad economy, and their currency is even higher than that of US dollar. Jordan is an example.
Jordan is not a wealthy country.
What about Greece? Greece is another example.
So what are you talking about?
Greece that shares the euro with most of Europe. We're talking about people who have their own currency. And Jordan is one of the richest countries in the world, if I'm not mistaken. It's along the line of Dubai. Yes.
Jordan is one of the richest countries in the world.
The king of Jordan, is he not
are we talking of the
country? Is the king that want to use to talking about king? You're talking about
Jordan. This guy, I don't know what your background is.
I don't know where these people are coming from.
It's an oil-producing country. I'm pretty
sure. Jordan, oil. Are you kidding me? Oil, Jordan.
Jordan is rely on American how do I describe it? Is it
American aid and
American
tourism.
aid and grant every year?
Yeah.
Jordan is a country that cannot really stand on its own
Thomas,
without
please, we need to
American.
know
Well,
this guy's background. Let
well,
him not be talking out
I
trash
may be
to people
confused
that
with
are
one of
listening in
the
this platform.
Arab countries there, but if you check most of the economies that have strong currency,
No, these
they
are
have
the
a very
people
strong
that will
purchasing power.
be talking and be
Look at
giving
Nigeria, our
people
currency, right?
wrong impression. And they will think that they are the
What
people
is the
that will
wrong
be listening
impression
to
what
him
I'm
now, they
talking
will
about?
think that it's making sense. But they are not making sense. I'm very sorry to say
Look at
this morning.
look at the
That's
purchasing
enough.
power of the
Let's
yen.
no, hold on,
Look at
hold
the
on.
purchasing power of the
Let's go back to our discussion. Yeah, we are talking about the importation before my brother, you deviate us to you carry us where we no one go. Yeah, as
Is this
Kolata said,
Pansat
yeah.
brother? This Pansat brother.
Everybody has his own.
importation. Again, it's the government that's not
Everybody has his
enforcing
own
these
views.
laws. But
Thomas,
anything can
everyone, we are
happen in
all
the
following
country,
this thing.
and that is what is happening now. The government has to take a step and enforce the laws, but to do that, they have to spend money, and they're not interested in doing that, amongst other things. And our government is not interested in that now. So until we start doing that, how are rubbish goods still going to stop from coming in the country? Even inside the country right now, we have all these people selling concoctions on the street. We don't know how they made it. We don't know when they made it. They just sell it, and a lot of them still get away with it. So that is the government has to act. If the government does not act and enforce these things, it's going to be more of the same.
I think Ajali Koko wants to come in. Yeah, thank you, my brother. Yeah, Ajali Koko. I saw you unmute yourself now. Yeah.
I think my brother that just spoke. I think
Yeah,
he
Oga,
says
Oga,
Oga.
Oga.
I think he says some things that really make sense. When we don't have government that is in control, that doesn't regulate things, you will see people doing all sort of nonsense. You see, like this inferior product that we have all over the places, is we can blame government as well. At least they imported this inferior product. It passes through the port or through the land border.
Ajali Koko, maybe we have all these standard Kinecon.
Oh yeah, we have
What they call
Standards
their name?
Organization of Nigeria
Oh
now.
yes, yeah.
Yes. So how could we have them,
But
this
Ajali Koko,
criminally
do they
minded
even
people?
identify substantial goods on some damn organ the
Yes, they do. Yes. Many times
You
we have
know,
raided
Baba
them in the
Jaleko, you
marketplace.
know there's
Yes.
a difference. There's a difference between substandard and fake.
Well, substandard and fake. Both they can be classified as the
No,
same thing.
They
Kokishomo,
are not the
yeah.
same.
There's some fake Gucci that the quality is good. That is fake. It doesn't mean it's substandard.
Okay. What is the
That's what we call
what's the
wannabe.
definition of
That's what
substandard?
we call wannabe. Knockdown.
What's the definition? What's the definition of substandard?
You see,
Kolata,
Wala plenty for Nigeria,
you make
man.
my day. You make
Baba
my day without.
Jaleko,
Eh? Wala
Grade,
plenty for that
corruption is
country.
the
No,
grade,
use
thing,
word,
is the
oh.
major
Eh?
problem. Baba Jaleko, corruption
Eh?
is the major problem. You know,
Kolata, you make my day with. Hold on, Simba. Kolata, repeat that what you said now, Joe. Please, do your love.
grade A fake. I mean, it's good quality, but it's fake.
you know, what Kolata is saying is like this: you can manufacture a quality goods, but you now maybe put like all these branded product name on it. That is fake. But when you say substandard, that means it's not up to the quality that is expected.
Oh yes, now
No,
yes,
please. I don't
yes.
think that is fake. Oh. I don't think that is
They are
correct. Oh.
interwoven, no,
I
Silva.
don't
They
think
are
that is
interwoven.
correct.
So
Oh.
both fake and
I don't think that
substandard.
is correct.
They are not interwoven, Baba
They are
Jaleko.
family.
We also use
One
those
is Taye, one
terminology.
is
No,
Kehinde.
it's not
They are
correct. Oh.
family.
Wait, see, Baba Jaleko. We use
It's
those
not correct.
terminology. Oh,
Dr. Simba, let me explain. If you say something is
okay.
fake and something is substandard, okay, now we say let's say we say Tylenol, paracetamol. If you say substandard, it's not as powerful as paracetamol. You understand? The pain reliever strength, it's less. But when you say fake,
the active ingredient is not
the
enough.
active ingredients is not enough, but it can still work, but it's not enough. But when you say fake, you go and take poison and you call it paracetamol and give it to somebody and the person dies. So there's a great difference between fake and substandard.
It's not that's not the definition.
Princess,
The standard definition is not as if we are coining it to.
Let's hear from Ola. Oh, hold on. Ola has been there. Yeah, Ola. Let's hear from Ola.
Fake is this. If you build Mercedes-Benz and you put BMW logo, even if that Benz is the top of the class, and you put BMW, that is fake. Because fake just simply means misrepresentation of the right standard. Now, but when you that's fake, even though it's quality by this thing, but the identity itself is fake.
But with the name, but with the name tag is fake. Yeah,
it's fake. Now, some standard simply means that you set a minimum standard, and the team fail to meet that standard. So within your space is substandard. In another space, it might just be the right quality. So all these things are just vocabulary. They are just they are just operation management vocabulary. So
which is the dangerous one? The one that kills. What will you call it?
So no, that's another thing entirely. Like,
okay, give us the vocabulary for that, please.
Kulata said something here the other time. You can manufacture a brake pad that can last for 5 years. That's a grade. That's a quality on that one. Then you can manufacture another one that can last for 1 year. That is another grade within the quality. So quality and grade they are not the same thing.
Okay, what about medication?
So medication is you have the minimum specification. Okay, maybe you have your pharmaceutical association or medical association in a particular country that, okay, this is the minimum you must meet. When you meet that, then that's standard. But if you bring the standard of another country to that particular country, that's a substandard. But when you now take another thing that is not even the product at all, maybe you make a shot as a drug, that is fake, and that's criminality. So
that means there is no difference between, you are saying fake is when you take one name and you put, like Mercedes-Benz, you put a BMW. That's fake. But when it's medication now, it's fake when it kills.
But medication,
let me tell you, the one you are referring to is counterfeit. Counterfeit drug. We call it counterfeit.
Yeah. So give us the vocabulary. That's what I'm looking for.
But
there's counterfeit and there is substandard.
Princess Rosie, medication is a different class because a medication is actually what's it called? When pharmaceuticals creates a medicine, at some point in time, they run out of what's the name of that terminology?
Milligram.
No, not milligram. You know, when you have a scientific creation and then you have a period that nobody can copy it.
Is it when it is expiration date?
No, you know, nobody can copy it, and at some time, what I'm trying to say is, it's something like copyright, but the other one for medicine is something that's copyright. But so for drugs, there must be licensing for you to create a generic interpretation of that drug, and the efficacy and the potency must be almost identical. So anything outside of what that license guarantees is substandard. And dangerous. For drugs, you need a license to do it.
The medication, the name of the company that manufactures the substandard medication is known, but for fake medication, the company is unknown. So fake. Sometimes we can use fake.
There now, they will change
exactly, they will change the label, and because they don't want the identity to be known.
They will still put the name on the gloves, so they will change the packaging. They will still put the name of Glasso there and sell it to people, and it will kill people. It's a fake product, and they will kill people.
Drugs should not be bought from anybody. It should only be bought from licensed manufacturers. Period.
Kulata.
The drug
Yeah.
aspect, the drug aspect.
Kulata.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody is speaking. Yeah, who is that? Your voice is very faint.
Okay, what I said was
No, we can't. Today we can't hear you very well. Speak up a bit?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
A little bit better. Yeah, coming. Yeah.
Okay, what I wanted to say is this. I think why we're having all these fake spare parts in Nigeria, why we are having substandard so much in Nigeria is, now we have these manufacturers themselves create the problem. Because, like, for instance, there is Schneider Nigeria, and Schneider Nigeria, if you buy any product from Schneider Nigeria, it carries a seal from the Standard Organization of Nigeria. So if it doesn't carry that seal, it's not from Schneider Nigeria. So, but as you have Schneider Nigeria, you have Schneider China, you have Schneider wherever, Schneider France, Schneider this. So if somebody wants to import something and now goes and buy China, the people that are expecting will not stop them from bringing in, because they know that there is Schneider from that side. Maybe that's what the people that want to use it internally, that's what they want, probably because of cost. But that is how this copy of spare parts, copy of equipment, that is how they get into our system under the disguise of made in under the same company from another country. That is one of the major problems that the government is having.
Let me say this. It's not because Nigerians cannot afford quality materials. Those people are just being dubious, as Babajare could say. They are criminals. Why will you go to a market and somebody will be telling you that? I don't think there's anybody that will go to a market and say, I'm looking for a substandard material to buy. But they will still disguise and sell that substandard goods for you at the price of the original. And that's what they are doing, because they are looking for the gullible ones that will not be able to distinguish between the original and the substandard or fake. And they will sell it to them at the price.
But Simba, can we hold on, please? Hold on, please. Can we blame the buyer? Because you can't be selling Louis Vuitton. I saw them in Nigeria now, stupid Nigerians. Sorry, I take that back. Some Nigerians wearing Louis Vuitton, 1,000 naira shirt. You can't get a Louis Vuitton shirt for 1,000 naira.
Let me tell you.
They know that is not
those one
original
knows.
one. They call
know.
them wannabe. They call them wannabe. They know.
Those one they know. Not like electronics. Don't sell fake electronics to someone. You say, oh, this is Sony.
Even I was surprised when Patoski was saying, but Patoski that worked in a bank before, I don't think the bankers that time, they wore foreign shirt, they wore foreign shoe and all those things. So why will you believe a Chinese that was telling you about the product that sells in your country? I'm very sure that time if you imported those quality flash drive, Nigerians will still buy it.
I know Patoski were wearing Italian shirt then. No.
I wanted to ask Kulata a question.
Don't mind him. Where is he? Is he still on the platform, my friend?
It's on the screen now.
General has put him in the back.
Is Kulata stayed there?
Madam Zita, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Please, this is your avatar. I like it too. Can you explain? It's so powerful.
It's not an avatar.
What is it?
It's my little friend that you are scared of.
AI.
It's AI.
Oh, that's AI. Oh my God.
No. That's the one I use.
Oh, that's the one you use.
That's Dugurudu from the Southeast.
That's Gibit Copilot X.
That one is powerful, bro. Madam Zita.
Madam Zita, are you into AI?
Yes.
I see her name now. AI, you see AI, you're asking like you into AI.
No, he may be using
Madam Zita is the one that will take AI. Madam Zita, you be the one that will take AI to Nigeria.
And she talk like AI.
She's going to take all our jobs.
Madam Sister will take AI to Nigeria.
She wants to create serious unemployment.
Unfortunately,
No, it doesn't.
But
Am I
Ola,
lying?
don't we be praying for that area
Madam
Simba.
Zita,
AI to
Madam
crash?
Zita, do you know very soon men
Simba,
will
can
not be
I
marrying
explain?
women anymore? They'll be marrying AI.
Because you women are you are very troublesome. We'll replace you with AI.
No.
AI that will no
Madam Zita,
problem. It will
AI will
conform
make
to whatever you want.
it will increase the
Can I
number of
Simba,
single
explain?
women. No.
of AI say ìyàwó kẹta.
But if one marries AI more than, I mean, wife 2 and wife 3, is that considered polygamy?
Allah. Allah.
I can hear you.
Okay, are you going to have marriage certificate for that?
You are into
I want Nigeria
programming, right?
AI certificate.
No, I am knowledgeable in AI. That's why I'm even asking you if you are in AI.
Is that what? I didn't hear you.
I'm very knowledgeable in AI. I mean, hands-on, academic hands-on in AI. Yeah, very strong one.
Very what?
Oh yeah,
very strong AI background. Very strong one.
You?
Yes, now. Well, you see, you know,
That's
big
why
data
I was
and AI,
asking you now.
they
I
go
told
hand
you
in
that I
hand.
told you are into it. I said you're a programmer, right?
Yeah.
I saw your profile.
Okay.
You're a programmer.
Yeah.
So you need to explain to them what AI is. It's not taking anybody's job, is it?
No, AI will not take anybody's job. It's just the kind of.
Please leave all that one. I just know one talk. Let's not talk all that one.
AI is going to bring too many single women in the world, though. Men are going to be marrying AI instead of women.
How will that work now,
Àwọn
madam?
obìnrin ò gbà. Wọ́n fẹ́ kí AI wáyé. Wọ́n fẹ́ competition.
No, see.
Let them change now. Baba Jareko, come on now, change the one.
No, Madam Zita, you are right. AI is good, though. I just had a surgery. I just had surgery today. Do you know it was robot? It was robotic surgery. Madam Zita, you are right.
Hold on.
Madam
What
Zita,
do you say, Rosie?
I said, Madam Zita, you are right. Do you know I just had surgery today at 2. I'm home. I'm fine because it was robotic.
What are you doing here?
I'm fine, but that's AI for you. Robotic surgery was cool.
How are you doing? Are you
I'm
right?
fine. I'm very fine. I'm very fine.
Yeah, get well soon.
Simba will be flying on AI aeroplane from Saudi Arabia to Nigeria.
And they not take people's job. One doctor just lost his job.
And the pilot will not lose his job. The pilot, that is, it's not something that we're supposed to even be debating.
Simba.
Okay, that robotic surgery that Madam Rosie just had today. It's supposed to be a human being that's supposed to do that one now.
No, but the human being is still controlling it now. The human is there controlling it. He's not going to let it go crazy now.
So, Princess and Simba, look at AI. You see one thing that we are just hearing about AI now. AI has been for decades, for more than 5 decades. It's not just coming now. You see, why AI is popular now is just the response of the European Union, or specifically Germany, to what they see as the Chinese threat in terms of the global economy. Now, see, AI you are talking about, aircraft has been using AI. Do you think it's pilot that controls everything once you get up air there? So all those speed, all those crazy speed.
This one where you the talk now, is it not AI and ML? This
Yeah,
one we are doing now, is it not AI and ML?
Yeah, it's AI and
so the autopilot is AI.
It's AI, madam.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I know the military have been using AI for decades.
The AI of back in the day is different from what we're seeing right now. I just don't want to talk too much. It's a matter of time. Right now is a productivity boost. I get it. The job of tomorrow is going to change. But the learning that those things are getting and some things I'm seeing is a just make sure your job is safe.
You're wrong in that.
People
no longer make bicycles in large quantities.
They will still take job from people.
It's just the way things go in life.
Look, Kulata, AI will take job from people and we will create another job. It's
It
just
will
like
create some jobs, but up
And
to a
it will
point.
take
wait
knowledge from
till
schools too. Do you know
now.
some students? Some students
Hold
don't
on.
want to read anymore. They just go. There's a question. They get this. What is what? There's one particular app. They use it and they get.
Chat
Yeah,
GBT.
this is
Chat
gonna take
GBT.
out
All
knowledge
those
from
ones will
people
be
too.
Some jobs
all those ones will be
AI can
regulated
never
now.
do.
Kulata.
There is some jobs AI can never do. So
For
what can you
now.
worry?
For now.
I said can never do. It's beyond human understanding. They can't do that.
For now.
I said he can't.
Okay.
Madam Sita,
Yeah.
Madam Sita, I don't. AI will not go to the other room, so I know that.
AI will go to the other room. Men are marrying AI now. They are marrying robots now. You
They're
say you don't
already
go
in
to
the
the other
other
room.
room. AI is already in the other room.
AI wife. If you tell her to jump, she will say how high, and that's what men like. So AI is
Exactly. We need somebody that will be our command.
and then also AI is more intelligent than human.
Like, who told you? Where did you get that
That's
one
not
from?
true. That's
Okay, there is something I'm reading. Is talking about how they are becoming even more intelligent.
No. You are
Madam
mixing
Zita,
up
I'm going to
together.
get it and share it to you. I don't know if it's lies, but it's scary. When I read it, I was reading
It depends on the training you give the AI. I mean, a lot of AI have more capacity than human beings. Like,
Okay,
you know,
thank you.
you
Thank you
keep
for that.
training them.
Thank
But
you.
anyway, if we keep this conversation, it will turn to Terminator.
Wait. Are you
It will turn
mixing
to
up
Judgment
human
Day,
robots?
Terminator.
Because
They will take over the world.
They'll take over the world.
They will get
I'm
rid
into
of
robotics.
human.
Orla, are you
They
into
will be
robotics?
extinctors.
Orla.
Yeah,
AI
let's hear
goes
from Ola.
together. So
Ola has been trying to speak. Ola, let's hear from Ola.
Are you into robotics?
The backbone of robotic now is AI. You know, when you start talking of computer vision and all those stuff, you know, you need AI today to engage the arm of any robotic
Ola, what I'm
device.
talking about is human robot.
Human robots. No, I'm not
Yes.
into human robot,
Have
but
you met one?
no, I'm not into human robot, but I can write.
But
robot.
are you into robotics?
By training, yes, but by practice now, no.
I love them. Anyway, continue.
So look at it, Kulata. This thing will always create some kind of argument that machine or those will take job. We had modern days with the advent of computers, where everybody believed that computer would take every other job. Yes, it took the traditional typewriters. You know, it took their job away. But see what the thing created. It even created multiple of typewriters now, because everybody now from your home now, you type in computers, and some people are producing those computers, and those parts you use to produce those computers.
But Ola,
people
can
are
you
writing
confirm to Ola? Can you confirm to us today that computer has taken some people's job? Why do I say that? I know one of the persons, my own father-in-law, was laid off in this Australia because they go robotic.
Yes,
They said they don't need the service anymore.
Thomas, you are very right. In addition to what you are saying, go to like Walmart, all these big stores. The cashiers, they are laying a lot of them off because you can go there, self-scan and go. So those people that machines used to man those places, now they are taking off those people off, and then you go there, you scan it yourself. So that's taking people's jobs too. It has its advantages and also its disadvantages. Yes, I'm listening.
No, Madam Rosie, let me explain. I will try. I believe Allah will help me. Madam Rosie, I will do a Nigerian content AI stuff and then do the explanation the other side. Let me give you an example. There was a time in life, let me say, they say, people say, I don't know how much time I have, Thomas. I wanted to explain something.
Go on. We are educating ourselves. Yeah, go on.
I'm struggling to explain something. They say, life do happen. And when they say life do happen, people say when something bad happened to me or when something, yeah, it's change. But actually, what they are saying is that some people are watching life. It's either it isn't happening or it's not happening. I didn't say it's happening. I said it neither isn't happening or it's not happening. Now, before now, life happens with chance and time. For every time something wants to happen, it looks for a chance. And a particular time it will happen. It becomes a phase. And when that phase passes, it will stop. It either sparks and start happening in small places. It will no longer be a big deal. Before now, they used to produce bicycle. Everybody rides bicycle. Years back, maybe 50 decades ago, 30 decades ago. So bicycle manufacturing companies that were making it big then, they changed to cars. Very soon, maybe helicopter will be the end thing. I'm just trying to explain. Now, let me do a little bit of Nigerian content in AI. Madam Rose, you know, before now, we used to use some tribes in Nigeria use mortar and pestle, right? We found.
Yes.
Some use stone to grind.
Yes.
What is important in all of this? You use your hands, right? You use your hands to pound,
Okay.
you use your hands to grind. You are putting more pressure in your hands to
Yes,
pound those
ma'am.
things. You are putting more pressure in your hand. Later,
Yeah.
they bring out the one they call grinder.
Yes.
That one, your blood is your fuel. You still use your hands. You use power. You turn it, right? Then later, they bring out the one they call blender. You drop your things in it, you press a button. You do prrrr, you pour it out. Later, they bring the one. You just drop your things inside. You can use your phone or your wristwatch. You press the button. You run.
Yes, so Madam
Use the
Zita, please, ma'am, please, I hope you don't mind. This one we are talking of pepper. I'm just trying to crack some jokes. So, you know that pepper that they grind on the stone? That one, you use it to cook. The taste is different from this blender. Oh.
for you now, but it will phase out. Okay.
It's like if you
Now,
use iron pot to cook, you know those our mama put, those earthen pot. If you use it to cook some
now,
traditional food, the
the
taste
thing
is
is
different from the.
increasing and it's a phase. We are
Okay,
getting
you
to
are
the
right.
AI level
Yeah.
whereby you have the AI powered blender. It's still your hands. In all of this, remember, it's still your hands. In most cases, it's still your brain. You get the point. I am not saying that
Okay.
people will not lose their job, but
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
telling you
Okay.
that it's a trend. It's shifting to one direction. That's how life
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, you are
It
right.
shifts to one direction. It's either you go to that direction it's shifting to, or you fall out. It's been happening all over for time and time again. It's not only AI.
Madam Sita, let me say something. I don't know, maybe you guys have had this. They launch like drone, aeroplane. I don't even know what I would call it. Like drone, like Uber drone in Australia now.
Just say
It would,
aircraft. Okay.
yeah, aircraft. It would drop you in the front of your house, took off again. They
No,
launch
they
it
call
by
it
2020. By 2030, they want to launch it
Are you
fully. It will
serious?
be
air
working.
car.
Yes.
It's air
Yes.
car. It's
Yeah,
car,
air
See,
car.
but it goes in
Air
the
car.
air. Yeah.
They launched the first one in Australia
Is it
2
going to
months
be
ago.
driven by somebody or it's going to
No,
be
no, no,
unmanned?
automated. Nobody is driving it. Nobody is driving it.
Thomas and Rossi,
Driveless.
those
So,
things they've
so
always
Madam
been
Rosie, in
available.
all of this, it's still your hands. It got to a point, maybe in the nearest future, you have to get a container, AI powered container, where you still have to use your hands. The AI is not going to take the job of the hands, neither is it going to take the job of the brain. That's what I want you to understand. For those that said AI is going to do everything, I don't know where they got that from. Because somebody like Ola is somewhere in the office writing programs, cracking his brain to get that AI to do that thing he wants it to do. You get the point? So it's not like you wake up one morning and saw one thing fell from heaven and start walking and doing things and take
Okay.
over everybody's job.
Okay, Madam Zita,
You see,
how do
you
you
see one
explain, Madam
misrepresentation.
Zita, how do
Can
you
I ask?
explain all these people that, like, these cashiers that would, you go to them, they scan your stuff, they bag it. How do you explain now there's nobody there? You go there and scan it yourself.
What was the
Is that
cashiers
not,
using
is
to
that not
scan it?
job
Let
loss?
me ask you a question. What
Yes.
was the cashiers using to scan it?
It's the same thing now, but now they
Wait,
lay off those cashiers.
no,
So
I'm
you do
trying
it
to
yourself.
drive a point.
Okay.
The cashiers use their hands
Yes.
to touch it
Yes.
and it takes it.
Yes.
That's, I don't know, that phase has passed. They now have automated pay cards. Norway is one of the highly technological country in the world. Go and check. They have cards that are automated. You pay as you are dropping that thing. You finish. You touch your card on the card, and then you walk away.
So is that not job loss for some people?
No,
Or it's not?
no.
Okay.
Mm-mm. You are still using your hands.
And what of those people that we are?
Madam
Those,
Zita,
No,
the
no, no.
example that you
If
are
you
giving
don't,
is
in some
confusing.
places,
yeah, it's
Okay,
confusing.
let me use airport as an example, Madam Zita. Can you listen to me? You before you get to airport, you see people that will print your boarding pass for you. Now you get to the airport, people will queue in front of one computer and they will generate their boarding pass. Maybe it's only one person that is controlling that boarding pass wherever he's sitting. I don't know. But before you can see like 3, 4, 5, 6 people lining up and attending to people.
and
So
where
what we
is
are
all those
saying is
jobs
that the
going
job
to?
of 6 people will now be
No,
for one person that will be using his or her hands.
no. And where is that job going to? I said before that life do happen. Everything has a time it trends. Where is that job going into now? It's going into the world of tech.
Yeah, but it's job
So
loss
why don't
now.
you jump into the world of tech?
It's job
But
loss.
it's not everybody that have that opportunity to do that.
Who gave them the opportunity of the one they were doing before?
Madam Zita, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Can Yes, now today we are saying AI. Well, I believe AI has been here for a very long time. Just like when I was doing research, I realized that cloning has been done as far back as the 1950s. We are now having it becoming an in thing today. Yes, you said it will not take people's job, and some people will still be writing program. But I believe for these people to have come out to this latest level of AI, they will already be working on AIs that can write the scripts or the programs by themselves.
They're
Because
already
what
writing program by themselves. That's not a problem.
Olajide, see, up till
The
now,
one that is
if
looking, the thing that is in front of his screen is writing the program for me.
if AI writes program for you today, please don't apply it at commercial level because it may create a serious legal issues. Because see, you don't know when those AI, you don't know the source they are connecting to. You don't know the code they are bringing to you. You
No,
don't know the
what I
cryptocurrency of them.
usually do is that you have two environment. It does a suggestion, you know that. So when you
Yeah.
do the suggestion, you take it out from that environment. Because
No,
if you don't, it will synchronize it. It can be stubborn.
no,
So what
I
I usually do, I take it out of
I
that
understand. I
environment
understand what you
and
are saying.
modify
Okay,
it.
You know, it is not uncommon for people now to be in big data industry now. You know, everybody now call themselves data engineer, even those people that don't even know the rigor of data engineering. Every Dick and Harry, oh, I'm a data engineer. You know, AI makes writing code for pulling data to be very easy. That one you don't have any issue because most of the data, most of the code we are going to use, they are from open source. You know, when we are talking of the open source application, no problem. But if I want to write my banking application now, I won't just go and depend on one generic AI to start teaching me how to write my FlexQ, my Finacle, or all those big applications because you have to think of so many things, security issues, you know. So to me, there are some things that you think AI can do. I even see someone trying to compare AI and human brain. No, see, truly AI has some capacity of what human being cannot do. For example, you can use AI, you can use AI, automated AI and robotic automation for a factory. You can produce, you can have output that human being, when you put 100 human there that cannot achieve maybe in like 5 hours. Perfect. But the question still remains is this. You still have some other things around that AI. The legal issue is there. The standard is there. Who is going to set up the ethics? Who is going to market the product? So there are a lot of things. People are just looking at AI as AI as like omniscient, as omnipotent is. No, it's not going to be like that.
Yeah.
AI,
Thank you for enlightening us, Ola. Thank you for
AI,
enlightening us.
AI will make some skill obsolete. Wait. AI will make some skill obsolete. Even without AI or the presence of AI, some skills are bound to be obsolete because as market getting saturated, some people will be bringing innovation to change the direction of the
Yeah, it's
market.
time and chance. Everything as the world go on, things get desolate. So you throw them away. So what is all this AI will take this, AI will take that? We are in the
Exactly.
world of AI. Embrace
I
it.
I
After
know I
now, we
know why
move to another thing.
I know why people are afraid. Me self, I have that concern. Is will human allow that? Because you know, it got to a stage I was chatting with a brother that who knows whether God created us just like AI. I will now acquire some capability. I will start reprocreation. Any day AI can reprocreate, then there's a big issue for human race. Now, AI has got to a level that if you build AI, if you give AI access to resources, some people can build AI model that can go and mine iron ore, refine everything, and rebuild AI. Is that possibility? Is that the possibility? Absolutely. It's a possibility that if you allow a robot.
Ola, bottom line, can we declare 3 days fasting and prayer so that AI can crash?
No, AI up to
No,
now.
let us, Thomas, let us ask AI to go into fasting and prayer for themselves.
AI till now is not more intelligent than human. When people are saying AI are more intelligent than human, maybe they are taking the researcher or who is saying that out of context. Ask AI to tell you jokes today now. He's going to tell you rubbish. AI cannot crack joke, cannot tell you folk things. So there are
Ola,
a lot of things. Okay.
I've not finished my picture the other time.
Yeah. Olajide, yeah.
Yeah, so it is safe to say that AI could take 1,000 jobs and replace it with just two. Maybe the person
No,
managing and the person.
that's a
I'm
wrong way of looking at it.
I'm coming. That is the way from what you are saying now. That's the way I'm looking at it, and I want to also say, do you ever think a time will come in this development of AI whereby human intervention will not be needed? Since now AI can write program for itself, do you think a time is coming that it's possible that AI will write a program for itself and will not need your verification, will not need anybody to do anything, and it will on
A-
that
a-
program?
Anything in this our universe, anything is possible, but I don't know when it's going to happen. So if I want
It's we that we are going to create what will make us extinct.
So it means
that
that what you people that are operating AI, you are creating, and what you are doing to people that will lose their job now might still happen to you too in future. That's what I'm trying to say.
don't
So let's
accuse me
Question
now.
you should ask. Can I come in, Ola?
Accuse Google, accuse Amazon, accuse those people that are creating platform for AI. You don't accuse me. Me, I just is random person that want to make money, and I see what I think I can kill in. So the thing is this, Olajide, look at it this way. Like 5-10 years ago, you'd never dream of someone that would be writing, that would like to be going for, let's say, master's degree in accounting, even undergraduate degree in accounting now. Maybe what they were learning that time would be like Excel. But today now, you will see some graduate of accounting. You know, you went for accounting, but you can write program, even you can even write application more than the programmers we used to have in the early 2000. And you're supposed to be an accountant. Accountant writes Python program as if they are an expert this day. You understand? Accountants, they use R. There's another application, there's another programming like that statisticians use R. They use R like anything. So the thing is, what am I trying to say? Look at the change in skills. Look at the skills level now. Before it's your Excel, but now an accountant now is now writing you Python, now writing programming R, and now even hosting websites. An accountant too that will be looking for someone a computer ability to do for you before. Accountants are doing all those things now. The same way too, you see people in mechanical engineering, civil engineering, all those people, they are all learning Python, which is programming language. So what am I saying is this? AI is just a tool which you can use properly or you can misuse. Now, it will now depends on what you want to use it for. So AI will still remain a good tool to human. Like we said there, aircraft has been using AI for donkey years. You still have a pilot. You don't want to fly a commercial aircraft. You just say okay, AI be piloting all those things. There will be a particular point in time that human being will have to make a decision. Because the same AI you are seeing too, it takes a year for them to learn. You know, like machine learning now, for example, is a subset of AI. You know, it's a subset of AI. It takes
Ola,
time for them to learn, just like
Ola, I
human being
think
takes time
there
to
is
learn.
something you're forgetting to tell them. Where is AI found?
You say
That's the
what?
question. Where is AI found?
Okay.
You put AIs are in the machines. AI is not in the air. Is it in the air?
No.
It's in the Internet of Things. So why is people saying people manufacture those equipment that are being powered by AI? Like now, Dr. Simba was saying, you walk to the airport, you go and meet one machine. Who made that machine? The machine is AI powered. Who made the machine?
Yeah, it's but
And who put the
Madam
AI
AI,
inside?
Madam Sita, we can still say is people is human being that is behind AI, isn't it?
Of course.
Yeah.
And
So
even the equipment that the AI is being powered with is human beings that made it.
yeah.
And one thing you should know that the moment you upgrade that machine, that particular AI ceases to work. I don't know if you people know that. Because they work at the capacity you give them. I don't
Madam,
know if in future they will have their own capacity. I don't know.
Madam, I understand what you are saying. I understand. It's just my fear that is just that a time might come
I've not
when
even given it 5.5 star self.
let
That
me
is
let
my
me
so-called AI. It doesn't even have 5 star. Ola, does it have 5 star? I they ask you. The one
what
for
I'm trying
me.
to say for instance, look at
I'm
Google.
asking Ola. Ola, can you give it 5 star?
Who?
Eh?
Can I give you 5 star?
I mean AI.
No, AI has not even, we are still not even that. Yeah, it looks like we have advanced actually in AI, but we are still not at any point
I
at
can
all.
give it
Yeah.
5 star now. I don't know about you.
We are still not even 5-star. Where will AI get 5-star?
I don't know. This one.
But Ola and Madam Zita, I want to ask you a question. Okay, we are talking about AI. Okay, what can we look at the effect on the humanity in a situation whereby now human beings are not interacting with themselves again? AI is taking us away from ourselves. Just now, Thomas is talking about here car or whatever.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
you
yeah.
just be inside one year car, nobody with you, you alone, you just land. You know, there is something that you enjoy by if you are driving on the land, you see scenes, you interact with human beings, so many things, interaction. Don't you think at a time will come that we'll be feeling lonely to the extent that it will be affecting our health? It's already happening. And people will be committing suicide.
Simba, we are
Dr. Simba,
underrating.
let me tell you something. As I said before, life is time and chance. Before now, were you closer to your food? Of course you were. 5 decades ago, humans know what they eat. You are very close to what you eat. You know your farm. Even if you don't know your farm, you know where your food is coming from. But today, are you not concerned about that?
That's what I'm telling you. Here, Madam Zita,
I'm telling you,
I
are
don't
talking
take
about
their
AI.
fruit
I'm telling you
because the fruit that they are selling, they are like what we said, they are not original, they are not organic.
So that's the same thing you are getting in this one. You don't expect somebody to sit down and be cracking their brain to write everything. You have a machine that helps you. If you can accept the food, please accept AI. That's what I'm telling you.
Simba, see, you don't have to worry about what is going to happen tomorrow.
You know, our own now. How many years do we have more? I'm just looking at the whole world, and to me, it's not.
See, I keep repeating, when computer was coming, people were saying they were giving us all those conspiracy theory of how computer will send people, will take human job. Like I said, go and look at it. Go and look at it since the new innovation when you have new technology. It has always been, this thing will make human being we obsolete. But at the end of the day, that new technology happens to create more market for people. Like I keep telling you, AI will just extend human capability. There are some kind of thing that human being, as we speak today, that they think they don't know that
Ola, I agree with you totally. My own, I'm viewing it from my own profession and the effects of the technology on human race. That's what I'm saying. Yes, you cannot tell me that all these advantages that you have, you cannot tell me that there are no disadvantages. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize. Now you see human being, just hold on, you see human being that will now prefer to be alone. You don't want to interact with your fellow. You have a husband and a wife, the same room. They don't talk to themselves. All of them they will stay glued to their phone. And any little thing, all of them, they will flare up. And there's no relationship. We don't build good relationship again. Everybody is just on their own. Is that the world we want to continue to live?
Okay, Simba, this is what I'm saying. Look at that. Look at that scenario you just created as an opportunity. I'll give you an example here now. You know, in Nigeria, people with mental issue, people will say they'll be weary, they'll be this, they'll be that, and they will allow them to wander on the street. But in advanced nation, what do you think? What do you think they will do? Those people, they will get speech therapists, they will get psychologists, they will get, in fact, about 5 people will get job just because of someone that has been that issue alone. That aspect you mentioned, a time will come that you will start finding some kind of job around those people that are lonely, those people that
So that is the way you are looking at it. People are very selfish.
No, that's what I've learned. It is what that human being they will always
So
find
yeah, well, okay. So the thing will create a problem that will also find solution. Will not create job because of the solution.
Simba, like what you are
course,
saying.
computer. Okay, look at
Simba,
computer.
in
Sorry,
addition
just a
to what you
second,
are
please.
saying.
Just a second, princess. Just a second. Just look at computer. Computer came with different problems and people are solving. And one of the problems is cybercrime. And do you know how many people that are eating from cybercrime today? So any new solution will come with its unintended consequences. That unintended consequences is a law for business people. It's an opportunity.
Yes, if I might say, in addition to what Simba is saying, it's like human relationship now. In Nigeria, especially in our culture, you know, when there is like a death or there is a misfortune in a family, you know, people will become friends and neighbors. They will come, they will sit around the person, they will talk to the person, they will encourage the person. A lot of times, you don't get suicide, you don't get severe depression because there is human interaction. But overseas, when there is a misfortune, hardly does anybody come. You are on your
They will
own.
send text message to you now.
Text
Princess.
message, Oton. Then, like
WhatsApp
when you
message.
have a baby, like I remember when I first came to this country, I had my baby. I had postpartum blues, not postpartum depression. I had baby blues because I know in Nigeria when you have a baby, it's a joyous occasion. Families are coming, people are coming. Like for the next 2-3 months, people are coming in and out. They are helping you take care of the baby. They are helping you cooking special food. When I came, there was nobody. I used to sit by the window and cry. I'm like, what type of country is this? There is nobody. You know? So we have all that social.
Even Princess, what
we
is
have
going
that
to happen
social
is that
gathering, helping
people will stop procreating, they will stop having children, and people will just be creating more AI.
Like what you are saying, these days you will see a family.
What Ola said.
Please, Madam Sister, let me finish this, please. Like to say, sometimes in a family, you see some people riding in a car, or maybe you go to doctor's office. That one is very, very common. You will see father, mother, children. Everybody's on their phone playing. Fiki. When they're in the car driving, no interaction. Everybody's engrossed in their phone, except the driver. All this technology is reducing human relationship. So it is social relationship. That's why you have so many cases of depression, mental problem, mental breakdown. Because human being, we are social beings. But when you start using all this technology and all these things, look at COVID. When they locked people up, there was not interrelationship. A lot of people had mental issues that they are still suffering till now.
Let me even tell you this, Princess. You know, that's what you call law of natural selection. When a man and a woman copulate, you have so millions of eggs and sperm that will come. The best one will be the one that will fertilize, because even if you have like more than 2 eggs, or the egg breaks down and you have like more, like 3 or 4 fetuses, naturally the bad ones will die and you will not know. The best one that will survive.
Survival of the fittest, right?
Exactly. But now with technology, we are now making those bad ones. Even the ones that are supposed to die immediately after that, we are now making them to survive.
We are
but what
keeping them
kind of
alive.
survival do they have? They will suffer. They will waste resources. They have nothing to contribute to the world. The only thing they consume. And those people, they don't even live the best of life. They suffer.
You know what we call them? I'm into ICU. We call them the multi-million-dollar babies. Those babies are the ones that bring money to the hospitals. Because maybe the body wanted to flush out the baby when they were like like say 5 months, 4.5, 5 months old. But they keep them, they bring them, we turn ourselves to God and keep these babies. At the end of the day, they have head bleed, they have all sorts of complications. And we call them multi-million-dollar babies because they are bringing money.
What Ola said before I go.
So
Simba, let me say this. As I've always said concerning this AI, life is about time and chance. There are, as Ola said, for every new thing, there are consequences. Something must give way for the new thing to happen. You know, there are a particular race that was alienated for us to exist. You know that? So it's not just about AI. It has been the way life has been. For humans to exist, those people have to go. Otherwise, two of us cannot cohabit on planet Earth. So they have to take them away. So in this AI, some jobs will have to go for the AI to take position. When we pass the phase of AI, we enter another phase. That's life. Worrying
Thank
about
God
it is
that
not going to change
Madam
anything.
Madam Zita,
Madam Zita, thank God that we have expiring dates, because it will not be good for our sanity. We have lived the kind of life we have lived before, and we are seeing this one now. It will be very difficult for us to adjust. When we have an expiring date and will not be able to live to see all those useless things that's going to
How do
happen in
you
the
know?
future.
How do you know?
can anybody
There
hear
won't
me?
be a research. No, Prince Daddy, just a second, we can hear you. How do you know there won't be a research that will make human being live longer? You are in the medical line. How do
No,
you
but
know
we
that?
human beings, we are the one that will destroy ourselves now. We are the one that will destroy ourselves, like
May God
Madam Zita
bless
said.
you,
We
Princess
will
Rose.
destroy ourselves completely, and then AI will take over and be living in the world.
See,
Exactly.
Princess and Simba.
Simba, Ola, let me quickly say this. Do you know what iPad and gadget is doing to the Australian child? It's destroying them now. Destroying them. Because
Thomas, why don't you worry about the Nigerian child first?
no, Nigeria, they don't have money
He's
to buy
only talking
iPad.
about where he lives. He's not in Nigeria now.
Yes,
So let
yes.
him
You
talk about
Nigeria,
Australia.
Prince Daddy,
Nigeria low
Prince
to
Prince
iPad.
Daddy,
Nigeria don't have money to
Prince
buy iPad.
Daddy,
No, don't say
Nigerian
that
child,
though.
Prince Daddy,
Nigeria children, they have iPad
Nigerian
though.
child in the village that will take pangolo and be kicking as soccer.
No.
Is that
Well,
when
see,
iPad want to kill them?
I tell you, the same problem.
It's only the rich
Thomas
kids
is,
now.
well,
Somebody that
it
has to
doesn't
go
make
and sell pure water and bread is the one that will now
no,
take iPad.
Madam, I'm telling you, this pornography that's destroying them in the West. You have the same problem in Africa. So you think you guys are safeguarded. You're not. That's why the Chinese protect their borders. Okay.
No, it's not even
Vividly.
about things that it's not about comparison. We are just talking generally. It's not about comparison between Africa or whatever. Generally, that's what we are saying.
I'm just saying though, but everything that you think is happening right now in the West, albeit in a smaller capacity degree in Africa, it's happening
I
there, and
agree
we
with
have a
you.
much
I
bigger
agree with
problem.
you.
Yes, and we
Exactly.
have a much bigger problem because we don't have the resources, be it medical or mental or whatever you want to say. But I'm telling you, especially in the rural. Oh, Simba, I think you guys already know that Nigerians, apart from maybe America, perhaps the second or third consumer of social media content and producer. Do you know that? So are you telling me
Yes,
those are the
yes.
people in the village? Are you telling me those are the people in the village producing that? Let's not kid ourselves. We start from the same thing. But is it Madam Zita still there? Or she left?
She's still on the
Madam.
screen.
Okay.
I don't know if you can. She's on
So
the screen.
Simba was talking about
I'm here.
the
I'm
survival.
here.
Oh yeah, you were saying something about life and chance or something like that. Is that what you were saying? I didn't hear the exact phrase that you used.
Yes, yes,
Before
yes.
anything happen, it waits for a time and they take the chance. There must be a
So
chance for it to happen.
can you tell us that it's part of the Bible? If I'm not mistaken, is that a scripture from the Bible, right?
Are we talking about Bible here? I just said something. I didn't say it's
Well,
from the Bible.
in case you don't know, time and chance, if that's what you're talking about, that's exactly from the Bible, Ecclesiastes. That's where it came from, unless you have yours. But I was going to actually ask you, in terms of what is the outlook for jobs? Because you made a bunch of examples about back in the time of the typewriters and whatnot, and switches for the telephones. But do you think we get into a critical mass, like the optimal level, whereby it doesn't matter if you're the bottom of the ladder or the top, like a doctor or lawyer, that AI is going to affect everybody.
So my question is, what is the outlook for jobs, and what kind of jobs do you foresee for the future, really? Because if you're back on AI, really in a full scale, we all are going to suffer.
Okay, first of all, I'll take your question from one after the other. I must say this. There are some institutions that have reached the, how do they say it again? The maximum of human thinking. Humans cannot think beyond that again. Everything human beings are doing and thinking is circled within there. I don't know if you heard when we heard that China created their own cyber space. We all rush to know what it is. We find out that it's still the same Unix. Do you understand? So now, AI is something for people using it. You can't even score it 5-star. We don't know how much is going to develop. We don't know whether this is the highest of human reasoning. But I can assure you that from my own simple analysis, it might take 100 jobs. I'm just giving an instant, and it might create 200 jobs. People think it can take 100 jobs and create 20 jobs. From my own analysis, I don't think so. What I'm saying is that the world is moving to somewhere. Everybody should endeavor to move to that side. But AI or no AI, as the world moves on, there are definitely going to be some jobs that will be desolate. So watch out. It's not all about AI, it's about time and chance. I hope that answers your question.
Hey, Madam Sita, you want to take over the world?
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah.
Prince Daddy, you see, like what Madam Zita says, like this is not what I am saying. This is what the learned people in the business world have put, the research they've written. Over time and over time, any new technology that displaces human job create multiple of opportunity for the same job. That was why it was easier for me to make that analysis of typewriter the other time. You understand? Compare the number of publishers we have now these days when we have computer to those that you have to go to the cooperative press before you do things, because people will do their typesetting today on computers. Now, when computer will take people's job, probably maybe there were about 1 million typewriters in the world before computers. But as we speak today, there are close to, if not more, I don't know the exact, there are at least 2 billion computers worldwide today. Now, when people are saying, oh, computer will take over, has computer taking over? Just 1 million typewriters, for example, you have now over 2 billion computers. Who are those people going to work on those computers? From hardware, from software, even from manufacturing point of view, from logistics, from all those things. So that is where it is. Look at how Amazon is closing down the normal traditional jobs. But you know how many jobs that the same Amazon has created? All of a sudden, you can stay at your home, you create products, and you sell to Amazon. And some logistic driver, they will pay the same. Some will build recommender system for Amazon. Amazon itself will build its own database, the data center. There are a lot of things connected.
Yeah, a lot quickly. Well, I hear what you're saying. You know, there are perhaps some unforeseen jobs that are yet to be created. But I tell you, there's convergence going on right now in a lot of ways. This same. I mean, I know you, of course, you know about driverless cars. You know about delivery trucks, even without a person, driving it or managing it. We've heard heard about, you know, aerial package delivery via what you call it, drones. So all these things are see at this level. We're not talking about a crude technology of typewriter back in the days, even though when it came out it was a great technology. But the rate of growth or convergence of technology right now can easily displace a lot of jobs, and I don't think
Prince, let me clear your doubt. Before now, what is the raw material that was skeletally or equally doing the job of gas, oil and gas, like crude? Obviously, we know it was coal. Which of them is highly more automated? It was the oil and gas. As at then, the coal miners were screaming, their job is going. This thing is going to reduce the job. But today, the oil and gas is more automated, but it created more jobs than that of coal.
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to clear here. Now, people go to the office, they sit down, 7 people are working in 2 different computers. And now the AI comes. And then somebody is saying, no, they're giving the 7 people's job to 1 person. Yes, 1 person is going to do that 7 people's job. But look at the dotted lines. It might no longer be that same job, but that same AI has created 24 more jobs instead of the 7 that was existing. That's what I'm trying to let you know. Normally, in future, some people, that is when they talk about business and tech. Yes, some businesses do fold because of tech. They say tech make businesses, but I want to let you know that some businesses can fold because of tech. Why? Because the labor and the entrepreneurs, most of them are scared of that tech. That's exactly what is happening in the world today concerning AI. And you will see people automatically dropping off on their own. It's not AI that dropped them.
Exactly.
But because they are scared to embrace the technology,
and they fail to change. Exactly.
They fail to change. I have experienced it a long, long time in my career. People get so angry because their keyboard was changed. People get so angry because they say, remove the keyboard, touch the screen. People get so angry because they say, don't touch any screen, don't use any PC, use the hologram. They are angry. They don't want to learn. They don't want to embrace. So that's exactly what is happening in the business world today. But I want to tell you something. The value AI is creating today is going to make the future of tomorrow. Whether you like it, you embrace it, you don't embrace it, that's just the truth. But
so no cause for alarm now.
Is that is going to destroy jobs. It's going to take away jobs. It's different from it's going to destroy jobs. Is it going to take away jobs? Yes. Is it going to destroy jobs? No. Will it create more jobs? I foresee that. Will some jobs go? Obviously. So
no, okay. So you said no. Hold on. You said no fear, right? We shouldn't worry, right?
No, Prince.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay.
When When you put business and tech together, you will understand what I'm talking about. You will see over the years the trend of technology and its impact on businesses. Some people don't notice that what they are doing has been upgraded, it has been updated. They stick to what they have and their businesses collapse.
So I was listening to I listened to a program not too long ago, and they're talking about in Hollywood, whereby they have now AI writing scripts, and before where they used to have like 7 script writers do work on a movie, right, or a TV show, right? They have AI doing it, and only have one person coming in to edit and add the human touch to it, right?
Okay, let me ask you a question. You said one person coming to do it.
The job of 7 persons combined with AI now becomes
I'm
one.
going to answer your question. As I said before, I always like making reference to things I said before people ask me questions.
Madam Zita, please let me ask this question so that you can answer everything together at once, please. Please. Can I?
Go ahead.
Yes, so it's a joke anyway. Are we going to vote AI next time for president?
If need be, why not? Okay. Prince, as I said before, I said when you keep business and tech together, you will understand what I'm talking about. You said 7 people do write scripts, right? And all of a sudden, one person is the one editing it. Can I be dodgy in this, answering you that question? Why are you not the one person? I just want to sound off.
Well, and that's a nice question, but my concern is more an overarching question.
And let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. That one person doing that scripting, you think he doesn't have an assistant? He doesn't have people in the office that help him. They might not earn as much as those that were writing the script individually, 7 of them. But probably he might have more than 9 people working with him. You don't think so?
Well, the trajectory right now is really a massive job consolidation in the future.
No.
Okay, but in the area, okay, have you heard about AI? No, have you heard about AI?
Let me give you an example. In the city of Chicago, Chicago has over 6,000, you can check it, over 6,000 tech companies. And the 34% of world startup tech companies are owned by women in Chicago, and that is the highest in the world. Do you know what is going on there? When you mean startup, they're providing the technical know-how to help the technology. So where everybody getting this job, lost of job, lost this, lose that, this good. Are you saying that those 6,000, over 6,000 companies are going to crash? And one person will be manning them? Are you saying that each company will employ 1 people?
We're not, Madam Zita, we're not there yet. But what I'm suggesting is that if you get to the critical mass of AI technology deployment, there's no way jobs will not be cut, or jobs will not be consolidated. It has to happen.
Let me tell you.
Look in the area of medicine whereby they have AI combined with biomimicry. Now, what you need to do.
Let me tell you this and conclude. Let me tell you this, Prince. As long as anything happening on planet Earth depends on human beings. It's not going to overtake human beings, neither is it going to take over from human beings. I concluded like that. Let me repeat it again. As long as anything happening on planet Earth depends on human beings, it cannot be human beings. Neither will it take over for human beings.
Prince Daddy, I will give you an example of what Madam AI just said now. If AI is writing you a legal document, the first question I will ask you is that who legislated, and who produced all those laws that AI will be quoting for you to represent a client, assuming that you want to have AI-driven legal firm. There will be a law of the country. Some people will make the law. Some judges must have made some kind of a judgment that the AI will use and be referencing. This is how it applies to everyday.
What you're saying, okay, of course, all these politicians, for example, in the US, they have plenty of assistants, right, helping them. But the AI can be deployed to produce that document, and only one or two persons will go over it for review and summary to give to the lawmakers to sign into law. And we know the AI can do a faster, more robust research based on what you guys talk machine language or big data, and in a much shorter time be produced, right?
The question that I put to you now is this: where is AI getting its own knowledge for? Which repository is AI accessing? Is it bringing all those data from the sky, or from he just sit down on his own and produces all those documents and
Well, that's what I said. As long that big data the AI is working with, it keeps getting bigger and bigger. It gets to a point of critical mass, optimal point that the AI will be almost self-sufficient to produce any material.
Where do you get where are those big data coming from? The next question is, where are those big data coming from? Who are the author of those data that?
Well, humans are the one producing it right now, but now the AI is exponentially creating more of those data. Yes, I mean AI. It's all about logic and pattern, right? Part of it, I guess, and they can reproduce and produce more data quicker and faster than humans can.
Now, this is the question. Okay, now that you've not gone technical, now who are those people designing the logic upon which AI acts upon? Don't forget that these are just machine. You can call this sometimes computer scientists, they don't want to call AI as an intelligent machine. You understand? They just want to restrict to the machine that can take instruction and act according to the design. So the way we are pushing this AI is like we think that, oh, all of a sudden AI we have emotional intelligence, or AI can do something without referencing what human being has done. You understand? Until AI can just come and bring something that human being has never done, no matter how small it is. That is when you can say, okay, AI is taking over. Or maybe, for example, maybe there's no aircraft now, and AI just think all of a sudden, I need to create aircraft that will be moving human being from point A to point B. Then you know that human race has lost everything. If AI is
allowed, but you know the limit as AI approaches zero. Is that a thing? The limit at AI approaches zero. You can pretty much count humans out.
Most things that you see, if not everything that you see that AI does today, is what human being has done. It's just making that thing effective. Yes, for example, now look at what AI will do. AI will boost productivity, helps you to eliminate cost, and we shift your focus to another thing entirely. That's just the way it is. Now, Dr. Simba is saying now, without Dr. Simba medical knowledge, AI is nothing. AI is not just going to formulate its own medical theory. It's not.
Well, that's why I mentioned. If you heard me earlier, now in the area of material science, biomimicry. It's been growing for so many years. Now the combination of AI and biomimicry, it's a new level whereby it can put doctors out of commission for real. Gone will be the days whereby you need a doctor to touch your skin or feel something to know what kind of condition you have. With biomimicry,
Prince Daddy, all these things are just about the legals, because you can't be an AI professional without learning about the professional ethics and the legal around those things. The question is this: will human beings sit down? Because this is what we've been saying. AI himself depend on human. Will human beings sit down and say, "Oh, AI take over our life," assuming in code that AI has that capacity?
well, you're making an assumption that humans are always going to be how do I put it be moral or be sensitive in that regard. You know, we heard about humans when it comes to what you call it research, maybe biology research, right? There have been so many you can call it dubious research that's been conducted by these scientists that they were not supposed to. They're trying to push the limit. The scientists are always pushing the limit. They are doing some things right now, combining human DNA or trying to change human DNA sequence with that of animal, be it pig or whatever they do. They're doing it
I know.
Okay.
Please, Daddy,
So if they're doing it,
let me tell you something. See, those people providing AI technology, they want to make money, right? If before you produce something, you want to realize your value. If I know that my technology will destroy your job, that you won't have no money to patronize me, what sense does that technology make for me? Okay, I want to roll AI out now to take human job. Then who is that woman that will now come and spend money to buy my products? How me that I'm even producing that AI, how am I going to sustain myself? You understand? I didn't want to say that one initially, because this thing, let's just use economic and let's say civilization logic to put this thing. Will you produce something that will not give you value? If I'm a high service provider, I'm take over your job, then nobody is working. Will AI come and be buying food from me?
that's a good question that I've thought about myself, because if humans are out of jobs, who are the people going to be procuring all these products that are made by AI? And I thought about them also, but this is assuming that, again, if you leave things to business and you don't have the right balance, equilibrium in life, in society, things will go really, really bad quickly before we realize, oh, this is what is going on.
Yeah.
Because right now, there are many people, many industries, I mean, that don't really care about human life. Do you want to talk about pollution by companies that externalize their costs? They don't care. They pollute water and do all kind of stuff, and keep the people that are buying. They look for other buyers elsewhere. So when it gets to the critical mass of AI, like doing a lot of things that, if it left to business, they're only going to think about profit. At the end of the day, they would have done a lot of destruction before they realize, hey, we kill the people that are going to buy the products.
Prince Daddy,
Yeah.
that is why we have
Please, Daddy, please,
human
in
beings.
addition to what you are saying, like you are talking about pollution, about businesses, like in Texas now, we have one place called Texas City. They have like the highest refineries in the world. That place have the highest concentration of people with various type of cancer, lung cancer, all sorts of cancer. The poor people are living there. Do these businesses care? They don't. And the one question I have for you, Ola, is this: like now, AI now, most pharmaceutical companies they want to use AI to be counting medications, bottling it. Before this was done by the pharmacy tech. So now, when all these pharmacy tech they are laid off, where will they get? Where I mean, what's going to happen to them? And then we are talking about this like unmanned cars. Like some people they have drivers, chauffeurs that are taking them around. So now, when these people are their jobs are taken away, what happens to them? So even though it has advantages, there is still a lot, very many disadvantages too.
You see, one thing is this: you can never beat law of physics, law of nation. and this is law of conservation of energy. You still find that in this universe. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, but can be transformed from one form to the other. It applies to life, whether we like it or not. Look at what new technology is doing for you. You look at one bigger problem before that. Okay, maybe you have A. You have A now. This A is only giving you 1 unit, and one person is doing 1 unit. But that A now want to split to like 10 units and give 10 people opportunities. That is what technology do. That I say, whenever technology comes, it take one job away and can create like 10 jobs, 20, 100 jobs. And we still be equal to what we are not maximizing before. So I don't want to go into complexity of it because, you know, I'm not a good teacher like the like of Kulata and Co. Or like AI. So the thing is this fear we are just putting in place, like I said, is going to make some skill sets obsolete for sure. Sure, banker, some job will be obsolete, but at the same time, it's going to create several opportunities. Now, those of us that are this age now, if we do not upgrade ourselves, we are nearly our retirement age. Good. Our fear is because how we can catch up. Our imagination, the way we used to imagine things, is different from those people around 20, 50, or 25. Those guys that are coming behind us, they will key into whatever is happening. They will find opportunity in the fear we have. That's the point. Like you're saying, if you go to the issue of human being, there's no time at a particular time you innovate new process that will take a job away, that will not create. Okay, look at email. Look at email now. Truly, we say, okay, email. Did email even take a postal job away completely? No, it didn't take postal job away completely. People believe that, oh, it will take postal job away completely. It rather enhances some kind of human job. You understand?
But Ola, sorry, let me interject you. What you are doing this morning, you are behaving like the businessmen that are investing in this thing for profit reason. You are, because you are also a beneficiary.
I'm just
in this thing that
in this video. I'm just
so that is that. So because we are trying to draw your attention to the danger, but you refuse to reason with us just because you are in that line. Okay, let's say somebody just hold on. Just hold on. If I have a skill and I'm working at the age of 50, you said my skill is obsolete and I should go out of job. Then is it at that age that I'm going to go and learn and start all over again? Okay, why do you think that the businessmen invest in this thing, if not for profit making?
Okay, can I respond to you?
Yes.
You see, one thing is this. Even when you go to university generally, what you learn is general knowledge. In most cases, you find out that you don't even apply 1/500 of what you learn when you went to school. Like Mike was accusing me here the other time that now everything Ola knows, and I just laughed because my field is still around the same thing. Electrical engineering background. The only thing that changed there is just because I added business degree to it. Even at graduate level, I added computer science, right? Which is still data and electrical still correlate. There's still no difference. Now, this day, do you know that I don't really need to go through the stress of even going to any university or any college to learn? We have repository of knowledge around. As you are seeing Udemy, you are seeing EDS, you are seeing Coursera. That's what you used to spend like 2-3 years to learn those days. You will learn everything within 2-3 weeks. That it will be more production ready than the one you are learning in the university. What am I saying is this? If before you used to write with pen, and the new technology that is coming to you is Excel, it's not as if the platform for you to learn will not be available for you to key in. But it is only when you refuse to embrace that change that you are fighting change, instead of you to see that change as an opportunity and do the necessary to be part of that change. That's what we are talking about. Someone that used to operate typewriter should be one of those best of operators of computer, because number one, you know how to type already. So when you just embrace computer, you will type faster than someone that is just learning how to type through computer. Because
Yeah,
you can transfer your skill.
yeah. Ola, if I might interject, what Simba is trying to portray to you is that you are viewing this AI stuff from a businessman perspective. You are not looking at the implication of what it would do. People losing their job, like AI comes, it makes like 1,000 people lose their job and create job for 50 people because of maximization of profit, and you think that is right? So you are looking at it because you are it's beneficial to you. You are, I mean, thinking from a businessman point of view. You are not thinking of other people. It's going to affect other people. That's what he's
Okay.
trying to portray to you.
Okay, madam. It's not as if I don't understand you. This Ola you are talking to, you don't know how many times he has lost and gained job and lost jobs in life. You understand? Before I found myself in IT environment, I didn't graduate to work on IT. I was a core electrical person. You understand? Even join them, they climb pole up and down. It was only at the particular point in 2003 that I changed to IT. For good 6 years before that time, I was fully a NEPA guy, working on bus bar, doing power line, doing all those stuff. But when that was no longer sustainable for me, I changed. Even that change was never easy. I have lost my job and rehired several times in my life before I even started doing something aside on my own. So it's not as if it's new. And how did I get a new job? Learning new skills. See, whether AI or no AI, even the job we have now, except for those people that have relatively stable job, people are bound to lose job. It's a normal thing in this environment. When you see I do this program, do you think I like book rich? Not be so I like book rich. Because if I do one job, you will fire me. The next available thing is to look for school to go to, so that maybe I dey pay student loan, I don't go one pay student loan for a while. I go quickly go and register for a program until I get another job. See, when you see some of us here, they get some kind of yao certificate. Some people will tell you they get a certificate. Nobody say they like get them. Now the environment, you get job today now, the next one they don't fire you. Nobody say you do something bad, though the economy change. If you look at this AI from the same lens, you already identified that this is a threat. When you identify a threat, Yoruba will say, igi gangan magoni loju, okere latin wo. You already know that this is a threat. Then the next question will be, how do I kill it? What opportunity can I find in this thing? And what exactly will I do? Like I told you the other time now, maybe in the next 10, 20 years now, if an accountant, if you don't know how to write Python code, maybe you are obsolete already. So this one has nothing to do with AI alone. It's a process revolution everywhere. It's a process revolution. So to me, AI has come to stay. There's nothing we can do. You know, I've tried several times to even tell the story of what even brought all this AI we are shouting today. It's not as if they are just coming. All this big data and this thing was as a sort of response to the shining threat to the European and the Western European economy and the Western world economy. The day the German people pioneer Industrial 4.0, that is when this wahala of AI started. And what happened? When the Chinese people opened the economy to the Western people to invest, and these people started growing, and all those manufacturing in the Western world now going to China, it already created some kind of crisis there. And Germany be the largest economy in Europe. Look at, okay, now these guys are taking our job away because those guys, they try a lot of things. They did the 0% lending for investors to boost their production. It wasn't work. There was a time they even went on negative interest rates just to help investors to establish and bring those factory back. The thing didn't work. Okay, they now say, okay, now we are now going to start using robots. We'll be going to use artificial intelligence to do business. Then how do we get this thing? Then we need capacity. What are those capacity? Big data capacity. Those are the component of Industrial 4.0. That's that. Other was known as the Industrial Revolution version 4.0. So when they started doing all those things, that is where all this wahala of big data start coming. Because what's the intention is that, okay, instead of me going to China, I'm just giving one of the components and go and bring goods to Germany to sell to my people. After all, I've lost that manufacturing job. Okay, I will use machine now to create it yourself instead of even creating in China. I will respond to them. I will use machine now to create what I've been creating in China. And I will, and doing so, I will reduce cost of inventory, in transit inventory, because all those goods you put in ship from China to Germany, for example, or to America, they carry some cost, both insurance, both some cost, even when anything can happen to the ship and all those things repair it. So that is the response already, because already they are facing threats. So there's no way you are going to tell these people not to proceed with AI and all those robotics. There's no way you are going to tell them, because if you don't do it, they are not going to survive also. So they are bringing their product home. They are now creating another market entirely around services to service their customer to survive. So look at opportunity. Now, I keep saying, in my opinion, when you look at the big tech today that are behind this AI, they are the Western people. When you want to talk of Google of this world, you want to talk of Amazon Web Services, you want to talk of Microsoft, you want to talk of IBM, who owns all those things? So they managed to recreate their job. You took manufacturing away from them, but they've managed to find something to create another set of jobs for themselves. So that is what new ideas can bring. AI truly, robot will take warehouse job away. But there will be some situation whereby they will create some kind of job for people. That is exactly what we are saying. So it's not because of me. Like when you say it's because of me, who am I? Who are you? Who am I in the I'm just like a laborer in the world of AI. I just see opportunity for me to survive there, and I key in. Nothing more than that. So AI will not take the research of how to cure cancer away from a typical doctor. The doctor will just use that as a tool. Maybe a doctor that is a researcher is spending like 10 years to come with a breakthrough in his research. Maybe AI can just aid him to have breakthrough in 2 years. But meanwhile, what are the components? What are those things you are going to use for those AI? You will still build, some people will still build the metal that they will use to build that AI. There are some electrical people that will still build the component, electronics component of that AI. Some people will still write the program for those AI. Some people will still deliver those AI. Some people will still come to you and come and couple the component of those AI. Some people, yeah, okay, the office whereby you build that you want to establish your AI facility, some people will build that. Some people will do the roofing. Some people will do your alternative with AC. A lot of things will come around this AI. The only thing is this, there are some skills now that will be out of action. That is exactly what we are saying. It's not for me. It's going to create more. Because see, look at this very well. It is well documented in the global environment. If the government, if the decision makers actually see that a particular technology is going to create problem, they will stop it. The only reason that AI is not that explosive today is just because of legislation. They will use legislation to stop AI if they see that as a threat. But when you look at the trend in the industry now, since the advent of technology has been able to create jobs to match the growing world global population. If they see tomorrow that these things are taking job away from people and is able to replace those jobs with many other jobs, trust me, The United Nations will see that and they will stop it with immediate effect.
Yeah, that's the part I don't agree with. I don't believe that unless he's talking about one world government.
I know you don't believe that. Yeah, you said.
No, I don't believe that. What you're gonna stop China or you're gonna stop me? The way things are going, unless we have one world government that say, hey, put a stop to it. But
No, Prince
in
Daddy.
today's world,
Prince Daddy, look at what Trump did to China. Okay, China said, okay, now let me tell you, this is my favorite example, and just because I know it's what people can relate with, maybe you know Fiat glass. Before, when you look at, I don't know people that are into operation management here, when you look at the average monthly inventory of America, maybe it's eating trillions now. Maybe no, there was a point of time that I think it was eating like almost trillion. But what's the reason for that? Is that the American entrepreneur, they will spend money to import goods from China. So on the sea alone, you can see several billion of goods in transit. And when they now bring that one, they come and put them in inventory in America. And that's another cost. Meanwhile, those costs, we include the cash in hand for the industry themselves, and those ones they borrow from financial institutions, they will be paying interest. When Trump introduced his own policy that stops some of those things, that block, that impose serious taxation on those imported goods. Now, what happened? There's a particular Chinese firm that moved to America. They call that Fuel Glass. They now go and do fully robotic vehicle, all the vehicle glasses, all the windshield manufacturing, fully automated. The fully automated simply mean that before you used to stock like maybe glasses for like 1 year for cars that they want to produce. But this time around, you don't need to do that. You just place order today, maybe the next day or after next day, they supply you because they move their robotic.
So they move from the standard inventory to GIT. Hold on, is that what you're saying?
No, I want to conclude something there. Now, what did they do now? This Trump is saying you are okay. After all, these glasses before they are producing in America, in China, it's not giving me any benefit. Okay, I won't import again. They are now producing in America. They've replaced the job in China with robots in America. Now, Americans are now the one maintaining those infrastructure there now. It has created a particular job for them, but why killing the job in America? It's another job entirely for the people in America. You understand? Those are the kind of fight we see. So when China said, okay, I want to do this thing, every country we have policy against external economic aggression.
Hold on. If I heard you right, or like you said, they created a fully automated manufacturing facility in America. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So how many jobs did that create? Fully automated. How many jobs did that create?
No, what I want you to notice is that job was not there in America before because they were importing from China. But
it happened as a matter of opportunity cost, and then the manufacturing plant, fully automated in America, did not produce many jobs in America. It just continued to be able to manufacture whatever they're manufacturing. But see, at the end of the day, I think for me is it comes down to jobs. How many jobs are created or lost? That's the point here. It's not about that.
And this was at the expense of the Chinese. And you brought it to America. How many Americans did you employ?
No, I just use that as a response to, instead, who is going to stop the Chinese? I just gave him as an example of how you can use policy to stop someone that is having some kind of economic external aggression against your country. That's another context entirely. So, because if you want to know, I don't know the workforce of Fuel Glass. It's a thing you can Google and see how much job has created. But what I'm saying that opportunity was not there before because they were importing everything. All of a sudden, now because they say it's fully automated, get this thing right. It doesn't mean that oh, that robot can produce like, let's say, 2 million glasses in a month, and there's no human factor there. No, human will still be the one that will still be the logistic partner that will still do this thing. Human will still be the one that will be maintaining. Some people have the infrastructure. Some people are the programmer. Like I said, some people are the facility manager of where they are doing all those things. So it depends on how you look at it. The structure in place to put those robots, human being must have built that. Human being will still be maintaining. You understand? The power engineer that will make sure that the ambient is okay will still be human being, not AI. You understand? So there are different ways of looking at this. Because I just brought that example just to counter that nobody is going to stop China. Of course, people will stop China. They will stop China because everybody can now use all the protectionism type of economy this day, and you fence others out. If those people want to destroy your economy, because you have to force them, because human being, there's a way human being will force you into compliance. So to me, that is where you have government. You think the government will not care about the people, and you think those people in the government too, they are not scared that they think that AI will not take their job too. You think they are not thinking that AI will make their children not to get job. They are thinking the way they have the fear, the same way we have fear too. Because if they don't regulate, you can get to a state whereby a robot will be walking on the street. If it's a well decided that we may not even know that it's robot. Now, if you do not regulate, people can use the same robot to start committing crime. Are you saying government will be staying and be watching? Because what if some criminal just released like thousands of robots on the street that looks like human being and they start so that is where you will see human being now mandating all those ISP, internet service provider, all those big data service provider, that okay, they will give them the standard they should meet up, that if they don't meet up, that they will be heavily sanctioned, because human being wants sanity within the socialization, civilization. So to me, I get it. This is not the first time in human race that whenever new concept is coming, that people are afraid. You understand? Just like when Uber was coming, people were saying, oh, Uber will replace taxi driver. To be honest, as Uber replaced taxi drivers, maybe they think has sliced some of their distance, but there are some people before Uber that, okay, maybe you call a taxi, you've waited for your taxi for 30 minutes, they can just cancel. Oh, it's just because of traffic, they cancel. And they won't be able to come to you. Probably they've gone to another people. Because that time, the demand was more than the supply. But today, Uber has helped us with the demand, the supply side of the demand for taxi services. So that's just the way
but when it comes to Uber, it's more like a process improvement, innovation, more so than actual job creation Uber did not do any did not bring about any innovation in transportation, so to speak, but the process was greatly improved, right? So the same thing in taxi people.
That argument has always been there, whether Uber is disruptive innovation or is just sustenance, what do we call innovation or whatever. But look at it this way: someone somewhere was thinking, because look at that time, we wanted to break into taxi industry, but taxi industry was being operated like a cartel. They will auction space for taxi, and people were unable to come in. As someone look at it, okay, what is even taxi? Is it not just to move someone from here to the other place? Then what will I do? So a brilliant person now look at it. I think the person that started that Uber graduated from this University of Calgary. He look at, okay, is to operation person will be looking at everything, human materials as capacity. An operation person will now say, okay, this guy that work for 8 hours, is that the limit he can work? If we call doctor, oh, how many hours can a human being work in a day? Oh, you can work 15 hours. Okay. If an operation person will tell you that, okay, you are working for 8 hours. No, you are being underutilized because you are supposed to work for 15 hours. That is what come to Uber. By the time that created Uber, just saw cars along the street that people will just park, baby car. People will say, people are just wasting resources. They are not utilizing it. What of if I give them an idea how to use this Uber, how to use this to make money? That's innovation, process innovation. It just brought that disruption before the taxi people they fought by the time they will realize Uber don't go already. That's someone just renovate the process. It just create process innovation. The process was there before. So the same thing, AI that you see is just an innovation. It's just another process innovation. They are trying to innovate manufacturing, production process. That's what they are trying to innovate. So AI and robots just happen to be tools that cannot stay on their own. The only thing is that those people that are not in engineering or programming or computer science or whatever, yeah, they will be scared. But the kids that are coming behind us, we've already created another opportunity for them to key in. You understand? That's the situation. For some of us that we don't have stable job. Okay, now I can tell you now I'm at work now. When I say I'm at work, sometimes funny enough, it's not that if someone gave me a job, it's a job I created for myself, or the job on ground that I key in as just a freelance, or you call me an entrepreneur, whatever you want to call. I can wake up tomorrow and that job may not be there again. What will I do? Will I go and die? I will have to find another way to key in again. That is what AI will create. AI will force people to change their orientation and to find a way to embrace.
But I think at the end of the day, I think the goal of AI or what they are trying to achieve is independence for AI. That's the ultimate goal, whereby they don't need humans anymore to do anything. They can do things themselves and reproduce themselves. That's the goal.
Can you say
and
that?
if that happens,
Please, can you say that one, Prince Daddy? Can you repeat it that again? Can you repeat it?
yeah, I'm saying that I think the ultimate goal for AI is for AI to be independent of humans. Do you agree, or do you see it that way?
Well, that's what you've been saying. That's what you've been saying, and that's not the goal. The goal is just to have an intelligent machine that will be able to boost production. Now, I'm not saying the AI threat. I'm not saying it's not genuine. But the thing is, when you think that is genuine, don't dwell in the fear, but look at the possibility, look at the limitation, and look at the opportunity. So AI will not be independent. Once AI becomes dependent, then you've created another race. Maybe you would like call it machine race. Like I said, like I was discussing with a brother like last week. I was saying, look, come May, I believe in the existence of God, but every religion they just preach what they think they know about God. Nobody really understands God the way we claim to understand
Hey,
God.
1 second. Is Thomas there? I think Babati wants to come in. If he's not in already. Thomas?
Yeah, well, now Thomas go bring him in. Yeah. So the thing I just want you to see there is this. I was discussing with that brother. I said we don't even know whether God created us just like human being is trying to create AI now. But there are so many things that human beings have that AI do not really have. Human being doesn't AI as of now. I don't know of tomorrow. They don't have emotion. They don't understand your emotion. Although I once proved to a friend that AI will get to a stage that will be able to understand a drunkard, that will be able to understand some people that are not stable mentally. Because I was applying that to self-driving car that, okay, because he has some repository, he has some archive of behavior, he'll be able to see someone and say, okay, he be like, say, this one don't shag, he's a drunkard, let me slow down. I know that AI can get to that, but it will still depends on data, the data being gathered from different sources. Now to now build a model for that AI to reference,
So the thing is, I don't worry myself because I know that in my generation, AI cannot replace me the way women are looking at. And the generation that are coming behind us, they will definitely become smarter than us. Because we've already built that repository of knowledge for them, and they will build upon that. There was a time in 2023 when I started, 2003 when I was struggling to learn to build on the programming I learned in my undergraduate. I wasn't finding Java and C programming funny, very difficult. For more than 5 years, I could not even maintain competence in all those things. But today, you can learn this C programming. In fact, to make it was Python make it easier for you to learn. Just 1 month, just under 2-3 days, you started producing app by the power of what we have today. So those guys, those kids that are coming behind us, they have more capacity than us because of already the standard has been raised and they are starting from there. They are not starting from the scratch. They will solve whatever problem you think AI will create to them because they are human beings. Human beings will solve the problem for themselves. Hiroshima event the other time, you will think, oh, since that thing don't happen, that okay, people will be using it. You can see how countries have been shaking themselves against nuclear power these days. That's the power of human being for you. Client control, they won't allow you, okay, if they see the movement of this one, if you allow this one to go, it might destroy the entire world. They won't let you go. They will use some kind of legislation, some kind of United Nations thing to meet the restrict you. If AI is becoming a serious problem for human race, human being will find solution to that. That's just my point. So I don't even bother myself. AI will never outsmart human being. AI is just like intelligence behind robot or whatever I want to talk about. AI itself is not a machine. It's just like some kind of intelligence trying to compete with human brain. So to me,
but do you see my concern though? My concern is not actually AI. If you see the frame of my thought, it's not really AI. It's the human. It's the human.
No. You said it. Human is the problem of the entire universe. I know what you're saying. But without a problem, this world will never exist again because there will be no problem you want. Because why we exist today is because we have problem to solve. When you go through human civilization, there was a time that human were living in the bush. Simply means that if human was living where human beings were living where lion live, and you go and people were sleeping on top of the tree, it simply means that lion could still climb and come and kill, go there and kill human. But what do we have today? Human being has solved that solution. That look at can you compare the population of lion to human being? So any problem that is facing human being will always counter the problem. So see, I've gone beyond the point where I'll be scared of tomorrow, that something will happen tomorrow. No, I know that as a human being, if I don't have a solution, fellow human being will have a solution. That's the way it is. That is why we are several billion in this world. That among the several billion human beings we have in this world, maybe about 8 billion now, I'm telling you, for AI to overcome 8 billion people in the human race, that AI will have to be omnipotent. That's just the way I believe it. So I don't maybe because in science field, you understand, maybe because I'm in technology field, maybe that's why I think that way. But when you look at researchers, what researchers have said on AI or those, at the end of the day, everything will come to AI will never replace human being the way we are dispensing the fear. That's just my point. Everybody don't go sleep.
No. Yeah, I get your point. I mean, well, I guess we can have more hope or confidence.
I'm hearing you now. I'm here.
Hey, Thomas, Baba T wants to come in. Since
I know Baba T want to bring sledgehammer to me or someone.
I brought him earlier on, and he left again.
oh really? Maybe it's
Yes,
network
yes.
went
I
down or
brought him
something.
in before. Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's in the
Maybe
background.
we'll
I
come
can
back. Yeah.
see
I'll repost
chatting.
the link.
So to me, AI in the real sense seems to be a serious threat. Even the father of ChatGPT is saying he's regretting. It's even the person that those people that even created ChatGPT, they are even scared. You know, now that we are talking of generative AI, all those things, I know those things are creating fear. But human being, will always solve their problem. That's just my
Ola,
point.
I have a question for you, Ola.
Yes,
Thomas, Babati is one of those people that will chase you away from this platform if you don't be careful.
I'm telling you, his excesses are just unbecoming. It's ridiculous. I'm telling you, it was funny before, but something needs to be done. But Ola, they said AI can think for itself and it can teach itself. And as humans, maybe I'm looking at it from my own perspective. The first law will be self-preservation. So if it's a system that can teach itself, it's going to be the first thing will be how to survive, and it can manipulate humans to do what it wants as a system. So my own concern is I don't subscribe to Prince's faith, but I do respect and understand it. I used to be part of that. But do you think it ties to? I know you're a Christian as well. Do you think the AI ties to this 666 narrative that some Christians talk about, like the end of the world, where you cannot walk around without having the mark of the beast, quote unquote? Do you think AI is what they were talking about, or is going to lead us into that direction, Ola?
you see, Babati, in as much as I've said this several times that I'm a Christian, just because I believe that Christianity is a way of life. There are so many things in religion that I see contest, but I don't do some things. It's better not to be said openly so that you don't blaspheme or you go against the will of God. You see, one thing is this: I believe that we human beings we don't understand God like with the way we think we understand God. You understand? There could be some other cohabitant of this world that we are now, that our even normal eyes cannot see. That maybe as we are that we cannot even feel. Just like if you ask, assuming someone can move into the mind of animals now, you'll be finding funny that they can not even comprehend human being too. So I don't know, honestly. I don't know to what extent is that 666, but I hope I won't be in this world even if 666
Right,
is going to
Ola.
happen that time.
The reason I yes,
Baba
yeah,
T, please, can I answer you?
yes, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm a Christian, and I'm proud to be a Christian. If you can read that part of the Bible that says the 666, it says it's. I mean, we need to read it to really understand what it's saying. Because some people believe, that they're going to stamp, they'll put a stamp on your forehead, they're going to put a stamp on your hand. You can't buy, you can't sell. I mean,
Not at
we are not
all.
supposed to take it literally. I
Exactly.
mean, yeah, it's not literal. I mean, with where we are in the world today, we are too advanced for people to be catching us and be stamping something on our forehead and stamping on our hands. I mean, that's not practical. It's it's
Madam
speaking
Rosie,
in symbol. It's speaking in yes, sir.
blame Mount Zion for that.
Yeah,
Mount
there's
Zion
some people
is
don't really understand this concept. They just talk like it's like the blind leading the blind. The
Uh,
Bible sometimes is in symbol. I mean, we are too advanced for one person to line us up and be stamping
No,
stuff on our
Madam,
forehead. Are we
Madam
animals?
Rosie,
Yes, sir.
just get where I'm coming from. I am with you, but I'm talking about the system itself because in the next 20 to 40 years, the way the world is, everybody will have to get on some kind of grid where you cannot live off grid eventually to trade and to that will eventually happen. Even the informal sector in Nigeria, you can see how they are bringing them into the form. They are bringing them out of the shadows. So
Yes, yes,
when I bring up CCC, I'm not really talking about the stamping. I'm discussing
yeah.
the system itself that compels you to operate within it for you to survive on Earth because you
That
cannot do anything.
yeah. That's I think when people take it literally like that, they are just misunderstanding it. It's not as it is. I mean, in this world, the Bible is not against like when you are sick for you to see the physician. You cannot say, "Oh, because I believe in God, I'm not going to see a doctor. I'll just drink water and believe that that water would cure me." No. I mean, the Bible accepts science. There is a lot of science in the Bible. So those people that just come out and just interpret this thing, I mean, just like literal word for word. I mean, sometimes like it's symbols. It's like when you speak in proverb, you don't take
symbolic.
it. Yeah, it's symbolic, right? You don't take it literally word for word. You get what I'm saying?
Now,
So some of these,
Princess Rosie, like when I told the Prince Daddy here the other time, I don't know if you have the same belief like me. I said I'm a Christian. Even though I'm a Christian, I'm not sure I want to believe in hellfire. The way people are taking hellfire. Because that's why today, if you are preaching to me, if the first thing you are preaching to me is fear, I won't listen to you. But yeah,
yes.
Chifola, in
why
the
did you even ask to my
my
name
bin,
now?
my bin, but because you raise a very important point, and I want you guys, Rosie and Ola, please, it's very important for you to educate the Christians that are listening to us.
Okay, for me, my
Let me let
understanding.
me
Okay,
let me finish the question. So in
I
the 80s,
can't educate anybody on that. I'm just giving my
no.
opinion.
Let me finish so you know where I'm coming from. In the 80s, if you remember, prior to this evangelicals coming in, it was the Orthodox Church, Catholics and all that stuff. But how people were converted to Christianity in the 80s in Nigeria that I know was through what Ola was talking about, through fear, through this Mount movies. If you don't take this, you're going to have 666. It was through fear. It wasn't because you love God. You were just scared of going to hellfire.
But,
To how?
see
Yeah, go on.
the way I understand this is this. You see, God, huh? God is a spirit. Nobody has seen God, I mean, face to face because it's a spiritual being. And God is he's so great that he will manifest himself to you in a different way he would manifest himself to me. You cannot put God in a box. And then when we talk about God is just title. It means an object of worship. What is God to you may not necessarily be God to me. So God is an object of worship. Whatever you place in front of you that you reverence is God to you.
Above you, if it's above
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anything you put place in reference to above you is God to you. So what you accept as your God may not be what I accept as my God. You get what I'm saying? And then when we talk about God, it's innate in man to want to serve a higher being. And there are so many ways you can go to God. Many ways. But I, as a Christian, just believe from my own perspective that there is only one way that leads to salvation. But you can see God in so many ways. The Hindu, his plan is he wants to see God.
Mhm.
The I mean, all African religion, they have this concept of God, a
Right.
supreme being. The way they wish to approach him, they
Mhm.
have mediums. They have Ogun, they have Obatala, they have Shongo. Those are mediums to which they want to go to
But
God.
do you feel like if they don't believe in Christ, they cannot go to heaven?
No, that's
Those
what I'm
same
saying.
people.
I am biased in my own perspective because I'm a
Right.
Christian. You understand? I'm just saying there are so many ways you can go to God, but where is salvation? It's only one way that gives salvation. You get
But
what
you
I'm
don't
saying?
hold it against other people that don't
I
share the
don't
same
hold it
belief.
against anybody because even as a not everybody, the Bible says it's not everybody that says Lord, Lord that will go to heaven. Not everybody. The Bible says some people draw close to me with their mouth, but their heart is far from me. Like a babalawo, sometimes they are even godlier than some people that sleep in the church with their Bible. You get what I'm saying? So some people are very religious, but they are not spiritual. So there are so many ways to God, and you cannot put God in a box. You cannot say, this is what God is. No, it depends on how He manifests Himself to you.
But how do you then, how do you, because I don't want to be any anti-Christian stuff. I'm not even against that. I was born in that. And so you are you are well educated in this this knowledge but what bothers me is that because even when I was in Christendom back then, they raised you to be independent of anybody teaching you how to get to God. That was the whole point of you going to baptismal class, everything, so that you can be independent. But what I see that now that those pastors, they want you to be dependent on them. They don't want you independent of that knowledge. They want you to depend on them to get to God. So they find themselves in some kind of
No,
medium.
it's because people are lazy. You know, the Bible says,
Right.
"My people perish due to lack of wisdom, knowledge." People are lazy. They don't want to find God themselves. They wait on one pastor. You have a problem. Instead of the Bible said, "Where two or three are gathered, I am there." It means even if you are in your room, you kneel down and you call on God, He will answer you. He said, "Call upon me and I will answer you." He did not say, "Go to Moses and call me." He did not say, "Go to David." So some people are lazy. They don't want to do it
no.
themselves. They are running from pillar to post. That is why these pastors are scamming them. They
Let
are,
me rephrase it. No. So you know where I'm coming from.
yes.
That is for people that are already in the faith. I'm discussing people that are new, that don't know any better. You know, when in the 80s, when we were in coming in, if just saying that, okay, Christ is God is not enough for the church. You must go through a class. They put you to what we call baptismal class. They put you to Sunday school. They put you to digging deep. So it's just saying
Yes.
that I believe is not enough because they know that if you go out there, you will back because you don't have that tool to fight that they know. So they will put you to all these classes, all these seminars to train you. But I'm discussing people that you cannot even blame them because their first experience was this karma in the first place. So they don't even know. They don't even know better. Not because they are
Okay.
lazy,
Okay.
but they
Okay.
don't even know at all because that was their
Okay.
intro to Christendom. It was those guys that first introduced them to Christianity. So they don't even know those things were there before.
Okay. Okay. So, like I'm saying, there are a lot of people that are being misled by some doctrines. Anybody will just come up with one doctrine. Somebody will come up and say, "Kill and kill and kill them." You carry a stick and you are killing. What are you killing? Everybody is a witch. Everybody is a wizard. You're killing, killing, killing. Where is that doctrine on? Where is it based on? You know, there's so many doctrines that the people use to tie down people, and then they just kind of brainwash them. You brainwash them. You get what I'm saying? So God, I mean, there's so many ways you can go to God, but the problem is, like an idol worshiper believes in God. It's just that his approach to God is different. He's going through different mediums. This Hindu, this Chinese people that have this fat belly monks that they go through, they believe in God too, but they just feel that is the medium to which they will go to God. There are so many mediums to God, but which one has salvation? For me,
Can I
I am biased because I'm a Christian.
can
I
I
mean,
can I
that's
can
what
I
I'm
can I
saying.
can I ask
And
you a
then,
different?
please let me say something. Let me just finish this. When we talk about heaven and hell, right now, there is nobody in heaven. Right now, there is nobody in hell. Nobody is gone to heaven. Nobody has gone to hell. What is going on now is there's a place called paradise. That place is just a resting place. That is why when Christ was on the cross, he said to the thief, he said, today, you will meet me in paradise.
Now,
So,
princess, where is heaven? Where is
what?
heaven?
Heaven
Where
is
is
a
heaven?
spiritual place.
Okay,
That's why
not the
you cannot
sky.
go to heaven in your physical body.
At
Like
least not the
when
sky,
you
not the sky
die,
that people look onto, right?
you said what? Heaven is a spiritual place. It's not a physical world. This
So
flesh, you see, on earth,
where's hell? Where's hell?
earth also is a spiritual place. You can't go to hell with your physical body. It's like when you come to earth, there is a body on which you have to exist on earth. That is the terrestrial body. Then there's a body
You believe that human being will serve punishment and will burn forever in hell
that
after
is
the
God.
life too?
That is
Maybe we should ask Princess Rosie, where is the location?
That's what I'm telling you, it's a
He
spiritual
says it's
place.
spiritual,
Okay, it's
which
like
I
on earth, for you to live on earth, you have to have a terrestrial body. When for you to resist in heaven, you have to have a celestial body. So these are various, I mean, they are different planes. I have not been to heaven, I've not been to hell, and so I don't know where they are. But from my Bible, I
Princess,
know
can
that
I can I guess? I
yes,
can
sir.
guess something about you. I think
Yes.
you went through the Papa Channel becoming a Christian. I think you went through all this digging deep and Bible class. I can tell.
I didn't go through
On
that too. I'm
no,
not
no, no,
I'm
no.
not a Pentecostal.
Like you studied a little bit more than just what the man of God said
Oh
on the pulpit.
yeah, because I like to make research. I like to read. That's why I don't believe in Trinity. There's some concept in the church today that people are. I don't believe it.
no,
I don't.
for instance, I believe in Trinity now, and
Yeah,
I
that's
will
why I'm
explain
saying that
Trinity to
I
you.
don't believe because I know the origin of Trinity. It was when the church got to Rome that the Romans, due to their paganism, their idol worship, introduced Trinity in Nicaea Council. That is when Trinity was introduced. There is never a place that's why you can't see that word Trinity in the Bible. It's God that came. He manifested in three positions. In the olden days, he manifested
Yeah,
as
that's three
Jehovah.
positions that is being termed as
There cannot be
Trinity.
three. There is nothing like metaloko. It is
No,
one God.
like human being now is a human being
Okay,
exists in
Thomas, as
Trinity
you
too.
are now. Okay, let
I'm
me
not
ask you this.
Thomas, so
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, who is speaking, please?
Allah.
Okay,
Ola,
Ola, as you are now, you are let's say you are a father, you are a son, you are a husband, you are a friend. How many are you? Are you many loco? Are you not
No,
one
that's
person?
in computer science we call that
No, wait,
polymorphism.
let me see. Okay, you are one person,
One
but
person
you
that will
manifest
exist in different form.
you manifest in various positions, but you are still
That's
one.
polymorphism, exactly. You
So
see,
God, that is why the Muslims,
you see
they
Omar,
even know. That's why the Muslim.
Rossi,
Huh?
I believe that man is Trinity spiritually. When you
What do you
say,
mean Trinity spiritually?
No, no,
okay,
wait. Let me ask Rosie a question. So
okay,
when Jesus was on the cross, saying that he's going to be with his father, was he talking? That means he was talking to himself,
Okay,
or
you
how?
see, let me see you. Let me my understanding of the position of Christ. Okay, look, in the old we have God, which is Jehovah, as a spirit manifesting. He was manifesting in various ways. Sometimes they call him Jehovah Jireh, God the provider, Jehovah Nissi, God the healer, Jehovah it depends on the way
Jehovah El
God is.
Shaddai.
Yeah, it depends. They call him these names according to his manifestations. Okay, he's a spirit. He would manifest and he would.
Princess Rosie. Do you
Yes,
so
sir.
you believe that Jesus is God?
That's why
Simba
I'm trying
can
to tell you
wait
that
now.
okay,
Simba, let I finish the answer.
it came to a time, okay, okay. Now this same God that is a spirit decided to come down to earth because man sinned in the garden, and he said, without the shedding of blood, there can be no forgiveness of sins. So who is going to shed blood? Holy blood, nobody. For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. So for anybody to shed the blood, the person must be sinless. And anybody that came through Adam and Eve is a sinner. So now for God to redeem man, he had to come as Jehovah the Spirit, he had to leave his throne, come down to earth as a human being. He put himself into the womb
No,
of
no, to come
Mary.
and sacrifice himself. Why
Did
should
you
God
see
need
that
to
he
appease? Why
sacrificed?
should the question
So
I want
that
to ask you, Princess
because he
Rosie?
said
Why
without the
should God just hold on? Why
yeah,
should God appease himself?
because let me tell you, God is the
This
God of
session
his
will never
word.
end.
Because he
No,
made the
no,
law.
no. Think back, guys. Hold on, please. It's
He
very
made
important.
this
No, no,
law.
no, no,
He
no.
made the law.
Please, hold on, please. Remember when John the Baptist baptized him,
Yes.
and they said a voice came from heaven and said, "This is my son,
Yes.
in whom I'm well pleased." So he's speaking to himself. So the
Look,
same
let me
person
tell
talking to
you.
themselves.
Okay,
I
let
mean,
me tell you.
that
You
is
see,
just
wait.
really.
Okay, let me give you an instance. You see, John the Baptist. Before John the Baptist came into the world, right? You know who gave birth to John the Baptist, right? It's Elizabeth. Okay? When Elizabeth was pregnant, Mary also was having Christ in her womb. John the Baptist is sent to prepare the way of the Lord. That was his mission. He said he is not the one, but that there is one coming that is greater than him. So now John the Baptist came to the world to prepare the way of the Lord. When he came, there is a sign that is supposed to see on Christ to know this is the one. So when John the Baptist baptized Christ, that sign John the Baptist saw it. That is to establish, to make him know that this is the person. You understand? That is why John the Baptist said he told Christ, he was saying that why should I baptize you? That I am not even fit to tie your shoes. Christ said, do this to fulfill all righteousness. So Christ is God that came in flesh to show the way back because man have sinned and he made a law. He said whoever sin would die. Now he wants to redeem man. And he said, without the shedding of blood, there can be no redemption of sin, no remission of sin. Now, who can shed that blood? He has to come. That is why, for that is the love of God that is so great. He had to die so that that law can be broken and he can shed his
Yeah,
blood.
that is very.
Rosie, can I
So
say
it is
something, please?
God. Wait, let me finish. It is God,
Yeah.
just like you now. You are a human being, right? You are a father, you are a husband, you are a son. You have all these positions. You play, you manifest this. It doesn't make you 4 or 5. So this same God that is a spirit, Jehovah Nere, Jehovah Nara, Jehovah Nisi, as in the old, he now came in person. That's why they call him, when they say son of God, it does not mean that there is God somewhere that gave birth to. Okay, if God so loved us, why would he not die for himself? Why would he send his son? It's like now, for instance, you are a father, you are in your house, you have your children, and armed robber came to the house to rob. Then you say, armed robber, don't kill me. Yes, my son, kill my son. Is that love? If God so, why would God, I mean, be so selfish as to say, no, I'm not ready to die, but let you
But why
suffer and die?
should God die for himself? That is
Because
the
he has
question.
made
Is he
a
God?
law.
Hey,
He
hey,
made a law.
Simba,
It's
why
a
you
God.
raising your voice
God
against
has
my sister? What is going on, Simba?
Simba,
God
calm
made
down. I
a
can't
law.
shine. Bonito
And
is.
God made a law. He's true to his law. He cannot break the law. So he had to come. That is the love that is so
Sorry,
great.
sorry,
That is
sorry,
that love.
Rosie, hold on. So Rosie, hold on. So when he says, "I'm going to heaven to sit by my father, at the right hand of my father," so he's sitting by the right hand of himself. Like there's some things it's just not computing now. It's just yeah.
Babati. This concept is too complex the way you guys are trying to explain it. Because there are some concepts in the Bible that is symbolic, but people just want to interpret literally, which is
No,
not.
where is she? Did she
Wait
leave?
now.
Did she leave?
That's why Bible says let us kill it. See, there's a way you read Bible, and whatever God ministers to you is your interpretation of the Bible to you. Otherwise, you will get yourself
Ola,
stuck
no.
wrong way.
Unlike Simba, me, Bayinja, I'm not arguing, to be honest with you.
I
I'm
know.
trying to
I
understand.
understand you. I understand you.
Simba is
Baba
Simba is
Rosie.
very radical. Simba is very radical. So this Simba is a different being on his own. So Thomas, close.
Rosie, can I say something?
Rosie has left too.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
don't shame.
let me say something. Yeah. Um Rosie, is Rosie there?
She has
She
left
had
the screen.
left.
I
Yeah, Rosie left. Yeah.
No, I
Yeah,
was
Rosie is
kicked
back.
out.
No, nobody kick you out. Nobody will
Okay.
kick. Who will kick you out in my presence?
General
That person
Thomas.
will go to.
General
No, they will go
Thomas.
to jail.
Look,
Yeah.
Thomas, you really need to be a military guy. You look like a real military junta. You really need to be military.
Shameless man. No go of Benny. How dare you?
Make it so
Nobody
hard.
can tell like that way. Thomas, take power this thing.
Yeah. Rosie, do you know funniest thing? I want to
Yeah.
tell you. Everybody that has came on this platform talking about Christianity, they have been there before. Let me name two examples. Baba T, who is talking now, he's been a Christian before.
General Thomas, these are
Second
backsliders.
example,
They are
yes,
backsliders. They
these
were
are backsliders.
Let
God
me
Second
Christ was
add.
example,
arrested.
Thomas, let me add
God
though.
Christ was even arrested.
This is let me add. 3-time Bible Sword
Baba
champion, by
T,
the
you are
way.
a backslider. God will arrest you. The way you
3-time Bible
arrested
Sword
Paul.
champion.
Baba T, the way Christ arrested Paul on the way to Damascus, he's going to arrest you back again. Don't worry.
Princess, do you know one thing is this? My experience in Christianity. Over time, I've overcome something. Like when I used to attend my Anglican JJ, join Boss Brigade, join choir, celebrate happiness, enjoy. When I made a turn to cross to Pentecostal, hey, jiggy. Although don't let me make it generic anyway. Don't let me use Pentecostal. When I started attending a particular fellowship, let me say it that way.
Look, is this all right?
Wait now.
Please let me just interject you for a second and I will keep quiet. Please,
Okay.
please. You see, I'm a Christian, right? But
I'm a Christian too.
what is happening in the Christendom, it breaks my heart. It does. It breaks
Anyway,
my heart.
no,
Because a lot of people are scamming and they are
Sorry.
making millions. Look at this guy, Jerry Eze, that is going and saying what God does not is what God cannot do, does not exist. He's scamming people. He's saying,
that is another
he's saying
scam. That is
he's
another
building
scam.
Madam Rosie
is
has to
a
come
church
in
without
quickly
wall,
because
a church without
sorry.
wall. He's enriching himself. Look at Suleiman. Look at Suleiman. He's scamming people. He's making billions out
no,
of people.
Princess. I would
There are
say
so
look
many.
at what.
Allah, you say you're a Christian, but you don't believe in hell. Let's Madam Rosie talk about that.
Baba Deboye. Humility is using humility to scam people. How can you come out in the church and say there is somebody here that will come and pay 1 billion? It's using his humility to scam people. Look at this man Kumuyi. He's using holiness to scam people. He said he's practicing holiness. Look at his daughter when she was going to marry. She was almost naked on stage. All what he was saying before, TV is akpoti eshe. He came back and started preaching on this. So many things that is happening is just breaking my heart because so many people are scamming the gullible and making billions out of them. But that does not
Okay,
Rosie,
let me take it real quick.
Baba Debo, you don't even ask people where do they get the money from? 1 billion
No,
naira.
see,
he said if you
Madam
don't pay your
Rosie.
tithe,
1 billion naira.
you will not go to heaven. He has turned to the
One
gate man
second.
of heaven now. He has the
Madam,
key to
Madam
open
Rosie
heaven
and
and shut
Thomas.
heaven.
Okay, Madam
Let
Rosie,
Prince
if you
Daddy
can
talk
hear me,
now.
it go. 1 second. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, Madam Rosie, it goes both ways. It says in the Bible that we should read the scriptures and show ourselves approved, right? So,
Yes.
we can blame all these pastors because yes, I agree with everything you said. These people are, or many of them are charlatans. They take advantage of the people, but the people themselves, they have a role to play. Just like um, every time Christ pretty much did a miracle in the Bible, he did ask for the consent of the person being healed or made well. So the people
No,
themselves,
no,
they are,
my brother, wait, it's not so. That woman with the bleeding issue, did he ask for her consent? He didn't ask for her consent. She touched his hem of his garment and she was made whole. If she didn't take permission from Christ, right?
well, well, you can see it that way. Sometimes, um, you gotta. It's not faith. It's not faith that she drew the power out of God.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
faith.
So
So
she didn't take
exactly. So
permission.
faith,
Yeah.
faith is a consent between you and God. Because if many people were touching Christ, keep that in mind, right? Obviously, because she has to push away to touch Christ's garment. So, and not everybody was healed. Just like Naaman was amongst many people back in the Old Testament, and was only
Yeah, but because she had a mission in her heart, those people that were falling all over Christ, they didn't have any mission, right?
that's
But
what
she
I'm saying.
had a
Your faith.
mission.
I just say faith is the heavenly currency, and she
Okay,
had the faith. The faith,
okay.
faith is our agreements. We agree in faith. It's in the Bible. I mean, we agree in faith. It doesn't have to be verbal, but in the case that somebody, uh, like the man at the what you call the gates that was healed, that man um asked for Christ's approval to be healed. So at the end of the day, the bottom line is it's faith. Faith our currency. But I'd like you to chime in anyways because our brother here, Allah says, is a Christian, of course. We can't question that, but he doesn't believe in hell. Can you be a Christian and not believe in hell?
That's not possible because Christ gave example of the Abraham bosom, right? He gave an example of Abraham's bosom when Abraham and the rich man Lazarus, when Lazarus died, he suffered and died. And then the Bible gave us this, it gave us, like explaining how life in hell will be. When the rich man was telling Lazarus to come and dip his finger in his mouth because he was dying of thirst, right? And he was telling who I don't know, he was saying they should send some people back to earth to preach. So sometimes, if as a Christian, I don't know why you don't. If you don't believe in hell, so what stops you from committing evil? Because
That,
they
that
said you
that's a,
have
that's a great example. I
because
think that's
the
probably the foremost example in the Bible.
because
So,
yeah
Allah,
because
what do you think about
the
that?
heart of man is desperately
Oh,
wicked.
okay, can
It
can
is
I can I
only
can I
the
ask
fear of
Princess? Let me
going to
answer you
hell,
now.
yeah, that will
Let me
stop you
answer
from
you.
doing some of these evil things.
Okay, let me answer you. Now, when they asked Jesus Christ the greatest commandment, he said, love your God with all your heart. The second is similar, like say, love your neighbor as yourself. Now, look at those two principles. It's sincerely between you and I. If you obey to those two words, you will worry less about so many things. Because in this world, hardly can you move in this world without committing a sin. It's impossible.
What do
Now,
you mean committing a sin? Because when you love, you're not going to go out of your way to kill your neighbor. You're not going
no,
to go out.
not all those ones. Now, when I say you commit a sin, there are different ways you can commit sin. Now, do you know that even where the government even set traffic of any traffic to be 100 kilometers and you are speeding over 100 kilometers, I go on here now. Disobedience is a sin.
But that's for your own sake now. If you refuse to obey the law, you
But
kill yourself.
whether it's for my own
All
sake,
sins are for our own sake. All
wait
the
now,
sins,
wait,
the
Yeah.
so-called sin.
no,
Because
wait,
if
say, madam,
okay,
wait, say,
like if government make
princess,
if government make
princess,
a road wait if government make a railway these railroads, they have a crossing, they barricade, they put it there. It's there for a purpose, right? So that
princess,
you don't
wait
go.
now,
Okay.
princess, wait. We say that one for you not to overspeed it for yourself. Some people overspeed and they created their carelessness escalated into causing an accident that kill other people
Yeah, you are
in that.
correct. You are
So the
correct.
thing is, there are so many things you do in this world that if it's just by the standard of going to heaven, you cannot escape. So many people lie before they got their visa. So many people lied when they were doing their tax return.
this system in this world is created in such a way that you can hardly find a way that you've never lied one point or the other, that you've not done anything wrong. When you look at the way the world is created. So if you want to judge by the deed of human being, honestly, everybody will go to that fire, because you cannot escape being a
And then
sinner in this world.
also remember what the Bible said.
Wait now.
He said your righteousness is a filthy rag before me.
I'm just building. I'm just building. I'm
Yeah,
just
that's what I'm
building my
telling you too.
position.
So we are not saved
Now,
by righteousness.
wait
We are
now. Wait
saved by
now.
his grace. Okay.
Good. Good. Now, that is why that the thing that Jesus Christ commands, just follow the two, and you'll be okay without the fear of air. Because if fear of air is the reason you love your God with your heart and you love your neighbor as yourself, then I don't know why you are just going through unnecessary torture.
Let me ask you a
Wait,
question. If
I've not
hell,
landed now.
okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
So that is why. So when I say you don't need to believe in hell to be a Christian. That's just, I could be wrong, but that's just my opinion for now. But in as much that I believe in God, that I'm a Christian, now I don't believe that Christianity is a religion. It's a way of life, and I've said it several times. That's the way I say Christianity. But when you now add the word religion into it, it's not a control tool. A control tool can be so strong in the hand of those people that want to manipulate you, someone that want to cheat you and don't want you to respond. You understand? Now, this is not a disobedience to the word of God. Don't try and come and slap my right ear. I will samba your own back. I will not turn the left to you.
Yes, look, like you said,
I will
religion,
samba you. I will
that
samba you
Christianity,
immediately.
yes, like you
No,
said, Christianity
no,
is
wait,
not a
wait, Rosie.
religion.
Look at
Please,
when Oyibo came now,
before I
and
forget
they
this, I'm
started
sorry.
taking our
I'm
resources, they
sorry,
started
please.
cheating us.
Please,
And they are still,
before I forget this, I'm
okay.
so sorry. When you say Christianity is not a religion, you are right. It's not a religion, it's a way of life. That is why when Christ came, he said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. He did not say, I'm the religion. He said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. It's a way of life. It's a relationship between you and God. That's why you see some people are very religious, but they are full of wickedness. Some people are religious, but they are not spiritual.
You see, Princess, I see religion as what they use in addition to law to sanitize the society, to
Correct.
bring sanity in the
Makes,
Correct.
yeah,
society.
exactly. You are very correct.
You are
Now,
correct.
That
so
You are
is
very
it.
correct.
so the problem we now have is that some people now took advantage, they've taken advantage of it and take it to another level entirely. Look at what the missionary will do today. If you are hungry now, you go to some churches and tell them that you are hungry. Before you know, you'll be shocked that even the food they will bring to you, you may even become so rich there that they will bring to you. Those are the part of money they get from those people that are giving them money, that are giving offering. You know, some missionary, they sponsor education. Some people that cannot fund the education. Some people they donate medical equipment, do all those stuff. Good. You see, when you see when you see what religion is doing, you clap. But some people too, they've bastardized the purpose of religion. So when people take it above the board, that's where you see crisis. Now, personally, when I've told you that I'm a Christian, and that's what I am, and I'm damn too serious. I am a Christian. You cannot see. There's nothing you can tell me from now to tomorrow. You tell me there's no God in tomorrow. I will just tell you. I will just pity you the way I will just pity the person, because I will tell you, you as human being, you know how many things you've created. You know when you plant a thing grow. You know when you build, you can do skyscraper.
Yeah,
That's
that's why the Bible say only the
so
fool
now.
says there
The,
is
the,
no God.
the question now is this: tell me, how did human being exist without someone creating human? God created us. The fact that we do not understand God, that is where we brought religious upon ourselves, and we try to create some kind of confusion for ourselves. You understand? So when I tell you that I don't believe in air fire, and I still insist, Because you have to tell me the person that came from that hellfire
Please,
to tell you.
please, can I ask you a question? You say you are a Christian, right? Do you believe everything in the Bible, or you just pick and choose which one you want to?
The question I will ask you that when you see those people that attended theology,
No,
why is it that
theology
some
is
verses
different.
why is it that some books were removed from the Bible? Why is it that some
No,
books
when I'm
now
okay, what that
and
means
still
you are not
today
a Christian
do
if
you
you
know
don't
that
believe
the Mammoth, there's a book of Mammoth.
that one. If you're not a Christian, if you are a Christian, why don't you believe what the Bible says? You pick and
The
choose what
question
you
I'm
want.
telling you is how come that some things, when you look at Catholic Bible, you will see some verses that you will not see in the general Bible. How come that in the Bible, some people's Bible have some content, and some other people's Bible they don't have some content?
So do you
So
pray? Do you pray to God? Do you believe in prayers?
do you know how I pray? It'll be funny to you. It'll be funny to you how I
But
pray. I don't pray
Ola,
that
Princess Rosie, you are even asking question, but you are not answering the question Ola is asking you.
Okay, please
He
answer.
said,
Yeah.
why do they choose some gospels? They choose only 4 gospels out of the multiple gospels that we have. So why do you not need to accuse him of believing what he believes? He can believe some and leave others, because the people that wrote the Bible also choose the one they believe and put in the Bible.
But what I'm saying is this: if you say you are a Christian, which other book do you want to believe? If you don't believe the Bible,
I've told you why I'm a Christian. I already told you that there are 2 commandments that Jesus Christ gave.
yes.
Love your neighbor, love your God.
Okay.
Simple. And then I
Okay.
live my life. Every other thing
Okay.
you want to bring to me, I don't care.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So that's why it's a way of life, because those 2 ways is that those way will not make me a criminal, will make me live with peace of mind. But when you
Okay.
start introducing doctrine that I should not wear jeans, I should not wear all those things, you are creating some panic, you are
Ola,
creating some kind of
do
depression
you
for
remember they said that there was a time they said that don't watch TV. It's the devil's box in the
Of
80s.
course, yes, I know. I know
Dr.
it's
Simbad, are you an atheist?
Dr. Ziba is a Muslim now. It is okay.
I don't think he's a Muslim
No, no,
because he
no.
questions the Quran too.
The question is this. The question is this. Human
Now
being over
watch how Simba will defend that one with all his strength to watch.
Dr. Simbad, say something now. Are
I
you an
was on
atheist?
Kaisora yesterday. I don't know even when you people started this thing, we are on Kaisora, me and it's same with this religion that we are discussing, even with other people
No, Dr. Simba,
from other
answer
Africa
now.
countries.
Are you
No,
a
I'm just
Christian?
like Ola.
Are
I'm
you
just
an
like
atheist?
Ola. I am a free. I have my
You're a
own
free
way.
thinker.
I don't.
Simba, don't change
You're a
it. Me
free thinker.
ogba.
Are you in Freemason or you are a kanka?
No. What I'm saying, get me right.
Olumba,
I'm a
Olumba.
Muslim.
Okay,
Olumba, Olumba.
or you are with Maraji.
Say
my
no,
own way.
Let me know. Simba is a liberal Muslim. He's a very liberal Muslim.
Babati,
Oh,
let me tell you.
he's a psychedelic Muslim.
No, very liberal. Very liberal.
Babati and Princess, let me tell you something. Even in the Bible, there was a time that Jesus Christ started chastising the Pharisees and Sadducees, just the way they brought religion upon people, the way they do things. So see, we are human. We are human. We have tendency of the see. If someone set a standard and tells something and is not verified, the thing has tendency of continue from generation to generation, and people will believe that. The question I will still tell people today is this: if hell is real, I know that God will prove it to me that there is hell.
You said hell is
Right?
real, but you say you don't believe in hell. You are contradicting yourself
I said
now.
no. Wait, I said if hell is real,
Okay,
if
okay. I didn't hear you well. Okay, okay.
if because I see I don't believe. See, okay, let me tell you one thing. I happen to had some. I had an accident before, and I passed out for I don't even know how many hours. But if it happened that I died that time, because I could not even remember what happened during those hours that I passed out, that means I would have gone forever. I would not even remember even how the incident that led me to that coma happened. You understand? So if I want to tell you now that I've died for like maybe at least 10 minutes, 15 minutes before now, I can tell you. So what if I come back and come to tell you what I saw in heaven and earth fire?
You did not die. If you die, you'll not be here today.
You went,
Exactly.
Dr.
No,
Simba,
no,
you went into coma, right?
but
You
exactly.
went
You are in
into
coma.
coma now.
You went to
And you came
coma.
back. Yeah.
No, but at least during for that week, for those periods, I did not remember anything. I did not even understand what was
You,
happening.
you, you have a retrograde amnesia. That's what we call that.
You know, I'm not a medical doctor, but you know, if you see the sleep, you go see no say you see the sleep, say you the environment. Even you see the unconscious sometimes, you go see dream, and someone see open the door, you go see wake up. Sometimes you go see remember. Me, I don't remember anything will happen during those hours. It simply means that someone is
But
dead.
there's some deep
Your
sleep.
memory,
There's
everything
some
is
deep
gone.
sleep you will get to. You don't remember anything. Some deep sleep, right, Dr.
Well,
Simba? You get to some deep sleep. You don't remember anything.
yes, I'm just giving an analogy. To me, if you died as human being, you are dead, you are gone forever. Everything that is left of human is spiritual, is memory.
Okay,
It's
please. I have
memory.
a question for you. Please, please, please. Okay, I have a question for you. So, if we don't believe in the concept of hell and heaven, how would you explain a situation of like somebody that is a serial killer has killed? That person will go and go, no consequences. And
See,
somebody that, I mean, so that means there are no consequences for evil.
okay, Princess Rosie, if is to kill and go, then human being will not even have laws to take care of those people. As I said before, I still believe that religion is just a way of managing the society, the civilization, so that you reduce crime. So some people willingly they will not commit crime. The fewer people that think they are criminals that still want to enjoy their crimes, then the human law, human institution will take care of them.
Okay, what you are saying about religion and the control, what about
And
like
wait, now
China?
you will see that's why I always fight when people are saying religion is a problem. I
What
don't want to
about
hear that
China?
thing because
China, they don't. There is no. They don't. Be religion. They are not using religion to control. What about Russia? They're not
they
using
have they have
religion.
they, they have religion, but it's only way they don't practice their own way. That's just the difference.
Actually, that's a very good point by Madame Rosie. Yeah, most of the society is controlled, especially in China and in Asia. They don't use religion. They
That's
have
what
their
I'm saying.
own control.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So,
No,
uh,
no, 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 no,
say,
no, Prince
again,
Daddy,
one second.
Prince
Say
Daddy.
religion's never been a problem. Religion's never been a problem. It's human being as a common denominator that's always the problem. Meaning
I
that I said
know.
it before. There's nothing ever been given to man that man has not abused. That's just a fact. So religion is just another tool of abuse. Not a big deal. If it's not religion, what else? Humans will always use. We were just talking about AI earlier, and that's the same thing with AI. Humans are going to use AI to abuse us. That's what we do as human beings. Okay, so uh, you see, I know you say you're Christian, but are you too much applying logic to Christianity? Because logic, I mean, of course, God is the one that gives us our brains, and we're supposed to use it. But we say we worship God in spirit and truth. But you can't use logic. If you have to use logic to always explain out Christianity, um, it's going to be a tough one because you can always find ways to critique Christianity.
No,
Yeah, because if you have logic, you can't have faith,
you see, Prince
right?
Daddy,
If
Prince
you have
Daddy.
logic, you can't have faith.
Even what I'm saying now, I'm just being careful not to talk too much because I enjoy the way the religion is being used to control the world. Otherwise, if everybody in the world will believe that there's no religion, there are no consequences other than the law, so you may have more criminals than those people that want to do good. So when I fight, when people are saying, "Oh, they should cancel religion in Nigeria," that I keep fighting, you will know I'm fighting just for the good cause of religion. So now look at it this way: I've told you, for me to be a Christian, I have to obey the two commandments that Jesus Christ gave. Other than that, Any other thing is religion. I don't have to worry myself about hellfire. At the end of the day, even if hellfire exists, I don't care as long as I follow those two commandments. But don't come and tell me that every time you want to tell me that.
And what are they? What are your two commandments?
When the disciple asked Jesus Christ, what were they to tell them about the greatest commandment?
Oh, okay, love God and love your neighbor. Okay.
So how will you obey those two? For even if I love my neighbor, I won't overspeed because I know that overspeeding may have consequence. I won't be cheating. I won't be doing all those stuff. So that's what I'm saying. When I say that is the basis, I tell you, when I say I'm a Christian, that's my own basis of being a Christian. That is what I want to
So,
follow.
sorry to interject. So let me understand this. Just like if you ask me, I don't worry. I don't spend my time worrying about if Jesus Christ is going to come back. I know he's coming back, so I didn't even worry about that. So is that the same thing with you when it comes to hell? You don't worry about hell because you know, as long as you love, which is true, love God and your neighbor, you shouldn't worry about hell. Is that the same thing, or you just think hell doesn't exist?
Exactly. I don't worry about all those things, so I don't want to be preaching hell. I don't want to be preaching all those things. Once I want to preach,
I can accept that, but it's not that you don't believe that hell does not exist, because Christ talked about it, just like Madam Rosie just said. Is that the same thing?
Say, Prince Daddy, because they say Christ talk about it, does not mean that I believe that Christ talk about it. We human, we have tendency of manipulating a lot of things. Just believe me. I can stay here now and lie to you over and over. Some people will believe that I'm telling lies. Some people will actually take my lies for the truth. And some will even make reference to my lies as a fact because the thing look like a fact. So that's why I'm saying I don't really want to. But see, let me tell you one thing. If you are preaching to me, immediately you start introducing fear, I will chase you out of my place. When you want to preach to me, I want you to preach love, comfort, and all those good things.
I like that. I like that.
Once you put fear like this, I'll just close my door. See, my own Christianity is this. If I don't think that if you are doing evangelism, that okay, let's go for evangelism, I will stay behind you. Don't think that. As a matter of fact, if you call me, I will follow you for evangelism. But we will look at all the things I will preach to you. Watch it very well. I may preach to 1,000 people, and the word hell will not come out of my mouth. So it's telling you my strong conviction. See, look, I don't believe God is as that wicked as some people want to. I just believe that there are some kind of word that religion will introduce that just to fear to kill. See, even when you let's even forget. Let's even put the Bible aside.
Ola, please. It's not every time somebody comes to knock on your door and say, "Flee from hell." Flee from hell. It's not every time somebody comes and
Princess
casts screaming and
Rosie, now because of your
they will just tell you,
as at
look,
1993.
you see,
Princess Rosie,
let me explain. You see,
Princess
serving
Rosie,
God,
wait, you
yes.
will continue. As at 1993, when I used to follow to do evangelism, you need to see the way we were preaching.
So you used to go around scaring people.
Yeah, so that sinners shall die. No, right. I will preach to you to let you see why. See, Christianity will naturally take you out of trouble. Believe me. If you are a Christian and you believe in the principle of Jesus Christ, you will naturally take yourself away from so many trouble.
I like that.
The law of your land or whatever.
I like that.
Have a free mind. Your conscience will be okay. Someone is knocking at your door. You are not even thinking that you committed any crime just because you know the principle. Your way of life is not even listening. So, but if you are forcing me to do that just because I don't want to go to hellfire, man, it's a depression to me.
Let me tell you one thing. These days in the churches today, how many times are they preaching about hellfire? Is it not prosperity? Sow a seed. When you sow a seed, then you're going to be blessed, because God cannot bless you except you bribe him with money. How many times do they preach about sin and hellfire?
Princess Rosie, as a Christian, you know me, I know they pray for too long. As some people will say they want to pray for 8 hours and begin to bang a leg against the floor, those stuff. And funny, I do fast too. See, when I just wake up in the morning, where I say, oh Lord Jehovah, thank you for the day. I bless you for today, tomorrow, and forever. I thank you that we order my step. Once I just pray like that,
But you are doing the right thing now. Because you know what? Serving God is for your own benefit too. God doesn't
Yes,
want
now.
he doesn't get anything from us. We are the
That's
one
exactly
that
what I'm
get
talking
stuff from
about. It's for
him.
my benefit. It's not
Yeah.
for
So
it's not for
whether
God's
you
benefit.
serve
It's for
him
my
or not,
benefit.
he is God. But in churches today, how many churches preach sin? How many? Because they don't talk about sin anymore. They want to talk about prosperity. Come and sow a seed. Come and pay
See,
1 billion naira
that is
tithes and
that's
offering.
the danger of the
How
proliferation
many
of
churches now, if you go on TV, how many, like even in America, Joe Austin now, he cannot even preach against this many letters, this thing, because of you understand, so many, like TD Jakes, you don't preach about all this, you know what I mean, all this many letters lifestyle. So, how many of these churches preach about sin? All they want to preach about
Princess
is,
Rosie. Let me tell
yes,
you one
is
church. Let me tell you one
prosperity.
church. Let me
Prosperity, and
tell
they
you.
scam you and collect your
Let,
money.
let me tell you one church now. This one I think it was around 2007 or 2008. No, it should be more than 2008, maybe 2008 or 2010. You see that church was just right in front of our house. I not go mention the name of the denomination. You will hear you people will be saying the méjì kówó jẹ, the méjì kówó jẹ. Ta ló rẹ́sẹ̀ wèrè tí ò bú? Tó bá ṣe wọn náà ni oníkówó jẹ, jókòó síbẹ̀ kó máa sọ̀rọ̀ orí burúkú pé the méjì kówó jẹ. Inside church o. Inside church o. So what they were simply saying that people are accusing the major of investing. When we see that kind of opportunity, that we not use it. You know. So the
But
thing is this.
church is a business making.
Sweetie,
It's
wait,
business
princess.
making now.
I
It's
never
money
learned
making
now.
business.
When I was trying to process my land paper too, someone introduced himself as a pastor. And right there, the man was even telling me how to tell lies when we get to the land registry. Within myself, I say, why should this man even try to even introduce himself as a pastor? You introduce yourself as a pastor. You were teaching me the lies I will present to those people when we arrive at the registry. So to me, see, is the confusion these days. The confusion these days is we giving room to so many churches that we cannot even know those people, or so many religious houses. I should not be using the word churches. So many religious houses that we don't even know the person that mentor the leaders there. That is danger. I was exposed to such danger too in the 90s when I was attending fellowship that A, we preach his own, B, we preach his own. At the end of the day, I had so many confusion going through my young age that time. I was going through a lot of depression. That any little thing like this, maybe if I look at woman like this, just maybe I look at you for a second, it's a sin. The next thing, need that, start praying, God forgive me of my sins. Now like that, someone take the enter madness now. You understand? So when the opportunity arrived for me just to clear myself, I stayed away from the church for a very long time before I went back. You understand?
So in Africa, I was going to say our foundation of Christianity is poor in a lot of ways. We don't have good foundation, and a lot of those pastors they preach Christianity based on fear, just like Allah was saying, fear of not paying your tithes, fear of this and that, and in so doing, people are subject to this leaders, so this so-called man of God, and they become enslaved and trapped, and that's the big problem. Until you fully have a real connection or interaction with God or Christ Himself,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you know that no fear at all, no fear anywhere, no fear
Prince
because
Daddy,
yeah.
Prince Daddy, can you believe that in this day and age in Nigeria, there is this denomination, and I'm sure you're going to get it. At the beginning of every year, the first month of the year, they will tell you both husband and wife should give their salary to the church. So the both husband, wife, and children for that month will go into starvation mode. Is that right? And they still do it day in, day out, every time. This year, coming January now, they will still do the same thing. You have to. They call it a
That's
first fruit.
false fruit. False fruit.
First fruit. The whole family will
You
go
know,
into starvation mode. They will not even have money to pay their children's school fees, house rent, nothing. And then this people, the head of the church is enriching himself and his family. Is that right?
of course, it's not right.
Rosie,
It's not right.
is that not wickedness?
That is
So
evil
how
from
do you
the
want
pit
them
of
to
hell.
feed throughout the month?
No, they have to go to starvation mode. That is when they will say, do 19 days fasting, do 30 days fasting. But these people are not fasting. Their children, they are all getting fat. All these families are getting skinnier and skinnier. No food, no money to pay rent because they have to sow first seed of the year, the whole
And
salary.
what was the consequence of not doing so?
It's because of the fear they put them. They will go to hell.
Oh, they're going to hell. Okay.
Okay, Prince
Is
Daddy.
that not
And they will
wickedness?
not prosper. They will not prosper also.
So Prince
Oh, is
Daddy.
that right? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
Prince
look at
Daddy.
this case that
You see,
all these big GOs, they're moving around with bodyguards, armed bodyguards, but then they will sell you stickers to put in the front of
Bulletproof
your door.
cars. Bulletproof cars.
Yes,
Yeah.
they
Bulletproof
will
cars.
give you stickers to put in front of your door so that witches and wizards and armed robbers will not come in.
No, no, you buy it. Oh, it's not free. Oh.
And then they will say when you are sick, drink olive oil, but they are coming abroad to see the doctors to come for medical attention, but they are selling olive oil in gallons to their followers. So is
so
that right?
Prince
When
Daddy
Christ
has
came to
gone.
the world, was Christ moving with bodyguards? So there's a lot of ills in the church today. That is so heartbreaking.
You see, Princess. Now, when I told you that I don't operate my Christianity in fear,
That is why you have to have a personal relationship with Christ. When
let
somebody
let
is
let
telling you,
let,
So,
let God Himself
Ola,
judge me, not pastor. I
Ola,
don't allow pastor to
Ola.
judge me. So I
Hello.
can hear you. Sima, I can hear you.
General Thomas, you are not saying anything, no.
You
Sima
said?
was going to speak.
I said,
I'm
General
here.
Thomas, you are not saying anything. You are a Christian now.
I'm a Christian. Of
you,
course.
you see, Princess. When I told you that I don't operate in fear, you understand. So if you see, there was a day that a pastor, in an attempt to scare me to go back to church, he was now preaching, now told me about the story of someone that didn't listen as he was crossing the car. He did. I said, within myself, I was like saying, who told you, sir, that I'm not ready to even die? What's wrong with this man? Well, who told you I'm enjoying? Who told you I'm enjoying? Who told you that? Because he got to say that people will tell me, I say, oh, Benny, don't scare to
Hey,
the
with that statement, or like you disarmed that pastor.
Like, you understand what I'm saying? Once you start scaring me, see, look, even if you're a traditionalist, if you tell me not to travel, you are deceiving yourself. You understand? If you say, oh, don't go on this day, this thing. The only thing is this, I won't tell you anything again, but you can't scare me not to do the way I want because I don't want you to put me under control.
Okay, but if you
I don't
dream
want to
about
lose, I
what
don't
if
want to lose control. I don't want you to be under your
what
control.
of if you yourself you dream about it? Do you believe in revelations?
No, but
Princess, I believe in
princess,
revelation.
Yeah.
I've told you that I
princess,
believe in God. I don't just
princess and
believe
Ola.
the
Yeah.
process we use. There are some people
I
want the
want to.
process
Okay, if you
backwards.
want to summarize what we have discussed this morning now, do you think because it's not only peculiar to Christianity, it's all the religions in Africa. So can we summarize that we don't actually need religion? To me, as I said, Ola might not agree with me, but it's inimical to our development.
We need a religion. We
Not
need religion.
religion. Just say, but you have to have a relationship with God. But you don't have to be religious. You can be spiritual. When you are spiritual, you try to stay away from evil. You try to, that is being spiritual. You understand? But when you are religious, you 5 times a day, or you run around go and shout to people that you go to hell if you don't come to my church.
But
That is not. But
the
you
main
still have
core
to
of
be
religion,
okay.
when
Like as you are like this now. If you see somebody in need, are you not going to help?
Yes,
Are
definitely.
you okay? Are you being religious? You are just being spiritual. You are not being religious. You can do certain things without being a Christian or a Muslim or okay. You get what I'm saying? So just try to live
And so
this way.
you are just speaking to what I'm saying now. So we don't need those things to know the right thing to do.
You don't need to be religious, but it's good to be spiritual.
So,
I don't believe
Simba,
you. Yes, yes.
Simba, we need religion, but not the way we are practicing it. Because like I told you, I've told you the benefit of religion. Even the law you see in
I
some
thought you said
country.
religion is mind control. So why are you saying we need religion? We don't
Wait,
need
now, yes, now
religion.
I said no. I said yes because that's exactly what I'm explaining. When you see even the China you are talking about, when you look at Saudi Arabia, America, and UK, all those things, you use religion to build. Because I've told you the role of religion, even in our traditional belief in Africa. Someone will not steal just because they believe say they can send Shoshan go to the person and strike the person. They say, okay, someone that steals something that they will send Ogun to the person. All those in our religion, they believe that okay, they used to share people, put people in check. That okay, don't do evil because Ayilala will be after you. Because those are the kind of things that they use to create sanity. But the type of religion we are talking here in Nigeria today is that religion that someone that is out of employment for a very long time because the person is a sweet talker, motivational speaker, I will just gather people together and form a religion, start using that one to now set people up to do people. That's the type of thing we are saying we don't want. But when you talk of that role of religion itself, I'm I'm not I'm not an anti religion. I'm just an I. That's why I fight any time that people are saying, "Oh, the pastor are the one kid." No, I say, be very careful. Be very careful. Don't attack pastor anyhow. Look at what they are doing. Look at the school they are creating. Look at the way they are supporting our air system. And I keep telling people that. You understand? But I recognize that we have
What school are they
excesses.
creating now? Is this school that Redeem would use the people in the church to free labor? At the end of the day, most of the church members, their children can't go to their school. Is that
Okay,
what you are talking about?
princess, why can't we leave that sentiment? Because those schools you are talking about, they need to sustain themselves. So those
What
schools you don't
sustain
expect.
oneself? That the poor people cannot go to the school, even though they built those schools.
Princess Rosie, we have religious school outside Nigeria. We have in America too. Live story. See, that thing we are talking
But
about.
okay, we have in America, we have in this thing. Are they using the poor people in the church to build it?
Did you
Don't
know?
they?
Did you know? Can you tell me about the foundation of those churches? Because some of those schools that we are talking about, some of them has existed for close to 200 years.
Okay, so wait,
Can you
when they
tell the
were
story of
building
how
the
they were
church, they
built?
were using church member to do pong pong. They were using church member to
How
cut
do
the
you
grass.
know? How
It,
do you know?
please, let's face
How
the
do you
ills
know?
that is happening in our society. They are
See,
exploiting
princess,
people.
princess.
They are exploiting
Look,
people.
they can start churches by using the members to start that, right? I don't have a problem with that.
And at the
But
end of the day, the
sustainability,
members can't go to that to those
forget
schools.
forget about whether she then can know how many people, even let's assume that they even make those schools free. How many of those members of those congregation can attend those schools? How many people, how many will they admit?
So
See,
you are in
all the
support of
sentiments,
exploitation.
all these
For
sentiments
free, all of them will attend.
That's
for
true.
free.
That is
Prince
true.
Daddy, Prince Daddy,
Because the
Prince
money is
Daddy.
coming from people's tithes and offering from
Wait now.
dangerous
What,
seed.
what's the population of Redeem as a congregation? If not the largest in the world, it's one of the largest. So when you have Redeemer University, how many students, how many university level students you think that exist in Redeem? Probably they are over 1 million. So you want to put 1 million to 100 level at the same time. See, there are some things that are not just realistic because we are
But I'm
talking
just
about
saying,
it
help
because
the
of the
poor.
excesses.
Help the poor.
How do you know that they don't help the poor? How did you arrive at that? You are not a member of these churches. That's one thing. Because sometimes,
Who told you that?
so they don't help poor. Is that what you are saying?
How many poor did they help?
The question is not how many poor, but because
Look,
because
let me tell you something. Wait. Like when you come to churches here in America, you go
mm,
in there, they will offer you coffee, tea, cookies. so many things. You go in there, you go freely. They don't force you to pay your tithes and offering. Even when the offering box is outside, they don't put it. They don't dance around it for you to come and psych you up to put your money. After they psych you up, you put no. The offering box is
See,
outside. If you are coming in,
Madam
if you
Rosie,
like, you
tithe and
put it.
offering. How come is it big in African churches
Yeah,
and
you
African American and,
they
and
will put
African American churches, Black
they will
people's
put
churches? Where's
big
that?
music that you will dance, 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 and come and bring your. But this one, they put this box outside. You put in your money, you go in. At the end of the day, whatever they collect, they announce it. This is the project. This is how much you collected. This is how much is done. It's free. But do they do that in
Princess,
Africa? No. They
Princess,
will tell you if you don't pay your tithe, you
it's
go to
just
hell.
because
Somebody should come
some
and put
rogue.
1 billion naira and come here. Somebody here. I mean, is
It's
that
just
fair?
it's just because some rogues hijack religion. That is why we now see those people that are really genuine as people even extorting people. Even all those churches we are talking here, they've never met the need of everyone fully in this society. That is why some people are still homeless today. Otherwise, you should not be seen homeless. If you see the number of homeless population now increasing in Canada alone, you will know that homelessness is not a joke, even in the Western world. So nobody can meet the need of everyone absolutely. That we should get that in right. Then, when you are talking of university, a university that is not self-funding, it's going to get to a stage. Don't forget that we are human beings. By the time you employ some professor in those universities, that some members will not get in there. So people will now be feeling entitled that, oh, we all contribute. Why should Lagbaja be a professor there? That means I don't get job I want to get. It's better when you start a business like that, you take the business away from the hook of those people that start it and let it be self-sustained. So
So
all
how
this sentiment of
so how can you explain a pastor buying private jets, having 2, 3 private jets, when
nobody
some
is
members
supporting that, princess.
okay, when
Nobody
some
is
members
supporting that.
okay, that's what we are saying. There are some
No, I've said
excesses.
this. No, no, it's because you brought education there. That's why I say some people have, some rogues have bastardized the purpose of religion. You will say I'm using the word religion. I'm not even using Christianity or whatever. Now, religion is the word
So
I'm using
since
now.
you know much about the Muslim religion, do the imams still buy private jets?
No, who will give him the money?
So no, the Islamic world have their own challenges too. They have their own challenges. So religion generally, so when okay, look at what's this man that was representing bandits? What's the name of that man? That Islamic cleric that was
Shakal?
no, not Shekau Rao. The other guy that was a military man before.
Gum,
I was
Gumi.
Gumi. Look at you understand? Look at so look at someone like that now. Are you telling me that's what Islamic is teaching him? No, no. And look at those all those Afar that are fighting, or whether Ilorin is a Yoruba land, is a whatever they say. You see, some of those people that are doing all those things on social media, they are just doing so for their own. Some of them are doing to raise money or to do whatever. So to me, people have hijacked the purpose of religion. We can all agree. But I still disagree that we should cancel religion. No,
I
it
think you are
doesn't
more
make sense.
Allah, I think you are more a free thinker than a Christian. You are more a free
Okay,
thinker than a Christian.
okay. If you say so.
I'm sorry. It's more what? I didn't get it. More what?
It's more a free thinker than a Christian.
Oh, okay.
Because is there criteria? Do we have a criteria for you to determine who is a Christian
No, I'm just
or
saying
not?
because I mean what I'm getting from everything is saying is more on a free thinker
Okay.
than being a
No,
Christian.
okay, which is fine. But I tell you this, Allah actually, no, talking today, he actually understand the core of Christianity, and he already gave it to us. Love. That's it. Many Christians don't know that. They don't know that. It's against fear, which is really great because fear itself is a spirit, right? And people don't know that. So it's not down for fear. You believe in love, love God and love your neighbors. and of course you believe in Jesus Christ. So it's a complete package. What more does it need, really?
Yeah,
A lot of people don't know that,
yeah,
and
that's true. That's true
yeah,
though.
it's got a
I'm
core.
just pulling on last legs. I'm just pulling his
Okay,
legs. Yeah.
yeah,
Because when you
but,
talk about love God and love your neighbor, you see all the 10 commandments that is
it's
incorporated
fulfilled.
into these two
Yeah,
commandments. Because
just like the ninth fruit of the spirit. The ninth fruit of the
yeah,
spirit is wrapped up in love, even
that's
though it starts
Prince
true.
with love
Daddy,
as the
Prince
first one.
Daddy,
Yeah.
Prince Daddy, Prince
Yeah.
Daddy, and Princess Rosie. So, do we, from what people are saying now, can we say now we don't really need the Abramovic religion to know that we have to love ourselves? I say Abramovic religion. I'm talking about Islam and Christianity.
We need Christianity for sure. Well, we need Jesus Christ for sure. I can tell you that. I
No,
don't know
no,
about the
forget about
religion.
those ones. Forget about those ones that you are talking about eternity. I'm talking. We live on this world first before we talk about eternity.
No, no,
We
I'm
are
not
not
talking about
even sure.
I'm
We
not
are
talking
not.
about eternity. As a Christian, we say we are, but we live by salvation. That which is the death of our Lord Jesus Christ and that rose up again. So, it's at the end of the day, it's all about salvation. If you are saved, that's what
Yeah.
it
What do you mean
boils
by
down to.
salvation? What do you mean by salvation? Salvation
That's the
is
look,
you go
that's
to
the key
paradise when
thing.
you die.
As for me, I am a Christian because I believe the main reason I was sent into this world is to serve God. So that's the core of my existence. So that's
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
you're so Prince Daddy, what you are telling me now is because you believe in Jesus Christ because of salvation, because of reward that you are going to get. That's it.
so because we
It's
believe there is life
it's not
after
so much of
death.
the
We
reward,
believe there is
but
life
as a
after death. There is life
yes.
after death. So where are
Oh
you
yeah.
going to spend that life? That's what we believe as Christians. There is life after death.
Where is the heaven? Where is
It's
heaven?
spiritual
Where is the
now. I
heaven?
said it before. It's spiritual.
Well, no, but by the time people start saying something is spiritual, I think that's when if you cannot explain something, that's when you say it's spiritual. There's no factual evidence for most of these things that we are talking about.
That's
Right,
your
because
opinion, though.
in
That's your
Christianity,
opinion.
it's a spiritual thing. We worship God in spirit and truth. Heaven exists, hell exists, but I don't dwell on hell
Even
because
the people, let me tell you, the people that started these things, they don't even believe in what they are giving us. They don't, their way of life is not in line with that. So why do we
So,
now
okay,
took
who are
it
the
into
Simba,
people
so
that
hook,
started
line,
it?
and sinker?
Who are the people that
Simba,
this
Okay,
started
Ola.
in Antioch,
Yes.
no,
right?
no, and
It
princess,
started on the day of Pentecost and it spread around the world. It does not mean that it's the English people.
princess, just a minute.
Who is
Now,
talking?
Okay.
Simba, no, it's Thomas thing that is Thomas need to mute himself. Simba,
Okay, it's echoing. It's not even allow us to hear anything again.
so you know what, Simba? Although this is a
Okay.
conspiracy theory, this is a conspiracy theory that I try to push to someone. I said when the British people, when they got through Iron Revolution, the first thing they started doing is to start colonizing people around the world. They went on opium war against China. They crashed the economy. They went to India. They conquered India, disindustrialized them, and they started doing slave trade. Now, all of a sudden, other people started joining in that slave trade. It got to a stage that American revolted and pushed British back So they conquered them, and fortunately for them, Canada didn't join America in that race, so they still have some partnership. Now, look at my conspiracy theory. If Britain did not move very fast and join in promoting Christianity and missionary job, as other countries are getting more power than them, Britain themselves will have been colonized. So now it will be a smart move for them to start finding some strength in religion to manipulate people's mind so that people will not have sense of revenging against them, of avenging whatever they have done. So That's my conspiracy theory behind religion. Just imagine if everybody would not live, will not be religious and believe that, okay, let us forgive one another, and everybody now want to colonize Great Britain. Look at what is going to happen. So when I say religion is just a control tool, that even if someone is doing evil to you, you don't want to avenge that, take a revenge. You just want to let it go and reconcile and let everything die down. That is
Hey,
how.
okay, I'll add submission to you. See, religion as a control tool or mechanism is not new. You can go straight
Yes.
back to the Bible itself. We talk about the Pharisees. You remember the description of the Pharisees? Even Christ, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ himself talked
Pharisees and
about that.
Sadducees. Yeah.
Yeah, Christ talked about those people. Say, hey, you people, you want to yoke or pretty much chain the believers to do this and that you yourself are not doing. The Pharisees, they use the religion. They use their religion to essentially enslave people. So religion as a tool to control or enslave people is nothing new. It's nothing new at all. But I will not agree that religion was created to enslave man. No, that was not God's purpose. Man, to look at it, there's nothing ever been given to man that man has not
God didn't
abused.
create religion. God didn't create religion. Human being
Sure.
created religion. Go ahead,
Well,
please.
see, yeah, well, okay, women created religion, but even before even our father Abraham, right? He was an idol worshiper. So the worship of things, the worship of things, idols or whatnot, is has always been there. It's nothing new. So, but for Christians, okay, it's about Christ. That's why in the well, if you are a theologian, or if you went to Bible school, they have this term they use called Christophany or theophany. Essentially, that Jesus Christ was in the Bible from the beginning to the end, and that's why. Okay, when he came, say he didn't come to abolish the law, right? He came to fulfill the law, and of course, you know what the law is,
Yes.
really. Yes, and that's why there's a beautiful passage in the Bible that said, look, if you have with law, I can't quote it verbatim, but if you have love, there's no law. It was Apostle Paul talking about that. But because if you truly embody the spirit of love, if you have love in your heart, which love in itself does not discriminate, if you have that, then you would not go afar of the law because you walk in light and you walk in love. You can't deviate, and that's the ultimate as a Christian. So there's no way you can go around sinning or committing sin as a Christian if you have love in your heart, because the love will guide you. The love it's a light. It will guide your path in the things that you do. You would know right from wrong. Adam and Eve, they lived in love from the beginning, but of course they went against the word of God, and that's why they ended up the way they did. So love, God is love, and
But
love comes from God.
Prince Daddy, the way I see
Yeah.
this thing is like we are claiming to know more than the people that started these things. Because if you are preaching love and said the religions preach love, and you can't see that love in the people that started preaching this thing. How do you explain that? And we not want to be proven that we know more than they know. To me, as far as I'm concerned, I agree totally with Ola. It's just a control tool. They have used it to colonize us, to control
See,
us, and
Dr. Simba,
it's
Dr.
still
Sim,
Dr.
working
Simba,
on us.
Dr. Simba,
oh, no,
when you say
hold on,
that,
Rosie, 1 second. See, Dr. Sim,
okay,
I tell you this. When it comes to science and computer science and all this arts and whatever subject matter you want to talk about, well, we can claim that we don't know more than the people that invented it. But when it comes to Christianity, it doesn't apply. Your statement was
yeah,
made
yeah,
in error. It does not apply.
yeah. Even
Nobody has
sometimes
nobody has the monopoly
of knowledge,
on when it comes to religion.
yeah,
Because
and then
and I do tell people all the time, if I come to you and I told you about Jesus Christ as a non-believer and you believe, trust me, from day one, your relationship with Christ can be much more greater than mine. There's no time limit. And you know what? Christ talked about it also in the Bible. If you remember the parable of the workers, if I can call it that, about people, about people that started working in the morning and the afternoon and late in the
Yeah, in
evening
the vineyard. That's true.
in the vineyard. In the
And
vineyard.
then,
So,
and then, like you said, please, Prince Daddy, I mean, doesn't Simba believe that even the student eventually can know more than the teacher? Do you believe that?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
The
To
student
me,
can eventually become more
let me
knowledgeable.
tell you,
The student can
you know
become more
why,
knowledgeable than the teacher
Princess,
in time.
hold on. They have used it and it has served the purpose they created it for. And they have abandoned it. But who are still swimming in it,
So
claiming that we know better than them?
Dr. Simba, you as a medical doctor, don't you believe that a time will come that you will be more knowledgeable than your professors that taught you? It's knowledge. It's a knowledge tactic. Is it not? I mean, moving on. No, I'm just asking
choose
you a
to be
simple
not more
question.
knowledgeable in something that is not profitable to
The
us,
student
something
can
that is
become more
inimical to our
knowledgeable than the
development?
teacher
Why
later.
can't we be more knowledgeable in technology? Why can't we be more knowledgeable in economics and
In
other
time,
beneficial
we're
things?
gonna
Why
get
do we
there.
choose to
In
be not
time.
more knowledgeable in something that's not helping us?
In time, we're gonna get there, doctor. Don't worry.
Africans, guys, I think we have a big problem.
Simba, if Christianity and Islam haven't come to Africa, those people in charge of Shango, Ogun, Obatala, they will still find ways.
They will still do the same thing.
To control people. The difference now is because all those orisha or all those traditional religions, just because some people that know those things are few there, but the Islamic and Christianity religion, they made all those available to everyone. So, and with the development Christianity brought to Africa, it let people embrace because people could see as a thing.
Don't you think that they use those things to sell that thing to us? They use all those things like school, technology, and all this to sell that thing to us.
Of course, at least they to improve our life. Whereas compared to the traditional one, the traditional one, because the traditional one, what people look at is okay. Look at the situation. Someone that in a state in a city where they were killing twins before now, Mary Stetson now came and said no, it's evil. And for someone to kill his twins in those days too, the type of torture, the type of sorrow that the parent will go through just to obey the culture. But someone just came around and liberated them. So it will be very easy to lose the traditional religion, all those things that believe in all those traditional, and people suffering from sickle cell. Oh, they will say na Abiku, and these people, they came with their own that no Abiku, there's something like Abiku is just because of what's the science they say, doctor, so that okay, you have to look at how you marry yourself, all those stuff. So when these people were coming with evidences that the substantial that you could see physically that work, people started throwing away the traditional religion.
But that's what I'm saying. But this thing, the technology, everything, medicine, they are just things that it's just like salt and pepper they put into religion to sell it to us. There's no relationship between religion and technology. There's no relationship between religion and education.
So it happened that those people that brought those people, that brought Christianity,
it's just like the way Tinubu went to India and he has a mission. Okay, he went there with Minister for Aviation and all those things, economic planner and all those, because he knew what was to go and do there. And that's the same thing when they are bringing those religion. They know what they can give us back to sell that religion to us, and we fall victim of it.
Please.
And what we are not trying to do is that we will not link them together as if it's that religion that brought those things to us. No, they use those things to deceive us.
Simba, can I make a comment? Prince Daddy, did you just refer to Abraham as our father earlier?
He said it. He said it. He said
You
it now.
call
He
Abraham
said
our
it.
father. Hold on.
Just like the way
Abraham,
Baba
hold
came
on.
that last time and he said
Is
he's a Jew.
Abraham, our earthly father? Yeah.
Hold on. A man from Abeokuta calling some guy from Middle East our father. What's going on?
But see, that's the way we say. You know, that as a Christian or former Christian, that's the way it goes.
Former Christian.
Baba, see, you can see what that thing has done to our psyche. You know, okay, now, Peter has an adopted father in Abraham. Meanwhile, Baba came here the other day, he said he's a Jew. You can see the way thing has affected our psychology.
You see the I think there are three
Well,
Abrahamic.
as a father, not because I'm as a Jew, but as the one that started the whole thing. As that's what it meant.
So to me, let's just hold it there. Religion is just a control tool. Whether we accept it or not, that's what religion is.
I agree with you totally. Me, I don't even see the so-called
No,
love. Where is the
but
love today?
what Baba said,
Where is the love today? Can
what
we?
Baba said is that Simba, Baba did not say that he's a physical Jew. He said
The
is
spiritual
by
Jew.
faith is a Jew.
Spiritual
By
Jew.
faith
I
is a
beg
Jew.
ye,
And
Princess.
Prince
So by
Daddy,
faith,
Prince
also by faith,
Prince
he has
Daddy,
an adopted father in Abraham.
we all come from Adam and Eve, right? Abraham came from Adam and Eve, right? Adam, the first man on earth, right? We all came from Adam and Eve.
I don't even
So
believe that story that you are telling
Baba
me now. I don't
Baba
believe it.
is a Jew
Adam and
by
Eve.
faith,
Simba, you're a
and our
Muslim now.
Prince
You
Daddy
don't believe in
is
Abraham
an
and Isaac.
offspring of Adam and Eve. We are all from one source.
This is heartbreaking. This is
So why is but why are you saying
So,
that?
princess, you want to tell me that at that time Abraham exists? We don't have people in
I'm talking
Nigeria
about
that exist in
Adam.
that time
We are
also.
talking about Adam. Where did Abraham come from? Adam, right? And we are
No,
all
this
from
daddy
Adam and
said
Eve.
Abraham is our forefather. That's what he said. He didn't say Adam.
Because
He said our father.
Abraham came from Adam and Eve, right?
Uh-huh. So we
Yeah.
are descendants of Abraham.
We are descendants of Adam and Eve. So if he says his descendant is Abraham, indirectly is from Adam and Eve.
Anybody has the right to believe whatever they need to believe. So I don't think I can fight anybody for that.
You see, one thing is this: the understanding of God for human being is complex.
That is
You
true.
understand?
That is true.
See, the way I see is that the fact that we don't understand God, we cannot, we don't understand God. It has made so many people to bring what they think about their own personal thinking of God to people.
Pastor Ola, please. No. I'm not mocking you. I'm being serious right now. What I'm about to
Even
say.
you can still call me evangelist, Ola,
Okay,
not pastor.
Ola. If God is so big, he's so powerful, in my opinion, in any faith, that to me it is an insult to even put him in a book. That's how big he is. And when you have to, because if you say nobody can comprehend God, then you put him in a book. Then you want to box him into a corner that is too big to fit in the first place.
No, but it was not the same God that gave Moses the Ten Commandments and inspired the saints, the apostles to write about him.
Prince Daddy, you cannot defend the Bible with the Bible. Let's stop doing that. If you want to defend the Bible, you cannot defend the Bible with the Bible. We're not going to do that. Yeah.
Babati, one fact that science are proving to us is that we are not the only inhabitant of this universe, whether we like it or not. Now, the thing is this: like I said the other time, we don't even know whether some people, as we speak now, are living with us on this earth now. Maybe just because of our capacity of sensory capacity that we cannot see them or feel them.
They in our own, they are, and I know that But if I say they will say I'm demonic, you know how you guys be now.
You people are bringing us to another dimension now.
No. I'm not even. I'm
Ola,
not even.
They are
I
taking us
just
to
say that
another level now. Are we going
Ola,
to Ifa level now?
Ola,
Abi Orumila?
no, guy, wait, Mr. Aruru, I know what he's saying for a fact, but if I start to talk about it, you will say I'm demonic. Am I lying, Ola? You will
No,
say
you're not lying. You're not lying.
yeah. So you guys don't want to know more. You want to live in your cucumber. And when somebody says something, you will say
No,
you
we
don't
as
know.
Christians, we believe there are other spirits
See,
now. There are
princess.
demons.
See,
There
princess.
are spirits.
As we were talking of AI the other time, AI has level of its own compression, no matter what we put it to them. The same way too, we human we have our own limitation. Like I say now, as we are on this surface of this earth now, maybe we are coexisting with some people, but just because of our capacity, our level of sensory, that's what we can see. Look at it this way now. There's something we do cannot see that we need electron microscope to see, far away from us.
Yeah,
That
but
we
the
need
Bible
technology.
too accepts that. The Bible says there are powers and there are principalities, right? The
Good.
Bible accepts that there are powers and there are principalities.
So what we are saying now is this. What we are saying now is this.
Right,
We
Prince
human,
Daddy? Are you there?
we human being, there's tendency that maybe we are
I'm here,
just
Madam Rosie. You're right. I agree.
Sorry. Between you and Rosie, who is the AGO? Who is the GO? So I know.
And
No,
you
I'm
can
the
see
young
why
Gio.
princess is scavenging for Prince Daddy because he knows the only Prince Daddy that can that can support her today.
so what I'm saying in essence is this. Even we as human beings now, we don't even know whether to God or to maybe some people that God used to create us, whether we are just like all those robots that we are able to exist and understand what we can understand, that we don't understand more than what we can
Ola,
understand.
let me be honest with you. Let me just be honest with you. The creator of this heavens and earth is too big to have time. First of all, human are not the apple of God's eyes. You know that's special. Let me just get out of the way. Because you guys like to write things to make you guys feel if God is as big as you say he is, then he does not have the time the way you think he does. He has things to
Oh,
do.
Babati, you are a real backslider. You need to come back.
He has things to no, the heavenly father, he has things to do with his time. My this is my point. Anything you need, I learned this early in life because I grew up with the elders, what they call the elders in Yoruba cultures. They've already told us that everything you need in life, God is already given. It's called the brain. It's already there.
It has already equipped us with everything we need. That's
That
why
is
we need
why.
power.
That is
Even
why.
the Bible says that God has given unto man to choose between life or death. So the willpower is there for you to decide what to
That
do.
is why, Ola, in the Yoruba culture, actually in the Yoruba culture, we don't pray. Amang Badra, Amang Shawuri. You invoke what you want into existence based on your belief and your ability. Because they understand that
We do that as Christians too now.
no, you
You
guys
would
pray.
you,
No, praying is not a
no
word.
you can cast and you bind. You can you can bring into existence what you want. Father, I'm going out today. This is what I want. I want you to clear the way for me. I'm going for this. I
No,
want
no,
to
no,
get it. I want
no,
to
no, no,
you
no,
are
no,
you are
no,
you are you are
no, no,
asking.
no, Madam Music, let me
Is
clarify.
that not Wure?
No,
Is
no,
that
no,
not
it's not.
Wure?
No, let me
Uh,
clarify. No, let me clarify what Awure is.
okay, sir.
Awure is it's like this. If 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 must be 4. You speak like it's going. You invoke it like it's already happening, like it's supposed to happen. You're not begging for it. You're not appeasing for it. You are demanding for it like it's supposed to happen. It's a huge difference. It's the commander for
But that's the same thing about prayer now. Because you said, like you are saying Psalm 91, you said, because I dwell in the secret place of the Most High, I shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. He said, even though I walk in the valley of shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. You are claiming it.
you too like King James version, no? Now NIV I like pass. King James
Yeah,
version.
but you
That's
are claiming all these things. You
you
said
see
the
you see
earth is the Lord.
you see
You said the
the
earth is the Lord and the
the
fullness
the
thereof.
Oyibo
Here
the
I
Oyibo.
am in America. This America is of the Lord and the fullness thereof. I am entitled to all my rights and my benefits of this country. Whatever
If
belongs to me must.
um,
You
Ma-
claim it
Madam,
by
Madam,
faith.
Madam Rosie, first of all, I am not anti-Christian. So don't
You
be
are a
trying to.
Christian at heart, oh. You are a Christian at heart.
I'm
No,
not.
no,
Yeah.
no,
I'm not.
no. You are, Baba T. You
You are
are.
just
Just,
debating. You
just,
are a
You are
backstabber,
no,
now.
no,
and you will come back
Mm,
whether you like it or
no,
No.
not.
no. Listen. Just because
Baba T, look
Baptist
at my
Babalawo.
face. You are. You are.
guys, listen.
Someone has come to
On
Shakara
a
you with his
on
word.
a on a more serious note, sometimes I feel bad for some so-called Christians sometimes. Like I know the real ones that I know. Okay, they understand.
So, do
But when
you
I
feel bad
see
for me for my faith that I have?
no. Like I mean, in terms of not even understanding the basic concept of it, which makes
Okay,
you
okay,
waste your time,
okay.
which makes people go and sleep on the mountain for 40 days praying, which makes them fast unwillingly because when there's no need for it.
That one they will kill themselves. Now you go to the mountain for
That
40 days. Are you
those
Christ? You're
things,
just
those
gonna die like
things.
a fly.
You see, that's the issue that I have. Part like you don't need this. Even your word tells you to in the corner of your room, you can intercede on your behalf. Even in our culture, the best time to pray for your just FYI for your people is between 1 to 3. That is where even your Bible tells you. It says what? When your inner man is most asleep, the devil striketh. That's when you pray. That's when you intercede.
Oh my God, you are
I'm able
quoting
to pray.
scripture so
I
powerful.
know.
Man,
I know these things now. You know, a guy like
Princess, you think say someone no go no Bible? The thing is this: we know it's not as if someone does not know Bible, but they get to the stage. See, the same brain that God has given to us that make us reason that wait, oh, are this thing really real? Because now tell me, Rosie, tell me something, Rosie. The question is this: how come does fellow human being understand God more than you? That's the first question you want to ask. How come that God will tell someone for you not to wear trousers? How come? See, because you come and look at some kind of. So when you look at similarity in how people are putting barrier, setting up barrier for others, and say and claiming that it is God that is setting up that barrier, there is a limit you can tell these people. You're going to get to say that people
look,
will start
look.
having that.
When we are talking about trousers and this, there's a way sometimes that it's not that they will tell you. It's just some decency. It's just like, for instance, now you are a woman, you have all these big cups, all this, you got all this thing in the right places, big boobs, big butts, and and then you wear something very tight and revealing. All your cups, everything is showing, and you're walking on the street. How many men are you tempting? How many men are you tempting? Especially you are a married woman. There's a way you can dress decently. You don't have to show all those things and be tempting. Your boobs, half of your boobs is out. Then your butt, the shape of everything is out. I mean, men are turned by sight. Why do you want to put them through that? There's a way you can dress as a married woman decently. You can come. You don't have to like put hijab all over your body, but you can put on I mean, something that would cover a bit of all your big shape, your boobs. You don't have to stick it all out. You can cover it decently. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Be appropriate, be
now,
decent.
now
That's
I
what we're
get you
talking
now.
about.
Let's assume now
So
some
when
people
they
now
say
come,
there's a way
with some
you can
kind
dress
of
and you can be
doctrine
decent
now.
in your
Some
dressing.
some people now come with doctrine
Okay, you
now.
say you are a choir. You go to the choir and all your boobs are out, all your butt is out. How many men are you? How many of the men want to focus on what they are saying?
No,
Because all their
princess.
eyes will be on you.
Princess, now
Is that
see what
decent?
you've listed now. See what you've listed now.
Is that
Now some
decent?
some people now, let's assume now someone now look at those things now and they now put it into doctrine. And they now come to you and say, okay, God tell us that okay, you woman, you should not wear mini skirt, you should not open your chest, you should not do this. Now, for the father that they come that in, does that mean God has given them that? Even though they claim that God, like I said, I once said it here one day that a brother told me that, oh, Holy Spirit told me this. I told the brother that that's a lie, brother. Holy Spirit could not have told you to tell me lies. You understand? What I'm saying, there are some human inventions that is simply put together, packaged together, and they now give a credit to God in order to control human being. So what am I saying is this? Assuming that Oyibo did not cross their land to our own land in Africa, probably our people will still be worshiping Shango today. They will still be worshiping Oya, Obatala. And don't forget that our people still believe in the existence of God. That's what Olodumare. So the knowledge of God
But
is
that's what I
universal.
said now. That there are
Yes,
so
now
many
that's what I'm
ways
saying.
to
The
God.
knowledge of God is universal. So by default, human being believe in the existence of creator. That means that God has programmed our brain. You understand? Our creator has programmed our brain to know that we were created by someone, that we didn't create ourselves. After all, how can someone just emerge from space, from nowhere, and we are just existing? How possible is that? Even from our experience as human. But where the problem now lies is now, all people that are now bringing the rules and regulation are how God should be worshipped. That's where the problem lies in. Who? Where? Where were they when God told them? You understand? Look at the just election pass now. You know, so many pastors said God told them, go to them, go to them, go to them. You understand? Imagine one of them just managed to get that right. Before you know, we start to say, oh, God actually ministered to the person. So that's the thing. Many things we see that we embrace in our religions today, we need to question all those things. We need to question some of those things. Some of those things that we believe in our religion today were written by human, and human adopted those things, not by God. That's where we are saying. So human being over time, we've put so much excesses in religion that made people start questioning those things. So to me, that's why I keep it simple for myself. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in Jesus Christ. The way you believe in it, I don't care about it, but I believe in Jesus Christ. Nothing you can tell me about that. Those two principles, those two laws, I hold those laws to my heart, and that's what I want to follow. So, but every other doctrine you are now adding to me, whether on the 30th day of this thing I should do this, I should look at sky, I should do skid, I won't listen to you. Or maybe I should go to a spirit and go and shout and shout like someone that the dog just bite like 3 times and do this. I won't listen to you. That's what I'm saying. Because otherwise, look at it this way. How come that those people that don't really believe like we believe, how come they are successful? How come? Are we saying God is partial? You understand? If you really want to know that God does not tolerate foolishness, go to the parable of talents. You know, when God gave some people more talents, they used it properly and they even brought profit. And someone that God gave one, that just got one, will be giving excuses. It simply means that when you do the right thing, when you based on the purpose of God for you on the surface of this earth, when you are not looking away from the purpose of God for you on the surface of this earth, and you are now delegating your responsibilities to God. That's what many human beings do today, is that our responsibility, we delegate it to God. God, buy car for us. God, do that for us. God, do that for us. Then why are you human?
Somebody will study and they will pass a test. You are there. God, come and be my pencil. Come and be my biro. Come and be my ruler. Go and read.
You understand?
You
understand? Is that so? To me, most thing that we package to ourselves as human is human. It's okay. Look at Catholic now. Catholic has a doctrine. If I go to Catholic today, if they are citing A Mary, you are very sure I may not even follow you to shout A Mary. Because we see as a Catholic, they have their own doctrine. As we're Anglican, they have their own doctrine. Every church, they have so now over time, do you want to tell me that it's God telling them we are in this world when even Pastor Kumoyi was humble enough to tell us that he got something wrong himself. You understand? So to me, I won't deceive you. Many things you will tell me, if you can hear from God, you tell me that you hear from God. Me too, I want to hear from God. I don't want to listen to your voice. I want to listen to the voice of God.
Time up.
But
Time up.
Thomas
Yes.
and Ola, God speaks. Whatever you believe, speak to you now, to your dream. People don't even follow that. Just watch what you dream about. That is a powerful tool that people don't even pay attention to. Buy a journal.
Baba T, you are teaching us the essentials of Christianity, and you claim you're not a Christian. What you're talking about, a lot of people don't know about the power of dreams, that which is the power of revelation itself.
Do you know why I brought it up? It's because people's dreams get stolen. If you're always waking up and you don't remember what you're dreaming about, you got a problem. You got to write it down. When you wake up, write it
That's
down.
what I'm saying. You know that, but a lot of Christians don't know that. So,
but I know that because I know the dark side of that as well. Is my point.
so how come you know so much about Christianity that you learned and perhaps practiced over the years, and you would deviate from Christianity to something else? I mean,
It's like
that's almost no.
You don't get it, do you? Like you don't get it.
No, I
You don't
don't.
get it. So when I say dream, that is not
No,
exclusive to Christianity now.
Baba T, something must have happened to you that broke you and made you the way. Something must have. Can you share it? You
Princess,
got
if we
scammed?
if we keep Christianity simple, people are not
No,
likely
maybe
to
he was
run
scammed
away.
or he was duped or something must have happened to really change his
No,
mind.
If we
no,
keep Christianity simple, people are not likely to run away. But if you keep it complex, oh, if you don't do this, you will
But
suffer.
Baba T must have had more. He must have had an experience. I
Well,
mean,
but Baptist knowledge is beyond the ordinary Christian. I
yeah,
mean,
some
the things
Christians
you're
don't know
talking
all these
about,
things.
they don't know all
Some
that. They don't
Christians
even
don't
believe
know
in their
all this.
dreams.
Someone say he get award as a Bible, whatever in church.
What
You see that?
Wow.
The what now? I just told you that I was a three-time Bible Study champion, and you have no clue. You should
Are you
know.
serious?
You should know. But
Princess,
that's not even the point.
many
My
people
point
at
is,
secondary school, finish Bible from pali to pali.
but the point is that there is more that
Me, I wasn't a Christian before. In those days when I was in school, I used to laugh at Christians
No,
no,
because I didn't.
it's good to be
I
a
didn't come.
Christian.
I didn't come from a Christian background. My father, he just, I mean, I wasn't raised as a Christian. Even when I was in university, I used to laugh at this SU. I used to make fun of them. But I had a personal encounter. That was what changed me
Are you not
totally.
SU?
Huh?
Are you not
I used to
SU?
laugh at people in school. SU, Mama, get going.
Princess, you have a personal encounter like Paul.
I had a personal encounter in my dream. No, it wasn't with
Sinbad,
Paul
okay.
or face to face. So it was in my dream.
I
I got a revelation, and that was what changed my life. 360.
Were you a believer in your dream? Were you a believer in your dreams prior to that dream?
No, I wasn't. But let me tell you, even when I was in school, when I was making jest of all this Christian, all this SU, I used to dream, and in my dream, I'll be getting Bible verses. I'll be getting Bible verses. I'll be like, what is all this? Because to me, I just believe God is high up there doing his own business. We as man, we are down here on earth doing our
Whatever
own business.
you know what you know one thing about dream, princess.
So
Whatever you think of before you
let me tell
sleep,
you.
that's what
No,
you
no,
dream
no,
of.
no, no. No. I'm
No,
telling you, I did not
Sinbad,
believe.
in Sinbad, actually, you're
You're
right.
not
That's one,
understanding what I'm
that's
saying.
one
I
dream.
said
That's one way to
I
get a dream. There are two
I
other
said
ways.
I did not have any encounter. I was not a religious person. I didn't grow up in a religious family. My I used to make jest of Christians in school. I used to call them SU. I used to make jest of them. But even along the line, when I dream, I'll be getting Bible verses in my dream. I'll be wondering what is all this? I mean, I don't go to church. I don't read the Bible, but where am I getting these Bible verses in my dream? But
Okay,
eventually, I
Rosie,
had the
can
dream
I give
that
you one example of what
yeah.
I'm saying? that in Christianity they have
I hope
hidden
you
knowledge.
will say I'm having some mental breakdown.
So it is unfair to you Christians that they have hidden things to you. Let me give an example. Rosie moves to a new city. In my own faith, when you move to a new city, do you know the first thing you do? You take the sword of
I
that.
didn't move to a new
No,
city. Oh,
no, no, no,
I
no, no,
was
no. No, hold
okay.
on. I'm giving you an example of things
Okay,
that you don't teach,
okay.
that you can even use your Bible for, whatever you believe. When you move to a new location, you're supposed to use your hand, your dominant hand, take the soil of that land, honey from that land, salt and sugar from that land, and rub it on your hand and pray with it. That's the first thing you do when you move anywhere. That
But
way,
for
but if
me,
I say to you, you will say, "Oh, it is
no.
no."
For me, my belief is this: when I go to a new place, like when I came to America, I said the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. The America is the Lord
Your
and the
hands,
full.
no,
I
no,
prayed
your
and
hands
God
must touch it.
prospered
Your
me.
hands, listen, your hands must touch
My
that
feet
land.
was on the ground. I don't have to. My feet was on the ground, and I prayed. Nobody. That I just had that inspiration, and I made that
Baba
prayer.
T, are you trying to
It's not
babalawoanization us?
babalawo. There are
Even
certain
your
basic
prophets
things.
do it now. These are things they don't tell you. Listen, I'm giving you,
That's why.
I'm giving
Sometimes
you. You're not
I get
listening.
okay. I'm listening.
Honey, salt, sugar, and the soil of the land on your hands to pray for anything pertaining to that land. And if you know the person to tell you do, if you know the person that first goes to that land, you use their name to pray. That's how it's done.
If I come to America now to Texas,
Okay,
how would I
Baba
know the
T,
person
let
just
me
there in
ask a
Texas?
question before I go.
I can't know.
Hold on. So, Babati, where
If
did
I
that ritual come from?
Where did
I
it?
want to have a Baba T question too now. If
Yeah,
I want to
no.
become richer than Elon Musk, what will I do?
Babalawonization.
Okay, because those things represent, I can just mention it briefly. So, honey, of course, Adrumbe, the salt of the land, sugar. The land means anything pertaining to that land. You will partake in it. It's to unlock doors for you. Now, depending on how you intercede in your faith is different. We do different things in my own belief, but those are key ingredients for anywhere you go. The soil of the land is very important.
See, Babati, I don't disagree with what you said. Actually, it's quite powerful. Especially what you said. Even the witches, or the people in the cult, they dabble in it. Okay. So, but the things that you mentioned are things of the earth that you yourself have command over, that you can use to control things, which is true. I totally believe in what you said. It's quite powerful, though.
Well,
Yeah,
if you
I
believe it,
believe in
right?
what you say. That's why, as for me, what I do, it's like I said it. I will stand on the ground and I will pray and said, "The earth is the Lord and the fullness of America is the Lord and the fullness of all
Baba
my
and
rights, all
Rosie,
my
even
benefits."
confessing it on his own, is that enough?
Yeah, all my rights,
Confessing
all
it
my
is enough.
benefits.
Yeah.
I will
But
get it.
the
Yeah,
people that
I'm
are not
claiming it.
doing anything,
I'm
are you
claiming it.
people better than them? People are not doing
People that
anything
say,
that does not even know what you
Simba,
are doing.
Simba, he worked
Are
for
you
me.
better?
He worked for me.
How did you know it
Just
works
like
for you?
because I mean, just like so many people are better than me. I'm better than many people too. I'm blessed.
They cannot attribute that whatever stage
But
you are in
that's
your life
my
to that
faith.
now.
That's
That is
my
your
faith.
belief. You just believe in it.
That's what I'm telling you because that's what I
So
believe in.
but that does not make it that is true.
I'm entitled to my belief, right?
God.
I
This
think
thing is
everybody's entitled to their belief. As you rightly said, yeah.
exactly.
Why did some people put some stone together and be putting oil on it? What makes them doing that?
And the
It's
belief
their
is not
belief.
working. And the belief is
Okay,
working for them.
why do
Exactly.
some people take other human
Yeah,
beings as
their
human
belief.
rituals just because they want to make money? It's what they believe.
And can I mention
Okay.
one more thing before we go, guys?
Babalawo,
Babalawo àti pé 10 hours so I'm láti
No,
launching. We have to go
Thomas,
now.
Babalawo, please, so let me ask you,
Thomas, hold on, hold on, hold on,
what's your take on
hold
human
on, guys.
for
no,
money ritual?
no, it's not that. I'm being serious now. The importance of soul ties. So many
Soul
people have.
ties.
Many people are soft. You remember, we are Africans, right?
Yeah.
So if you are an African home, most likely where you come from, they already have soul ties to some gods, to some deities.
And what do you mean by soul ties? So I don't understand. You
So
want to start scaring us now.
no, the families you come from have gods that they worship, that you have soul ties to. So if you're a Christian now and you want to move away from it, you must first break those soul ties first. That is if you want to do your whatever you call it, that's the first thing you do. So those soul ties, so you must first, so when you pray or whatever you do, you must figure out those soul ties, the ones you have. Is this spiritual realm, or that has to be the first thing you investigate. So if you do that way, you don't go and pray 40 days and be having issues in life. You must. So if you have any spiritual ties to anything, find out first. Just saying.
But another thing about this again is when you come to Christ, you understand, He will break every yoke if you believe.
Mm-hmm.
If you believe.
It doesn't,
because
madam,
He has broken the gates of brass and torn asunder the bars of iron.
Madam, earlier on, I didn't want to go deeper on it.
Okay.
There are things that I said people become born again sometimes and they don't go through the classes and they don't go deeper. There's a reason I said that.
Okay.
Because when you confess that you are believing something, if I don't go against Christianity, what do you think happens most to people that does become born again? They get the most temptation, but they are not strong enough to hold on. So they do what? They stay back. I'm even telling you what you should know as a Christian. I'm telling you, because those things will come out. So if you have soul ties to those kind of realms, they will come after that individual because they don't have anything to withstand. Just confessing is not a tool. I'm sorry, it's not a tool. So you don't know the kind of things you are dealing with. I know. So, but maybe for a different day we can discuss that.
In addition to what you are saying, sorry, please let me just conclude with this. In addition to what you said,
Hold on, General Thomas. But
Bible,
so tight.
the
Not
Bible
only
even said something like that. That if you are if a one demon is cast out of you, if you don't get close to God and be very powerful, more will even come back and inhabit you.
Yeah, because let me just explain the story to Prince Adiroki so that he knows where I'm coming from. So let's say somebody has soul ties where they have spiritual husband or they have spiritual wives, and they have spiritual kids, depending on how deep you want to go on the topic. If they go and confess that Christ is Lord and everything, oh, that's wonderful. But your conjugal visit at 2 a.m. in the morning with your wife will still happen. Yeah, that hasn't changed. Because you are
very correct about that.
Because you've not solved that problem.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. Because even when I became a Christian, I didn't know all those things. But I am from the riverine area, and they always have this belief that people from the riverine area are always possessed by the riverine gods and goddesses.
So that person that say, "Oh, I want to go and confess," and you don't do the deeds.
So I had that link. That link with the one penny or something like that.
Yeah.
So that kind of affected me settling down early. But eventually that link was broken and I was set free.
That's
And
what
I
I'm
said,
saying. So,
yeah, so
but people don't see the signs. If you have those issues, you will know in your dreams. You will know.
of course you would know
Yeah,
because
You
you
but
would
I
have
say
visitation.
you teaching advanced Christianity,
You will have
advanced
you will have
Christianity.
visitations in your dreams.
I,
You can tell
I'm
that you yourself you will know you
Prince,
have that link.
Prince Daddy. My point is that these are things that they should be teaching you than just sow your seed. They don't go deep enough for you guys. That's what I'm telling
But
you. They just
but
leave you at
I
the
happen to
level.
be aware of the things you're saying, which are true, which I believe already, and you're right. But so you were so tied to, we can say, so tied to God, but they're also so tied that as a result of sexual
Right.
connection.
When you have sex with when you have indiscriminate sex with women and men, you are pretty much you got to be, because you are pretty much transferring. If they've slept with anybody that has any demonic possessions, you are pretty much transferring that energy to yourself. That's the reason why they will say somebody slept with somebody and things went bad for them. Is because the person you probably slept with is not, might not even be, might have issues. So be careful of where you put your thing. It's not everything that you
Yeah,
put.
you
That
see,
yeah.
you see, Baba T, you are really talking like a Christian because that's why they
No, no. Rosie, hold on. Rosie, hold
yeah.
on. That this knowledge is not a Christian knowledge. This is spirituality I'm even discussing. It's not like I'm trying to do. But
Oh, you
I'm
didn't get this knowledge when you were a Christian. You got it in your other
Yeah, that is
realm.
it. That's what I told you
Hold
earlier on,
on,
Rosie.
hold on.
Because he
Thomas,
was
hold
once
on.
a Christian.
Thomas,
That
hold
is it.
on. Thomas, hold on. I already told you where I came from as a family. So even from that household, there are things that you are privy to. So regardless of me being Christian or not, it just gave me added advantage to know how to move around. So this is not about being Christian. It's evidence-based practice. You know how you say something is good, but nobody shows you the bad side of it. I was willing to see the bad side of things. So I can tell you, okay, if you don't follow this happens. I've seen both sides, but that was not based on Christian faith. No, it wasn't based on that. But it just said that sometimes they leave things too on the surface for people, and they don't go deep enough. People go into people's house, go and eat for your birthday parties with no verification. You just all those things that. But maybe a different time we can discuss that on a different day. You know.
General Thomas, why are you trying to shut us down now? The
I
discussion
am
can
not. Oh,
continue.
no. It's the network. Oh, no be me. Oh, I see they here. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, because you are
Yes.
saying 10 hours, 10 hours. The discussion
No,
can
we have to
continue.
shut down now. I'm
Yes, sir.
approaching church. I have to shut down now.
Yes, sir.
I'm
General.
going to church. I'm going to in the evening service. I'm even driving now. You can hear the sound of my
Pray
clock
for
pointer.
Baba T. Pray for Baba T to come
I
back
will
home.
put him in prayers. I'll put him in my prayers.
Thomas. Let me shock you. Back in the days, people used to. You know how people go to church and say they go out. People used to, before they enter the church now, they will hang their they will hang their demonic stuff in the sky, and they go into the church and pray. And when they are done, they will put it back on and go home.
Now you
How
sabi
do you
you.
how do you know this? Were you operating on that realm?
Okay. So let me give you one. Let me give you one more. You know why they say that you should not play against witches? Because oftentimes the spirit itself does not die; it's transferred. So oftentimes, when somebody is like a so-called witch, they will give it to their granddaughter or grand person. But
Yeah.
what happens is that when that person wants to do something bad, they never go themselves. They will just borrow your own body. I keep talking about 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning. They will just borrow your body as a vessel to go and do evil things. So if it goes bad, it's on that person that they borrowed your vessel, your vehicle. And when they are done with it,
Mhm.
they will just come back. And
So
that's
do
it.
you believe in good witches and bad witches?
There are needs for them. God uses them to punish you for misbehaving. They have usefulness for the Most High, whatever you believe.
So there are good ones and there are bad ones, or they are all bad.
They have roles, they have functions. Why the Olodumare allow people to be punished sometimes? Because when you are not pure, if somebody has an evil mind or evil power, they can sit on your forehead. I can't even tell you how they know, because this is live show. When when they see you, you are like open season for you to be punished, and God will not do a damn thing about it.
Okay, because your ways are not clean.
Yeah, so you are open to extra. Yeah, so they know who to target.
Well, yeah, but we all have. I guess we all have spiritual markings, right? And we know that also in the Bible that according to Christ, we have a mark of our Lord Jesus Christ on us. Yes, they can identify you, but not everyone they identify they can mess with, because is that right?
Because you have the seal of Christ on you, the blood of God covering you. So there's some of them they can't even tamper with you, because if they come near you, boom, they'll be burnt.
Ileya. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Thank you, Simba. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Rosie. Guys, that's been a nice session again today. It's very interesting. It looks as if we should not leave, but we have to leave. There's nothing that has a beginning that doesn't have a end. This is the end of the session for today. Oh, thank you, guys. May God bless you all. I'll catch you sometimes later tomorrow. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I say peace. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money give Tog, say make he go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money give Tog, carry gun give Tog, say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹ̀mí tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.